Chapter 2458. Thank goodness I didn't meet Duan Lingtian before he did. Otherwise, I would have died instead of him. The seven tribulation bodiless celestial from Feng Man's force who had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian together with Rong Bo could not help but shudder when he found out the seven tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect was killed by Duan Lingtian. After all, he had steeled his heart to avenge Feng Man earlier. If he had met Duan Lingtian before this, he would have attacked Duan Lingtian as well. It was precisely because of this that while he still had lingering fears, he was also so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Duan Lingtian killed a seven tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect where Rong Bo was from. Moreover, that seven tribulation bodiless celestial had obtained a celestial supreme treasure before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. However, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Wuxia was shocked when she heard the news. Duan Lingtian had killed an ordinary seven tribulation bodiless celestial outside the heaven rank treasure vault. Now that she had learned about this, she was shocked. Even a seven tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure was killed by Duan Lingtian. 5 more months. I'll be able to sense the entrance and exit between the Beyond Heaven secret zone and the vast cloud realm in another 5 months. At that time, I must return to the vast cloud realm as soon as possible. Wuxia knew this very well. She knew she might not encounter Duan Lingtian again even if she stayed in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, it was not as safe as returning to the vast cloud realm if she continued to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After learning about Duan Lingtian again and learning about how powerful Duan Lingtian was, Wuxia hid in a remote valley for the next 5 months, not daring to go out at all. After 5 months, she finally sensed the entrance and exit between the Beyond Heaven secret zone and the vast cloud realm. It's time to return. After sensing the location of the entrance, Wuxia did not hesitate and made a prompt decision to leave. Wuxia was worried the longer she stayed in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the more dangerous it would be. For this reason, as soon as Wuxia sensed the exit leading to Vast Cloud Realm, she quickly made her way to the exit. He wanted to leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone as soon as possible. Although I didn't manage to obtain anything in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, it's still worth it to be able to broaden my horizons. On the way back, Wuxia comforted herself. Almost there. When Wuxia sensed that the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was getting closer and closer to Vast Cloud Realm, she couldn't help but feel excited. We're here. When Wuxia saw the black hole floating behind the clouds in the distance, her eyes could not help but light up. At the same time, she moved like a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the black hole. Just as Wuxia's figure flashed and was about to enter the black hole, she was only inches away from it. Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded in Wuxia's ears like a clap of thunder. Wuxia was so shocked that her expression changed greatly. Her strength rose again, and she wanted to rush into the black hole at an even faster speed. However, just as Wuxia's energy surged and she was about to speed up, boom! A huge sound rang out. It was a huge palm print completely formed by power that fell towards Wuxia. The gigantic palm whistled as it approached Wuxia in just a blink of an eye. However, it did not land directly on Wuxia's body. Instead, when it got close to Wuxia, it clawed at Wuxia and bound her entire body. The bound Wuxia's power was instantly crushed and suppressed. Following that, she could no longer mobilize the energy in her body. This was because the energy from the gigantic palm had invaded her body and completely restrained her energy. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia's face turned deathly pale. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more and I'll be able to go back. Wuxia muttered to herself as she looked at the black hole in front of her. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Just a little bit more and you'll be able to go back. Almost as soon as Wuxia finished speaking, a mocking voice sounded from afar. Lu Xia, aren't you too naive? Even if you've returned to Vast Cloud Realm, can't we chase after you? A beautiful figure appeared as soon as the voice rang in the air. She was a beautiful young woman. Lu Xia was already quite pretty, but in front of her, she was completely overshadowed, like an ugly duckling. Lu Xia's heart trembled when she heard the young woman's words. She realized how naive she was. Indeed. So what if she had passed through the black hole and returned to Vast Cloud Realm? There was no specific place to stay after passing through the black hole from Vast Cloud Realm to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. However, if she returned to Vast Cloud Realm from the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, she would appear at the entrance to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone in Vast Cloud Realm. If someone followed her back to Vast Cloud Realm, it would be difficult for her to shake them off. Xuanai. A bitter and awkward smile appeared on Lu Xia's face when she saw the beautiful young woman in front of her. The woman who appeared before Lu Xia was none other than Han Xuanai. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Han Xuanai appeared, another two figures appeared. They were two young men. Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yi. The bitter and awkward smile on Lu Xia's face widened when she saw the two young men. However, she was not surprised by their appearance. In fact, when she heard the cold snort, she knew it was almost impossible for her to return to Vast Cloud Realm. This was because she could tell it was Duan Lingtian's voice. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. Lu Xia, do you have anything to say? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he stared at Lu Xia coldly. His tone was emotionless, and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. I have nothing to say. Lu Xia sighed. An expression of despair appeared on her face. Although Duan Lingtian was expressionless, she could see the killing intent in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. She knew that her actions earlier had already aroused Duan Lingtian's killing intent towards her. Lu Xia, you were the one who insisted on leaving. We trusted you, so we didn't guard against you and allowed you to leave. Who would have thought that after you left, you would spread the news and try to get us killed? Han Xuanai glared at Lu Xia angrily with a murderous look in her eyes. Lu Xia, you've crossed the line. You brought this upon yourself, you can't live. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Xia with disappointment in his eyes. He had known Lu Xia for a long time before Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. He had always thought Lu Xia was a good person. He did not expect Lu Xia would betray them. He was very disappointed. Since you have nothing to say, I'll give you a quick death. Duan Lingtian continued to speak indifferently. His face was expressionless, and his tone was still emotionless. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The hand that was holding Lu Xia suddenly jerked and pulled back. At the same time as the giant hand was pulled back, the power that had turned into the giant hand suddenly exploded. It turned into a mushroom cloud and gave rise to waves of boundless shock waves that swept out in all directions. When the mushroom cloud completely dissipated, Lu Xia was nowhere to be seen. She had died in the explosion of energy. Let's go. After killing Lu Xia, Duan Lingtian and the other two left the area. They had come here to try their luck. They wanted to see if Lu Xia would walk right into their trap. Naturally, the reason they were able to find this place was because they had encountered a bodiless celestial from Vast Cloud Realm when they sensed the entrance to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone in their respective mundane realms. The bodiless celestial had led them here and waited for them to show up. We'll wait for 3 days. If Lu Xia doesn't show up in 3 days, we'll leave. After the bodiless celestial from the Vast Cloud Realm left, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. At that time, although he felt Lu Xia might appear here, he was not 100% certain. For this reason, he decided to wait for 3 days. If Lu Xia did not show up in 3 days, he would not waste any more time here. However, he did not expect Lu Xia would show up. After waiting for half a day, Lu Xia showed up. For this reason, he decided to wait for Lu Xia. Lu Xia was not aware of this. Otherwise, she would not be able to rest in peace even if she died. It had been 3 years since the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. At this time, the people from the various mundane realms who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone could clearly sense the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Some people who had obtained celestial supreme treasures had left the Beyond Heaven secret zone to avoid unnecessary risks. These people were, without a doubt, very smart. There were also some who did not leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone immediately after obtaining celestial supreme treasures. As a result, they died at the hands of experts stronger than them. Even the celestial supreme treasures in their possession changed owners. Similar things were happening everywhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. As time passed, more and more people followed the clues provided by the human rank and heaven rank treasure vaults to get closer to the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, there was a thick fog. In the past 3 years, many people had mistakenly entered this place and ended up getting lost. They had been wandering in and out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone for a long time. It was only when they sensed the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the mundane realm that they managed to escape. Apart from that, they also managed to leave the place that was shrouded in fog. Chapter 2459. After the group of people who had been lost for a long time fled for their lives, swoosh. 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 Like meteors streaking across the night sky, numerous swift silhouettes swept over from afar. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the periphery of the foggy land. One by one, they stopped in succession. As these people came to a stop, their figures and appearances were revealed one by one. They were 4 young men and 2 young women. It's inside. A burly young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes stared at the foggy area with bright eyes. This place seems a little unusual. It doesn't seem like a human rank treasure vault. Another handsome and delicate young man followed suit. His words were quickly approved by the last 2 young men. Indeed, it's different from the human rank treasure vaults we've encountered before. Not only is it different from the human rank treasure vaults we've encountered before, but it's highly likely that this place is a heaven rank treasure vault that we haven't encountered before. As soon as the 2 young men finished speaking, the eyes of the other 2 young men and 1 young woman lit up immediately. A heaven rank treasure vault. Not only did it contain celestial supreme treasures, but it might even contain celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realms. The last young woman was the only one who remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though she would not change her expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. This young woman had a peerless appearance that another young woman could never hope to reach. But on this peerless appearance, there was a cold aura, as if she was covered in a layer of frost, repelling people thousands of miles away. She was dressed in a snow-white robe. She looked like a cold celestial maiden who had descended from the 9 heavens. Let's go. Let's go in and have a look. As one of the young men spoke first and immediately moved, the other 3 young men and the young woman also followed. They hid in the fog and completely disappeared. Only the cold and elegant woman in a snow-white robe remained where she was, not moving at all. She raised her hand slightly, and a feng shui compass appeared in her hand. The needle on the feng shui compass was pointing at the foggy area in front of her. It was the place where the 4 young men and the young woman had entered earlier. Is this the place? It was rare for the cold and elegant woman to open her mouth. Although her voice was cold, it was pleasant to listen to, like an orchid in an empty valley. Fortunately, the 5 companions of the woman didn't see her take out the compass, otherwise, they would definitely be extremely surprised. This was because they did not know the woman had an independent clue about the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Furthermore, this clue also pointed to the foggy land before them. In the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, the clues that led to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial did not match up. If two separate clues lead to the same place, it also means that place was the place where the inheritance of the golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven was located. Just as the cold and elegant woman was about to move and hide in the dense fog in front of her, she seemed to have sensed something. She faintly knitted her pair of beautiful eyebrows. After which, she turned her body slightly and looked towards the south. At first, that place was completely calm, no clues visible. A moment later. Whoosh! A sword howl that seemed to resound throughout the heavens and earth swept over from afar, its momentum like a rainbow. A sword cultivator? The cold and elegant woman raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly when she heard the sound. After a while, a small black dot appeared in her field of vision. As soon as the small black dot appeared, it began to grow at an exaggerated speed. After the small black dot grew larger, it transformed into a huge sword ray. When the cold and elegant woman got closer, she could clearly see that there was a figure in the sword ray. Within the sword light, there was a figure. It was a young man with a grave and stern face. The young man was dressed in a blood-red robe. Even from afar, she could clearly smell the stench of blood on his body. A devil Dao sword cultivator? The cold and elegant woman frowned slightly when she smelled the pungent stench of blood. She could clearly see the young man's blood-red eyes and the rising murderous aura from his body. He did not look like a human at all. Instead, he looked like a killing machine. Whoosh! A gust of wind seemed to blow past. The blood-eyed young man, who had a blood-colored sword glow on his body, arrived near the cold and elegant woman in the blink of an eye. He stopped a short distance away from the cold and elegant woman and stared at her expressionlessly. It seems like he followed the clues here. At this moment, the cold and elegant woman's eyes shifted to the feng shui compass in the blood-red young man's hand. The needle on the feng shui compass was pointing in the direction of the foggy area. It was also the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. The blood-red young man stared at the cold and elegant woman. The cold and elegant woman stared back at him without any fear. Whoosh! 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 Blood chi soared from the young man's body. He was like a blood sword that soared into the sky, constantly emitting a sharp sword light and emitting a series of sword whistles. Whoosh! 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 A holy sword ray rose from the cold and elegant woman's body. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens. In terms of power, the sword ray that rose from the cold and elegant woman's body was in no way inferior to the blood-red young man. Perhaps, the blood-red young man sensed the cold and elegant woman was not to be trifled with, so he withdrew his gaze without warning. Then, under the cold and elegant woman's gaze, he flew into the foggy area. Whoosh! Upon seeing this, the cold and elegant woman followed suit. Naturally, even if the blood-red young man did not enter the foggy area first, she would still enter the foggy area. After all, the foggy area was also her destination. The location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I hope the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial this time is similar to the last time. It's left behind by a sword celestial. The cold and elegant woman could not help but think to herself as she stepped into the foggy area. As a sword cultivator, it was only natural that she hoped the person who left behind the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was a sword celestial. In that case, as long as she could obtain the inheritance, her strength would also increase by leaps and bounds. Duan Lingtian was still on his way to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Otherwise, if he had bumped into the blood-red young man, he would have discovered him immediately. The blood-red young man was none other than his good friend, Su Li, whom he had not seen for many years. After Su Li and the cold and elegant woman entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the foggy area remained quiet for almost half a month. However, no one came after half a month. As for Su Li and the others who entered the place, they did not come out. It was as though they had disappeared without a trace. Half a month later, 2 uninvited guests finally appeared in the foggy area of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was as though 2 gusts of wind had blown past. 2 graceful figures appeared in the void at the right time. Surprisingly, they were 2 women who looked exactly the same. Their figures were graceful, and they had peerless appearances. It was obvious they were twins. Although the 2 sisters looked the same and their figures were exactly the same, their temperaments were completely different. One was like a fiery red rose, and the other was like an elegant snow lotus. Kerr. This place seems different from the human rank and heaven rank treasure vaults we've been to before. The rose-like woman said to the other woman next to her as she looked at the foggy area in front of her. Sister. The other woman who looked like a snow lotus said with a serious expression, if I'm not wrong, this should be the last stop of our trip. Based on the way they addressed each other, it was clear they were Kerr and Gan Ruyen. Ever since Kerr had found Gan Ruyen and met up with Gan Ruyen, the 2 sisters had been searching for clues along the way to the location of the great overarching golden celestial. Along the way, they had come across a heaven-ranked treasure vault. Last stop? Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard Kerr's words. Then, her eyes lit up as though she had recalled something. Kerr, do you mean this place is the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Yes. Kerr nodded. Are you sure? Gan Ruyen asked excitedly. I'm 90% sure. Kerr replied. She did not give a definite answer. Since you said you're 90% sure, it seems like this is the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Gan Ruyen said matter-of-factly. She knew her younger sister very well. She was very cautious. Since she had said she was 90% sure, this place must be the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. We'll have to go in and take a look. Kerr said. Soon after, the 2 sisters also disappeared into the fog. After Kerr and Gan Ruyen entered the fog, many people with compasses arrived one after another and entered the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. During this time, Feng Tianwu and Mu Yi from the 7 Absolute sect also entered the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In the end, many bodiless celestials arrived and waited outside. In the beginning, there were not many bodiless celestials. However, more and more bodiless celestials gathered outside the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Soon enough, they were certain this was the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I wonder which mundane realm will be able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 2460. It doesn't matter which mundane realm obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It's impossible for us to obtain it. A bodiless celestial sighed. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was similar to heaven-ranked treasure vaults and human-ranked treasure vaults. Only those who were not bodiless celestials could enter and obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, although there were many bodiless celestials outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, they could only look on helplessly. I think Duan Ling Tian, the eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm, will obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. A middle-aged bodiless celestial said confidently. His voice was not soft to begin with, and there were not many people talking at this time. Therefore, his words clearly entered the ears of all the individual immortals outside the inheritance ground of a great overarching golden immortal, attracting their attention. Duan Lingtian? The rumored eminent celestial who killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Moreover, one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials was killed after he obtained a celestial supreme treasure? Duan Lingtian who cast a celestial technique to forcefully snatch other people's celestial supreme treasures? That 7 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by him after he obtained his celestial supreme treasure? Many bodiless celestials present on the scene had heard about Duan Lingtian. However, they did not really believe these rumors. They felt that they were exaggerated. How could a mere eminent celestial be so strong without obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Even Feng Qingyang who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was only as strong as a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial before he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. That's him. The middle-aged bodiless celestial nodded. Humph. Many bodiless celestials scoffed when they heard the middle-aged bodiless celestial's words. Then, they said mockingly, "I don't care if you believe the rumors or not." I don't believe it either. It's impossible for a mere eminent celestial to possess such strength before obtaining the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. I also don't think he can be that strong. More and more bodiless celestials did not believe that Duan Lingtian had the strength to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Not to mention killing a 7th tribulation loose celestial who possessed an immortal supreme treasure. Everyone. The middle-aged bodiless celestial said anxiously, "I've only heard about Duan Lingtian killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow outside the heaven-rank treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. I didn't see it with my own eyes. However, I was there when he killed the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial who had obtained a celestial supreme treasure. He did use an unfathomable celestial method to snatch the celestial supreme treasure that the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial had just obtained. Then, he displayed the strength of an 8th tribulation bodiless celestial and killed the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial." After saying this, the middle-aged loose immortal's face turns red. After all, he was one of the witnesses. Naturally, he became anxious when he was suspected. I was there as well. Soon after, another bodiless celestial stepped forward and said, "What he said is true. Duan Lingtian is indeed capable of snatching other people's celestial supreme treasures." However, not only did he use the celestial method to snatch the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial supreme treasure, but he also snatched the sword I carried on my back. Since then, I no longer dare to carry my sword on my back. A hint of fear could be seen on the bodiless celestial's face as he spoke. Previously, Duan Lingtian had snatched the weapons of a group of people, including the sword he carried on his back. Since then, the bodiless celestial had been traumatized and no longer dared to carry his sword on his back. Could it be true? It's fine if it's only one person, but why are both of them saying the same thing? Moreover, from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they're lying. Many bodiless celestials began to doubt that Duan Lingtian had killed a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. They no longer thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be so strong. I wasn't there when Duan Lingtian killed the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure, another bodiless celestial said. However, I was there when Duan Lingtian killed the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow outside the heaven-rank treasure vault. Unfortunately, the lightning penalty oath is invalid in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Otherwise, I would have sworn on the lightning penalty oath to prove that I'm telling the truth. However, even so, I'm still willing to swear on my honor. Everything I've said is true. There's absolutely no falsehood in my words. The bodiless celestial's expression was solemn when he spoke. He did not feel guilty at all even when he was faced with the gazes of the bodiless celestials. This caused the bodiless celestials present on the scene to be even more skeptical. Is it possible that Duan Lingtian is really that strong? If he's really that strong, who would be a match for him in the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Who would be able to defeat him? That's right. If the rumors are true, he's capable of killing a seventh tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. With his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill everyone in the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. As the bodiless celestials discussed among themselves, they looked at the foggy area in front of them. Most of them were of the same opinion. If Duan Lingtian was really that strong, and Duan Lingtian was also in the inheritance, they were certain no one would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, these bodiless celestials were unaware of this. Although a large number of people who were not bodiless celestials had already entered the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, Duan Lingtian had yet to enter the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Currently, Duan Lingtian was facing his first problem since he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, it was a huge problem. I thought it's a good thing to come across a heaven-ranked treasure vault. I didn't expect to encounter a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he leaned against the entrance of a heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. His expression was unsightly as he muttered to himself. Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, had a grave expression on their faces as well. Big brother Lingtian. Is it really impossible to find him and kill him as soon as possible? He's only a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. If you kill him with all your might, he won't be able to use a soul attack on you, right? Han Xuanai asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Xuanai, I've told you before that he's very cunning. Moreover, the entrance of the underground palace is located in a forest. For this reason, it's difficult to locate him. Moreover, he's good at concealing his aura and manipulating puppets to disguise themselves as him to confuse me. For this reason, if I'm not confident I can locate his true body, I won't dare to make a move. If I attack his puppets instead of his true body, his soul attack will have a chance to hit me as well. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. He felt extremely frustrated. With his current strength, although he was not confident he could defeat a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was confident he could fight a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to a draw. For this reason, even if the person guarding the underground palace was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not have to hide in the underground palace. I've been trapped here for 2 months by a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt extremely aggrieved. However, there was nothing he could do. Although his opponent was only a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, he had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique and could use soul attacks as he wished. If that was all there was to it, it would be fine. He could completely obliterate the other party before the other party could make a move, preventing the other party from using a soul attack on him. That way, the other party wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. However, there was a problem. Not only did his opponent have the geographical advantage, but he also knew how to manipulate puppets to disguise themselves as his true body. For this reason, he did not dare to make a move recklessly. It would be fine if he won. However, if he lost, he would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. A voice rang from outside the underground palace. It was impossible to tell where it came from. Don't tell me you plan to hide here until the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens? You have to think carefully. If you don't get out by then, you and the people around you will also be trapped here. That's not a good thing. The voice belonged to the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Humph. In the underground palace, Duan Lingtian ignored the voice. However, Han Xuanai scoffed and said, "So what if the Beyond Heaven secret zone closes? Don't tell me you're still going to be trapped here with us at that time? If you're so capable, don't leave. If you leave, we won't be trapped here forever," Han Xuanai said. As soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, the voice fell silent again. After a while, the voice spoke again. "Little girl, I have to admit that you're very smart. However, are you going to give up on the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? With Duan Lingtian's strength, it's almost certain that he'll obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Is it really necessary for you to give up on the opportunity to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial for a celestial supreme treasure?" Towards the end, there was a hint of persuasion in the other party's tone. Chapter 2461. Do you really only want a celestial supreme treasure? Han Xuanai, who was hiding in the underground palace, asked in a deep voice after hearing the conversation outside. Of course. At this moment, the four tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique said. Once again, the sound seemed to come from all directions and spread into the underground palace. Brother Ling Tian, Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian. In her opinion, Duan Ling Tian was worried. It was worth it to give up a celestial supreme treasure in exchange for that person's safety. "Xuanai, do you trust him?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he saw Han Xuanai looking at him. "Brother Ling Tian, we don't have any other choice. Unless we give up the opportunity to enter the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It's fine for Zhang Yi and me since it won't affect you much. However, you might lose the opportunity to enter the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial," Han Xuanai said with a wry smile on her face. Since one could not swear on the lightning penalty oath in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Han Xuanai was not certain if the four tribulation bodiless celestial was lying to her or not. However, she thought to herself, Brother Duan Ling Tian, apart from giving the four tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique a celestial supreme treasure, they had no other choice. Forget it. Since you think he's trustworthy, I'll give him a celestial supreme treasure. I'd like to see if he dares to come out and retrieve a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he saw Han Xuanai's expectant gaze. In the end, he took out a celestial supreme treasure and tossed it out of the underground palace. Swoosh! The celestial supreme treasure that Duan Ling Tian tossed out was a celestial saber. It was the celestial saber he had snatched from a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian tossed the celestial saber out of the underground palace. It did not take much effort for the celestial saber to land in a bush nearby. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian tossed the celestial saber as though it was trash. Humph! The four tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique scoffed when the celestial saber landed on the ground. Do you think I'll fall for your tricks? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You placed the immortal supreme treasure there because you want to bet that I will personally go and retrieve it. Unfortunately, you're destined to be disappointed. I can just let the puppet under my control go and retrieve the immortal supreme treasure. Almost as soon as the four tribulation bodiless celestial finished speaking, a figure dashed out of the forest at high speed. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived near the celestial saber that was stuck in the ground. Duan Ling Tian, if you dare to destroy my puppet, I won't let you leave even if you hand over all your celestial supreme treasures. The four tribulation bodiless celestial did not forget to threaten Duan Ling Tian. I'm not interested in destroying your puppet. As soon as the four tribulation bodiless celestials finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian, who was hiding in the underground palace, said indifferently, "You're right." The puppet grabbed the celestial saber and pulled it out of the ground. The four tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. However, just because I'm not interested doesn't mean others aren't interested as well. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, boom! A vast and majestic energy swept in from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the puppet that had just pulled the celestial saber out of the ground was annihilated. Only the celestial saber that was in the puppet's hand was left unscathed as it fell from the sky. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. When the celestial saber was about to fall to the ground, an old figure appeared and caught it. I'm quite lucky to be able to obtain a celestial supreme treasure here. The old man who had just appeared looked at the celestial saber in his hand and laughed heartily. It seems like my trip to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was not in vain. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the four tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment asked in a low voice when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of making a move on the old man. He asked in a low voice, "He took your celestial supreme treasure. Why didn't you kill him?" A hint of anxiety could be heard in the four tribulation bodiless celestial's voice. Humph. As soon as the four tribulation bodiless celestial finished speaking, Duan Lingtian scoffed coldly. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I attack him, won't you take the opportunity to lock onto me and use a soul attack on me? You. The four tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark almost threw up blood when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although Duan Lingtian's words were exactly what he had in mind, he was not surprised. However, he was dismayed that Duan Lingtian had seen through him so easily. This is bad. The four tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark felt a surge of divine consciousness sweeping toward him. In just a blink of an eye, the divine consciousness had shrouded a large area, including him. He felt as though he had nowhere to hide. A four tribulation bodiless celestial. The divine consciousness came from the old man who had just put the celestial saber away. He was a four tribulation bodiless celestial like him. You can't kill me. The four tribulation loose celestial, who was hiding in the dark, could clearly sense the old man's killing intent. He was completely anxious and said hurriedly, he said anxiously, if you kill me, Duan Lingtian who's hiding in the underground palace will definitely kill you and take the celestial supreme treasure away from you. For this reason, I advise you to leave with the celestial supreme treasure while I'm still able to intimidate Duan Lingtian. The four tribulation bodiless celestial was afraid the old man would attack him. The old man's cultivation base was similar to his. However, since the old man had a celestial supreme treasure, the four tribulation bodiless celestial knew he was no match for the old man. Duan Lingtian? The eminent celestial who killed 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? The old man asked in a deep voice when he heard the four tribulation bodiless celestials' words. That's him. The four tribulation bodiless celestial replied immediately. Ha ha ha, the old man burst out laughing when he heard the four tribulation bodiless celestial's words. Why are you laughing? The four tribulation bodiless celestial said impatiently. He did not know why the old man was laughing. I'm laughing at your naivety. The old man said mockingly, if Duan Lingtian is here, how can a mere four tribulation bodiless celestial like you threaten him? You must be dreaming. Of course, I can threaten him. The four tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark was infuriated when he saw the old man doubting him. No matter how strong Duan Lingtian is, he's only an eminent celestial. His soul defense is weak. Although I'm only a four tribulation bodiless celestial like you, I've cultivated the soul congregation embodiment so I can cast soul attacks. Unless Duan Lingtian can attack me before I can use my soul attack on him. Otherwise, even if he manages to injure me or kill me, he'll still die. The four tribulation bodiless celestial's tone was filled with confidence. Is that so? Just as he finished speaking, he heard a voice that made him feel as if his insides were about to explode. He was so shocked that his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he realized something was amiss. When his attention was diverted to the old man, his divine consciousness unconsciously left the entrance of the underground palace. It's over. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial thought to himself. Swoosh! The sword light flashed across the sky and pierced through the glabella of the four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark, killing him. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial's eyes were wide open when he died. If his attention had not been completely attracted by the old man who was also a four-tribulation scattered celestial, he would not have been able to take advantage of the situation. Whoosh! When the four-tribulation bodiless celestial was killed, a purple figure appeared nearby. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he watched the four-tribulation bodiless celestial's body disappear. The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had just killed the four-tribulation bodiless celestial. This, at the same time, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, who were still in the underground palace, were completely stunned. Everything that had occurred earlier had occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point they were even unable to react. By the time they reacted, everything was over. Master! At this moment, Zhang Yi was shocked to find out that there was no one around. The old man, who had just taken the immortal saber and attracted the attention of the four-tribulation loose celestial hiding in the dark, gave Duan Ling Tian an opportunity to kill the four-tribulation loose celestial, bowed respectfully to Duan Ling Tian. It was to the extent that he even addressed Duan Ling Tian as master. On the other hand, Han Xuanai, who was standing next to Zhang Yi, was not surprised at all. This was because she had recognized the old man as soon as he had appeared. The old man was none other than Chen Yiru, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was always by Ling Tian's side. Why is he here? Han Xuanai was perplexed. Even after leaving the underground palace and arriving at Duan Ling Tian's side, she was still confused. Big brother Ling Tian, what's going on? Han Xuanai asked as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Let's talk as we walk. A hint of anxiety flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he looked at the feng shui compass in his hand. Chapter 2462. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he did not forget to bring Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi with him. After all, if he let Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi travel on their own, they would definitely slow him down. Swoosh! When Chen Yiru saw Duan Ling Tian leaving with Han Xuanai, he quickly followed after them. It did not take long before he arrived next to Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had intentionally slowed down to wait for Chen Yiru. Otherwise, if he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Chen Yiru would not have been able to catch up to him. To be honest, I didn't expect Sandao to appear. When Duan Ling Tian saw the confusion in Han Xuanai's eyes, he explained as they traveled, although Sandao has the detection jade token that I gave him, he has to stay a certain distance away from me if he wants to know where I am after I crush the detection jade token. Otherwise, even if I crush more corresponding jade slips, he wouldn't be able to sense my location, let alone confirm my location. Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment when he spoke. Then, does this mean he only appeared because you crushed the sensing jade token, brother Ling Tian? Han Xuanai asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he continued to say, during this period of time, I've crushed many sensing jade tokens, but I wasn't able to contact Sandao. It was only when you asked me to give him a celestial supreme treasure that he managed to contact me. Then, I asked Sandao to put on a show with me. A sneer appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian had been extremely depressed during this period of time. Currently, he was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, he was forced to hide in the heaven-rank treasure vault by a mere 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Under such circumstances, how could he not feel aggrieved and depressed? If Master didn't ask me to leave that guy to him, I would have killed him with my saber. Chen Yiru looked at the celestial saber in his hand as he followed Duan Lingtian. His eyes flashed with a hint of infatuation. His forte was the saber, after all. With this celestial saber, he was confident he could kill his opponent even if he was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. Master. Chen Yiru looked at the celestial saber in his hand reluctantly before he handed it over to Duan Lingtian. After all, this was his master's celestial supreme treasure. Take it. Duan Lingtian did not take the celestial saber from Chen Yiru. I have a few celestial supreme treasures, so I gave this celestial saber to you. After all, you're a saber cultivator. If you can obtain a celestial saber, it'll be much easier for you to improve your strength. With your strength and this celestial saber, I'm afraid not many five-tribulation bodiless celestials are a match for you. Duan Lingtian smiled. He knew Chen Yiru's strength very well. Master, this is too precious. Chen Yiru was excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he knew he should not accept such a precious item. This was a celestial supreme treasure, not a weapon from the mundane realms. I told you to keep it, so just keep it. When did you start spouting so much nonsense? Duan Lingtian said with a frown on his face. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's displeasure, Chen Yiru no longer dared to refuse. He thanked Duan Lingtian respectfully and gratefully. In his heart, other than being touched, there was nothing else. After all, he was only a servant to his master. The fact that his master was willing to give him a celestial supreme treasure was enough to show how important he was to his master. His master treated him as though he was one of his own and not a servant who could be ordered around. I see. At this moment, Han Xuanai also came to a realization. As it turned out, everything Chen Yiru had done in front of the four-tribulation bodiless celestial, including his words, was just an act. Chen Yiru had only put on an act because Duan Lingtian had asked Chen Yiru to leave the four-tribulation bodiless celestial alive to him. He wanted to kill the four-tribulation bodiless celestial himself. Han Xuanai could understand why Chen Yiru had done this. She knew how frustrated and angry Chen Yiru must be. After all, Ling Tian's strength was comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he had the ability to snatch other people's celestial supreme treasures. Therefore, he was not afraid of ordinary 8-tribulation bodiless celestials. However, Chen Yiru had been humiliated by a mere 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. If she was Ling Tian, she would have been furious as well. She would have wanted to kill the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. We're really lucky. If it wasn't for Senior Chen, I'm afraid we'd still be trapped in the heaven-rank treasure vault. Zhang Yi rejoiced. Before Chen Yiru had appeared, the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial had promised to let them go if they managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure. However, he did not believe the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial at all. If he was in the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial's shoes, he would not miss the opportunity to obtain a few celestial supreme treasures. Perhaps, he would have acted like the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial and said he only wanted one celestial supreme treasure. However, after he obtained the celestial supreme treasure, he would have pretended to leave and hid in a corner. When they thought that he had left and came out of the underground palace, he would then kill them with lightning speed and seize all the immortal supreme treasures on them. Since you're my master's friend, please don't call me senior. You can just call me Sandao like my master. Although Chen Yiru did not know Zhang Yi, he could tell he was a friend of Chen Yi's friend. Zhang Yi was a friend of his master. Even if Chen Yiru was just an ordinary person, he did not dare to neglect his master's friend. This is Zhang Yi. At this moment, Duan Lingtian introduced Zhang Yi to Chen Yiru before he said, Zhang Yi, this is Chen Yiru. He's my servant. Although he's a servant, I don't treat him as an outsider. All right. Zhang Yi nodded. Then, he looked at Chen Yiru and said with a smile, "Senior Chen, it's fine if we don't talk about each other. You're a veteran in both age and cultivation. It's only right that I call you senior." But, although Chen Yiru was touched by Zhang Yi's words, he could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. He was afraid his master would be displeased by this. Zhang Yi isn't someone who cares about etiquette. "Let's do as he said." Duan Lingtian said indifferently when he saw Chen Yiru looking at him. "Yes." Chen Yiru replied respectfully. He was even more touched by Duan Lingtian's words. After all, his master was showing him respect and protecting his dignity by doing this. "We've been trapped in that place for so long. I wonder if the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial has already appeared?" Duan Lingtian grew more and more anxious as they continued on their journey. Ever since he found out about the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and learned that senior Feng Qingyang's strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial because he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he was filled with anticipation for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He was even more eager to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. "With my current strength, if I can obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, my strength will definitely improve. At that time, even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial won't be a match for me." Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. "If I possess such strength, I'll be able to kill the strongest powerhouse from the dragons, devils, and even the strongest powerhouse from the 2 clans with just a swing of my sword when I return to the Saint Province realm. In this world where the strong were revered, as long as one possessed strength that was unrivaled, one would be able to dominate everything. Perhaps, after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, my strength might be nothing in the Devata realms, but I'll definitely be able to rule in the mundane realms. After all, with my current strength, if I obtain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, I don't even need it to raise my strength by a few levels. As long as it raises my strength by 1 level, I'm confident I'll be stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial." Duan Lingtian was filled with excitement when he thought about this. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial that would appear in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. He could not wait to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial as soon as possible. "Brother Lingtian, don't worry. The inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial won't appear so soon." Han Xuanai could sense Duan Lingtian's anxiety and desire to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. She could not help but console him. "Zhang Yi." Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Do you know when the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial appeared the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened? When did someone find the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial?" Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi with a burning gaze. His voice was filled with eagerness. "Yes, I do." Zhang Yi replied, "According to the records in the Celestial Masters sect, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was discovered 3 years after the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened." Chapter 2463. If that's the case, based on the time it took for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial to be discovered, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial should have been discovered by now as well? Perhaps, someone has already obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. At the same time, his strength surged as he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength to the maximum. That's not necessarily the case. After all, it's not every time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opens, someone will find and obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial so quickly. Let's move at full speed. However, Duan Lingtian was not relieved by Zhang Yi's words. After casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Ling Tian began to move with Chen Yiru. If he moved at full speed, Chen Yiru would not be able to keep up with him. After passing through 2 human-rank treasure vaults, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally arrived at the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It was a place shrouded in thick fog. This is the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Before they arrived, Duan Ling Tian noticed a large group of bodiless celestials gathered in front of them. Some of the bodiless celestials mentioned that the foggy place was the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. So many people have already entered the place? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian learned from the bodiless celestials that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had already entered the place. Many people had already entered the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In other words, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial could be obtained at any time. As expected, we're late. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he brought Han Xuanai, Chen Yiru, and Zhang Yi to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Their arrival attracted the attention of the bodiless celestials. After all, not many people had come to this place recently. Those who were supposed to be here had already arrived. Those who didn't come were those who didn't know that the inheritance of the golden immortal was here. Duan Ling Tian. It's Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and the others appeared, some itinerant celestials recognized them and could not help but exclaim in fear. Duan Ling Tian? He is Duan Ling Tian. He's that Duan Ling Tian who killed 2 7th Tribulation loose immortals. Even a 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure was killed by him after he obtained the celestial supreme treasure. He, actually hasn't entered yet. At this moment, the group of bodiless celestials also looked at the bodiless celestial who had recognized Duan Ling Tian. As they spoke, they were greatly surprised that Duan Ling Tian had rushed over at this time. Most of the bodiless celestials looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. After all, rumor had it that Duan Ling Tian had killed 2 7th Tribulation bodiless celestials before. One of the 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials even possessed a celestial supreme treasure. His strength was comparable to an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. Now that the bodiless celestials present had confirmed this, they no longer doubted Duan Ling Tian's strength. He's Duan Ling Tian. It said that he and the people around him have a few celestial supreme treasures. A small group of bodiless celestials looked at Duan Ling Tian greedily. They could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian and the people around Duan Ling Tian so they could take the celestial supreme treasures for themselves. These bodiless celestials were relatively strong. Many of them were 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials and 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials. Sandao, wait for us here. Since bodiless celestials could not enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Duan Ling Tian had casually informed Chen Yiru before entering the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Master, please be careful. Chen Yiru nodded as he watched Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions leave. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he brought Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi with him as he flew toward the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At this moment, whoosh! Along with the sound of wind whistling in the air, a figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian like a ghost and blocked his path. Duan Ling Tian, who was leading Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial supreme treasure, immediately came to a halt. At the same time, his expression darkened. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was eager to enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, many people had already entered the place. After all, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial could be obtained at any time. Under such circumstances, if someone blocked his path, it would be tantamount to hindering him from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Scram. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not show any courtesy to the person who blocked his way. He bluntly told the person to get lost. The person who blocked Duan Lingtian's path was a middle-aged man with a medium build. Although his appearance was ordinary, he exuded an air of superiority as he stood there. Based on this, it could be seen that he had been in a high position for a long time. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. You want me to scram? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as though he was looking at a dead man. If you don't want to die, you'd better scram. Duan Lingtian said impatiently when he saw the middle-aged man did not seem to have heard him clearly. His eyes flashed coldly as though he was about to devour the middle-aged man. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's patience had reached its limit. It's Wu Xiao, the former sect leader of Great Cloud sect in Muro realm. At this moment, a bodiless celestial recognized the bodiless celestial who had been standing quietly at the side and blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Wu Xiao, the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm? Another bodiless celestial from Muro realm exclaimed in surprise. That's him. I've seen him once before. I didn't expect him to be here as well. I've been here for quite some time, but I didn't notice him until now. The bodiless celestial from Muro realm continued to speak. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm? Muro realm is a large mundane realm. Since he's widely acknowledged as the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, I'm sure Wu Xiao must be quite strong. At the very least, he's outstanding among 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Based on the rumors, not only does Duan Lingtian know how to snatch celestial supreme treasures, but his strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial as well. I wonder if Wu Xiao will be able to defeat him. I think so. After all, Wu Xiao is the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. At this moment, the 3 people from the other large mundane realms could not help but whisper among themselves. Many people were full of confidence in Wu Xiao and thought highly of him. He was standing near me earlier. I didn't expect someone as ordinary as him to be the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. One of the bodiless celestials exclaimed. You want to kill me? Wu Xiao's eyes turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said disdainfully, let's see if you have the strength to do so. Do you really think you're invincible just because you killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Today, I'll show you what it means by there's always someone better than you. As soon as Wu Xiao finished speaking, his energy soared into the sky like a ball of flames. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions, pressuring the weaker bodiless celestials present on the scene. These bodiless celestials could not help but retreat, afraid they would be caught in the crossfire when Wu Xiao made his move. So this is the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm? He's really extraordinary. It's not that I've never seen an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial fight before, but none of them are as powerful as him. He's truly the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. When Wu Xiao's power skyrocketed, many loose immortals couldn't help but sigh. They were filled with admiration for Wu Xiao. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Lingtian was infuriated when he saw the person who blocked his way had no intention of retreating and even took the initiative to provoke him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged out of his body. In the end, when the saint origin shrouded Duan Lingtian, it transformed into a sword-shaped flame that shot up into the sky. Not only that, but it also emitted waves of sharp sword intent in all directions. It was as though it could destroy everything. Elementary devouring tactic. Submission of 10,000 soldiers. 13 green lotus swords. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he unleashed all the techniques he had mastered. He was prepared to kill the person in front of him in the shortest amount of time possible. He wanted to enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the shortest time possible to obtain the inheritance. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to block his path would be his enemy. Moreover, Wuxia did not only want to stop him from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. This person was taking the initiative to provoke him and even wanted to kill him. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Wuxiao's motive. Wuxia was certain Wuxia was after the celestial supreme treasure in his possession. Apart from this, he could not think of any other possibilities. Those who block my path shall die. Chapter 2464. Today, I, Wuxia, will clear the name of bodiless celestials. Eminent celestials are like ants to us bodiless celestials. Wuxia said coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand. Bang! 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 The long spear shook, and a series of explosions that sounded like firecrackers rang in the air. Moreover, the terrifying aura it emitted made the bodiless celestials present on the scene feel oppressed. A celestial supreme treasure. Soon after, a bodiless celestial recognized the long spear in Wuxiao's hand. A celestial supreme treasure? Wuxia actually has a celestial supreme treasure. Heavens! Not only is Wuxia the strongest person at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the mundane realm, but he also has a celestial supreme treasure? With his strength and the celestial supreme treasure, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial might not be a match for him without a celestial supreme treasure, right? Many bodiless celestials exclaimed when they saw the long spear in Wuxiao's hand was a celestial supreme treasure. Their voices were filled with dread. After all, Wuxia was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. I don't know about other bodiless celestials, but you're not even comparable to an ant in front of me. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air. His tone was filled with disdain and contempt. At the same time, he took out his celestial sword. The immortal sword cooperated with his power and spun around his body, forming tens of thousands of sword rays. They formed a sword array in the void above his head, emitting a chilling aura. It's the sword formation. At the same time, the bodiless celestial who had seen Duan Lingtian cast the submission of thousands of soldiers cried out in surprise when he saw the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. Previously, Duan Lingtian used this sword formation to forcefully snatch the celestial supreme treasure from a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even the sword I carried on my back was forcefully snatched away by him. Another bodiless celestial exclaimed. Sword formation? Is this the sword formation that he obtained from Feng Qingyang? Feng Qingyang is from the same mundane realm as him. Moreover, he also obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Many bodiless celestials were looking at the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. The sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head was formed by thousands of sword rays. From afar, it looked like a sea of swords. However, there seemed to be a mysterious connection between the tens of thousands of sword lights. Good. Very good. Today, I, a person who is less than an ant in your eyes, will kill you right here and now. If I don't kill you, I'll be the strongest 8th tribulation scattered celestial in Muro realm. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wuxia was so angry that he laughed instead. The long spear in his hand shook, and his entire body whistled out like a rainbow. Like a space shuttle, it cut through the sky in the blink of an eye and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! The long spear in his hand seemed to have come to life as it charged toward Duan Lingtian like a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Submission of all soldiers. This time, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Wuxiao's words. He decided to use his actions to teach Wuxiao a lesson. The strongest 8th tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm was nothing in front of Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian thought of this, whoosh! 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 The sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head was originally hovering quietly in the air. At this moment, they emitted bursts of dazzling light, as if numerous suns were exploding. At the same time, with the sword formation as the center, a wave of extremely profound energy rippled across the sky like water ripples and swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the ripple-like energy fluctuation had enveloped a large area. Even Wuxiao was affected by it. What? What's going on? My sword. It seems like it's not listening to me anymore. What? What's it trying to do? My dual rings. I feel like they've come to life and are trying to leave me. When the energy fluctuation from the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head shrouded the area, a group of bodiless celestials who did not keep their weapons in their spatial rings discovered something. Their weapons were no longer listening to them. Before they even had time to react, their weapons had already left their hands. From the beginning until the end, they could not stop it at all. It was as though a force stronger than them had forcibly taken their weapons away. Whoosh! 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 The weapons left their owners and flew toward the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head as though they had become one with the sword formation. Look at Wuxiao, heavens! Even Wuxiao's celestial supreme treasure is no longer listening to him. Before the bodiless celestials could recover from their shock, many of them discovered that Wuxiao had suddenly stopped in midair. Wuxiao's figure had unknowingly stopped halfway. The long spear in his hand was also trembling continuously, as if it was trying to break free from his restraints. Impossible! As Wuxiao let out a cry of disbelief, the long spear in his hand had already crushed the power in his hand and injured his hand. As his hand was dripping with blood, the spear quickly left him. Whoosh! Similar to the weapons of the other bodiless celestials, the celestial supreme treasure spear that had left Wuxiao's hand entered the sword formation hovering above Duan Ling Tian's head in just a blink of an eye. 13 green lotus swords. Go! Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold when he saw Wuxiao's celestial supreme treasure was subdued by Duan Ling Tian's sword formation. At the same time, the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head shone brightly as though it had transformed into a scorching sun. The bodiless celestials, including Wuxiao, could not help but squint their eyes when they saw the sword formation. This was because the light from the sword formation was too dazzling. Almost as soon as the sword formation shone brightly, swoosh! 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 Bursts of ear-piercing sword whistles resounded. Sword rays shot out from the sword formation like a torrential flood. They surged towards Wuxiao with a torrential momentum. Among the sword rays, one could vaguely see Wuxiao's celestial supreme treasure long spear was among them. Apart from that, many weapons belonging to the bodiless celestials were also among them. Swoosh! 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 Before the people present could react, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air again. Streaks of sword gleams shot out from the direction of the sword formation. There were also spear gleams, saber gleams, staff gleams, and so on, more than 5 waves of sword rays, spear rays, saber rays, rod rays, and other sharp rays surged out and entered Duan Ling Tian's first wave of attack, causing the power of the first wave of attack to increase greatly. This was the profundity of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that Duan Ling Tian had mastered. When Duan Ling Tian cast the technique from the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword Amalgamation, he also cast all of his techniques, including the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer held back and attacked with all his might. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had attacked without holding back since he had successfully comprehended the fifth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Even when he killed the 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial who had obtained a Celestial Supreme Treasure, he did not go all out. At that time, he did not cast the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Not good. Duan Lingtian's first wave of attacks was not simple, but in Wu Zhao's opinion, it was not unstoppable. Because he could see that, the power of the attack was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Moreover, he was an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial who did not have a Celestial Supreme Treasure. The power of this wave of attacks. How could it increase by a level in such a short time? Wu Xiao shuddered in fear. Earlier, he seemed to have cast an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. It boosted his attack to a whole new level in just an instant. As the strongest 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in Muro realm, Wu Zhao's mental fortitude was not bad. He quickly recalled the 5 waves of attacks that had merged with the first wave. It was precisely because more than 5 waves of attacks had been integrated into the first wave of attacks that the first wave of attacks had been raised to a whole new level. Such an attack is comparable to the full-strength attack of an ordinary 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial and an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial with a Celestial Supreme Treasure. If he didn't take away my Celestial Supreme Treasure, I wouldn't be afraid of this attack at all. However, now. Run. In the blink of an eye, Wu Zhao's mind spun. In the end, he made a decision that he was most unwilling to make. Run. However, he knew he had no other choice. Right now, he had no other choice. Although he had decided to run, he did not plan to turn around and flee. After all, he knew he would not be able to escape if he did that since he could not catch up to the speed of Duan Lingtian's attack. Boom! Wu Xiao mobilized the energy in his body without holding back, causing the energy in his body to surge out like a ball of flame soaring into the sky. It was as though he had transformed into a fire god. Good timing. While the strength in his body skyrocketed without reservation, Wu Xiao didn't stay idle either. He suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Chapter 2465. Wu Zhao's action surprised Duan Lingtian. Originally, he thought that Wu Xiao would turn around and flee after sensing the power of his attack. If that was the case, his torrential attack would be able to easily drown Wu Xiao and kill him. However, he was surprised. Wu Xiao didn't turn around and run. Instead, he unleashed all of his strength, as if he wasn't afraid of death. This Wu Xiao is a smart man. The strongest 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in Muro realm is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, even though Duan Lingtian and Wu Xiao were standing opposite each other, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but marvel at Wu Zhao's courage and boldness, because he knew, by doing this, Wu Xiao was trying to find a way out of a hopeless situation. If Wu Xiao had turned around and fled, he would have been able to maintain his strongest state and kill Wu Xiao while he was fleeing. Now that Wu Xiao had attacked with all his strength, although it was impossible for him to completely block the attack, he was able to offset a large portion of the attack's power and weaken it. At that time, the remaining power of the attack would not be enough to kill Wu Xiao. At most, he would only be able to injure him. Duan Lingtian's attack is not simple. At this moment, the other 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials also realized Duan Lingtian's attack was not simple. Duan Lingtian's attack isn't something an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial without a Celestial Supreme Treasure can execute. The power of this attack isn't any weaker than the full-force attack of an ordinary 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. This attack is comparable to the full-force attack of an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial using a Celestial Supreme Treasure. When the 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials discovered this, their expressions turned grave. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with dread. Originally, they only thought that, even if the Duanling Tian was as powerful as the rumor said, he would only be on par with them. It was at this moment that they realized that there was something wrong. Duanling Tian's strength was far above theirs. He was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation scattered celestial. This Wuxiao, does he not want to live anymore? While the 8 tribulation loose immortals were shocked by Duanling Tian's strength, they also noticed Wuxiao charging towards Duanling Tian. He thought that Wuxiao was courting death. Perhaps Wuxiao was stronger than them. However, it had not reached the point where it could withstand the full-powered attack of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if it was just an all-out attack of an ordinary 9th tribulation loose immortal, this Wuxiao is smart. Soon after, one of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials sighed as though he had thought of something. Smart indeed. The rest of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials also reacted. The reason why they had reacted so quickly was because they had put themselves in Wu Zhao's shoes and thought for a moment. In the end, they all felt that this was the only way to survive Duanling Tian's attack. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. As the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, Wu Zhao's attack collided with Duanling Tian's full-powered attack. It was a head-on collision. Boom! 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 As soon as Wuxiao unleashed his full strength to counter Duanling Tian's attack, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. At the same time, the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air at lightning speed, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Whoosh! 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 At this time, the air waves caused by the vast and unparalleled power continued to collide with each other, forming a torrent-like shockwave that raged in all directions. The bodiless celestials with weaker cultivation bases retreated one after another. If it were not for Duanling Tian's timely intervention, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi would have been severely injured and sent flying by the shockwaves. After all, the shockwaves were equivalent to the full-powered attack of 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Boom! As the shockwaves swept out in all directions, Duanling Tian's full-powered attack, which had lost most of its power, shattered Wu Zhao's attack and landed on Wu Zhao's body. In an instant, Wu Zhao was sent flying. Barf! Wu Zhao was severely injured when he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. After flying for a distance, Wu Zhao's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth and unleashed the remaining energy in his body. Then, he seized the opportunity to retreat after being sent flying by Duanling Tian's attack. Swoosh! Wu Zhao, who had borrowed the force of the collision to retreat, was even faster than when he was at his peak. His speed was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Duanling Tian was not surprised by Wu Zhao's escape. The sword formation above his head flashed and appeared beneath his feet. Then, it carried him and chased after Wu Zhao at an unbelievable speed. At this moment, the sword formation beneath Duanling Tian's feet was like a shuttle that carried him at a speed comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial as he chased after Wu Zhao. The 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword has granted me both offense and speed. It's equivalent to me mastering an offensive celestial method and a movement celestial method at the same time. Duanling Tian had noticed this long ago. Due to the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he could also integrate the profundity of the sword-type divine ability, 13 green lotus swords, into the sword formation to increase his speed. At this moment, the 13 green lotus swords could even replace a movement divine ability to a certain extent. Naturally, the 13 green lotus swords could not replace a movement divine ability since it was an offensive divine ability. However, since Duanling Tian had the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword as a medium, he could also use the 13 green lotus swords as a movement divine ability. In other words, Duan Ling Tian controlled the sword formation to fly at a speed comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh! With his speed comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Ling Tian caught up to Wu Xiao in just a blink of an eye. Wu Xiao's expression changed drastically. The celestial methods and divine abilities he has mastered are both offensive and speed. At this moment, Wu Xiao finally realized this. This was also something he had not expected. Earlier, he had decided to flee despite his injuries because he did not think Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If that was the case, Duan Lingtian might not be able to catch up to him. However, he did not expect this at all. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities were both offensive and speed. Swoosh! 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 After catching up to Wu Xiao, Duan Ling Tian no longer held back and unleashed his full strength again. Similar to the previous attack, it swept toward Wu Xiao like a torrential flood in an aggressive manner. This time, Wu Xiao was no longer able to defend himself. Due to this reason, he was drowned by the torrential attack and died. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm had died just like that. If there were no other bodiless celestials here, I might have spared your life. However, I can only use you to make an example out of you. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes after killing Wu Xiao. Earlier, to a certain extent, Duan Ling Tian admired Wu Xiao's boldness and courage. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to make an example out of Wu Xiao, he might have spared Wu Xiao's life. However, in order to intimidate the other bodiless celestials present on the scene, he had no choice but to kill Wu Xiao. Duan Ling Tian did not feel guilty for killing Wu Xiao. After all, it was Wu Xiao who had stepped forward and tried to kill him and the people around him because he was interested in the immortal supreme treasures in their possession. Wu Xiao died just like that. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm died in the hands of an eminent celestial? How? How's this possible? How can Duan Ling Tian be so powerful? Among the bodiless celestials present on the scene, only a few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials could clearly see what had happened. The dozen or so 7 tribulation bodiless celestials could barely see what had happened. However, the other bodiless celestials could not see what had happened. When they saw Wu Xiao was killed by Duan Ling Tian, they could not help but feel shocked and they learned about the outcome. The bodiless celestials, including the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. After all, Duan Ling Tian was an eminent celestial who was strong enough to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The fact that he could kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial meant his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. An eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? What did this mean? Even Feng Qingyang, the sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the last opening of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone isn't as strong as he is now, right? Indeed. Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to Feng Qingyang who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Based on what he said, he seems to be Feng Qingyang's successor. After the group of bodiless celestials recovered from their shock, they could not help but whisper among themselves. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to Feng Qingyang who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Let's go. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian could not be bothered with the bodiless celestials present on the scene. He called out to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi as he prepared to enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Just as Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions were about to enter, whoosh. Chapter 2466. Duan Ling Tian was infuriated. To him, his wife, Ker, was one of the few people he cared about the most in this world. 09 Little Shoa net, if they encountered any danger, only one of them would be able to survive. If that was the case, he would make sure Kerr would survive. In his opinion, Kerr's life was more important than his own. He had always treated Kerr as his most precious treasure. He was afraid she would fall when he held her in his hands and melt when he held her in his mouth. However, Gan Ru Yen actually dared to bring Kerr into the dangerous beyond heaven's secret zone. How could he not be angry about this? At this moment, he even wanted to kill Gan Ru Yen. Initially, Gan Ru Yen was happy to see Duan Ling Tian. However, she did not expect Duan Ling Tian would treat her like this as soon as he appeared in front of her. It was as though she was his mortal enemy. However, she knew Duan Ling Tian's condition was not bad. Duan Ling Tian was only acting this way because he did not know about her sister Kerr's current cultivation base. He was only acting this way because he was worried about her sister. However, at this moment, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. From the beginning until now, she had never dared to compare herself to her sister in the man's heart. This was because she knew it was impossible for her to compare herself to her sister. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian's reaction. For the sake of her sister's safety, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal his killing intent toward her. Perhaps, if something really happened to her sister because of her, this man might really kill her to vent the hatred in his heart. You should be thankful that Kerr is fine. If anything happens to Kerr, I won't let you off. Duan Lingtian ignored Gan Ru Yan's pitiful expression. He looked at Gan Ru Yan coldly. At this moment, the distance between him and Gan Ru Yan seemed to have widened. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ru Yan was even more certain of her suspicions. Her eyes dimmed immediately. She was about to explain herself when she suddenly felt something was amiss. It did not matter if she explained herself or not. In his eyes, she, Gan Ru Yan, was not even comparable to her sister, Kerr. For the first time, she was jealous of her sister. In the past, she had only been envious of her sister. At this moment, under Duan Ling Tian's cold and merciless gaze, a sense of jealousy rose in the depths of her heart. Ku and I are twins, and we look exactly the same. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Why is there such a huge difference in treatment in front of him? Is it because Kerr knew him first? At the same time, a bitter expression appeared on Gan Ru Yan's face. Brother Tian, what are you doing? You've misunderstood my sister. Duan Ling Tian reprimanded Gan Ru Yan as soon as he arrived in front of her. Kerr was stunned. At this moment, Kerr finally regained her senses. She looked at Duan Ling Tian anxiously. Misunderstanding? Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Kerr's words. He frowned and said, Kerr, you don't have to speak up for her. Perhaps you wanted to come in yourself. However, would you have come in without her permission? She's the one to blame. Duan Ling Tian thought Kerr was trying to protect her sister. Elder brother Duan, you've really misunderstood Sister Ru Yan. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who was standing on the other side of Kerr, could not help but speak up. A helpless expression appeared on her beautiful face. Duan Ling Tian realized something was amiss when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. If it was only Kerr who said it was a misunderstanding, he could still interpret it as Kerr trying to protect her sister. However, even Tianwu said the same thing. Indeed, it's a misunderstanding. To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, Mu Yi, the current successor of the 7 absolute sex prophet progeny, who was standing next to Feng Tianwu, chimed in and spoke up for Gan Ru Yan. 09 Little Say Net. What? What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He looked at Kerr with a puzzled expression on his face. Kerr, this is, Brother Tian, just as Kerr was about to explain, a voice rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian? A loud voice that was filled with joy rang from afar. When it interrupted Kerr, it also entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his body began to tremble violently. The reason for that was because he was no stranger to that voice. It had been many years since he last heard this voice. However, he would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. He did not have many friends in his life. Therefore, he would remember each and every one of them. No matter how long they had been apart, he would still remember their faces and voices. Su Li. Before Duan Lingtian could shift his gaze away from Kerr, he had already identified the owner of the voice. Su Li. He was also a friend of his from the mortal continent. Moreover, he had known Su Li since he was young in this life. Swoosh. After Kerr was interrupted by Su Li, Kerr stopped speaking. Duan Lingtian immediately shifted his gaze to the source of the voice. There, behind the hazy fog, stood a young man. The young man was dressed in blood-red clothes, and his body still emitted the smell of blood. It was obvious that his blood-red clothes were stained with a lot of blood, which had been stained not long ago. Apart from that, he was also holding a sword in his hand. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell the difference between the sword and the young man. Although he didn't use his divine sense to examine the sword, he could sense the sharp aura exuding from the sword and was certain that it was a sword. The sword in Su Li's hand was also a celestial sword. Huh. Su Li, why are you here? After confirming the person in front of him was Su Li, Duan Lingtian flew out excitedly. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Su Li. He stared at Su Li intently as though he was afraid his friend whom he had not seen for many years would vanish into thin air. What a coincidence, Su Li smiled and was about to say something to Duan Lingtian when a cold voice rang out from behind him. Su Li, follow me to see the ancestor. A cold female voice rang in the air, interrupting Su Li's words. She spoke in a commanding tone. Hearing this cold female voice, the smile on Su Li's face slightly froze. Following which, he looked at the beautiful figure standing not far away and said apologetically, "Miss, I haven't seen this good friend of mine for many years. Can you let me chat with him for a while?" "Miss?" Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard someone speaking to Su Li in a commanding tone. When Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the person who had ordered Su Li's voice rang in his ears again. He was stunned by Su Li's words. Su Li actually addressed the woman before him as young miss with the attitude of a servant? At this moment, Duan Lingtian began to study the woman before him. This woman wore snow-white clothes and looked very young. Moreover, she had a peerless appearance that was not inferior to his wife, Kuer, and his confidant, Feng Tianwu. She caused one's eyes to light up. In addition, this woman in white seemed to be emitting waves of cold aura at all times, giving people the feeling that winter had arrived, as if it was thousands of miles away from her. "Don't forget that you're now my sword slave." The white-clad woman glanced at Su Li indifferently when she heard his words. Her voice turned even colder. Su Li's eyes dimmed when he heard her words. Understood. Su Li nodded obediently when he heard the white-clad woman's cold voice. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian apologetically. "Duan Lingtian, I'll meet you later. For now, I'll follow Miss Ren to meet the senior from the Yellow the Arch Mansion." As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he moved closer to the white-clad woman. Whoosh! However, just as Su Li was about to move, he was stopped by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Su Li and asked, "Su Li, what's going on? How did you become this woman's sword slave? Did she force you? If she did, you don't have to bother with her since I'm here. If she tries to make things difficult for me again, Duan Lingtian won't allow it." Duan Lingtian did not expect this. After so many years, his good friend seemed to have lost his freedom and became someone else's servant. How could he accept this? This was Duan Lingtian's friend, how could he allow him to become someone else's servant? Duan Lingtian did not expect his reunion with Su Li after so many years would be in such a situation. Duan Lingtian? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the white-clad woman's gaze lingered on him for a moment. However, she only glanced at him briefly before she looked away. Humph. Following that, the white-clad woman snorted before she turned into a white afterimage again. Like a hurricane, she appeared in front of an inconspicuous gray-clad old man. There were quite a number of patches on the gray robes of this old man. However, although his gray robes were patched up, they were very clean and did not have a single speck of dust on them. Duan Lingtian, I'll go over first. I'll explain to you later. Of course, you can ask them to tell you. Su Li bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he followed the white-clad woman to the gray-clad old man. Before he left, he glanced at Kerr and the other three women. Chapter 2467. Sister Kerr, why don't you tell him? Feng Tianwu was about to answer Duan Lingtian's question when she saw Kerr was about to speak as well. Therefore, she tactfully gave the opportunity to Kerr. It doesn't matter who says it. Kerr shook her head and smiled faintly. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian and told him everything that had happened since they met Su Li in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Both of you only met Su Li in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Duan Lingtian finally understood. Sister has met Su Li before we came in. Kerr said as she looked at Gan Ruyen. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Gan Ruyen. Before he could react, Kerr continued to say, Brother Tian, I didn't come in with sister. I followed you in after you came in. As for sister, she only came in after her cultivation base broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, Ku-er was prepared to explain this matter so that her sister, Gan Ruyen, would not be wronged. What? You followed me in? When Duan Lingtian heard Kerr's words, he was so shocked that he forgot about everything else. He stared at Kerr in disbelief. He would not have thought of this even if he racked his brains. He did not expect Kerr to follow him in. Was this still the meek Kerr he knew? Kerr. After learning the truth, Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, Don't you know how dangerous this place is? Although we didn't know this place was the Beyond Heaven secret zone, we only thought it was the Sword Saint secret zone left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. However, Senior Uncle Prophet had clearly said that those who don't have a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would die here. Why are you so bold as to follow me in? A hint of blame could be heard in Duan Lingtian's voice when he spoke. However, a hint of worry and fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He was worried something had happened to Kerr after they entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Even though Ku-er was safe and sound now, he still couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai had appeared next to Duan Lingtian at some point. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Brother Lingtian, Sister Kerr's strength is not to be underestimated. Do you still not believe what I told you before? In fact, not long after Han Xuanai met Duan Lingtian, she had told Duan Lingtian that Kerr had also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. She had also told him that Kerr was very strong and was not any weaker than Mu Yi, the successor of the prophet progeny in the 7 Absolutes sect. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian did not believe Han Xuanai at all. This made Han Xuanai feel helpless. If it was not for the fact that one could not swear on the lightning penalty oath in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Han Xuanai, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, would have sworn on the lightning penalty oath. In the end, there was nothing Han Xuanai could do about it since Duan Lingtian did not believe her at all. For this reason, when Han Xuanai saw Kerr, she was happy. She knew she could finally prove what she had said earlier. She was not lying. This, upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Previously, Han Xuanai had told him that Ke had followed him into the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and that Ke was not any weaker than Mu Yi. However, at that time, he did not believe Han Xuanai at all. Who was Ke? She was his wife. He had been with his wife for the past few years. Who else would know his wife better than him? However, Han Xuanai said that his wife's strength was above Mu Yi's. How was this possible? For this reason, he did not believe Han Xuanai when she said Ke had also entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Because he felt that it was an impossible thing. But now, reality had given him a resounding slap in the face, making him realize that he was wrong. He finally realized that Han Xuanai had not lied to him. Ku, is your strength really stronger than junior sister Yi? When Duan Lingtian looked at Ku again, his face was filled with bewilderment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe it. How could Ke, who was not even as strong as Gan Ruyen, become stronger than Mu Yi overnight? After all, Mu Yi's strength was second only to him among the members of the Seven Absolute sect. At this moment, a bitter smile appeared on Mu Yi's face when she saw Duan Lingtian asking Ke this question. The strength of this senior sister-in-law of hers was not just a little bit stronger than hers. When she recalled the strength Ke had displayed earlier, a hint of shock appeared in the depths of her eyes. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. Not only was the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, but she was also the wife of his senior brother, Duan Lingtian. Not only was she not a pretty face, but she was even more powerful than his senior brother. Yes. Ke nodded slightly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. However, she did not say much. Due to her low-key and introverted character, she would not say much at this moment. I'm sorry. I've misunderstood you. After receiving Ke's confirmation, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Gan Ruyen and smiled apologetically. I was too anxious earlier. When I saw Ke, I didn't think of anything else. I thought you were the one who brought her in. Gan Ruyen nodded with an "I understand" look on her face. Duan Lingtian looked away when he saw this. However, he did not notice the pain in the depths of Gan Ruyen's eyes. A hint of jealousy could be seen in her eyes as well. Ke. After apologizing to Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Ke and asked, How did your strength improve so quickly? You're even stronger than junior sister Yi. This was something that Duan Lingtian could not figure out. Ke was his wife. They were supposed to be very close to each other. There should not be any secrets between them. However, he realized now that he could not tell. He could not see through Ke. It has something to do with my previous life. Ke seemed to have guessed that Duan Lingtian would ask this question. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, she immediately said to Duan Lingtian, In recent years, there have been many memory fragments in my memory. When I put those memory fragments together, they formed the memories of my previous life. I realized that while I was piecing together the memory fragments, my soul was growing stronger. And at the same time that my soul is strengthening, my cultivation is also increasing at a very exaggerated speed. Although Ke explained the root cause of her rapid increase in cultivation base, she did not mention the process. After all, she had endured the pain of having her soul devoured in order to possess her current strength in such a short period of time. Naturally, she did not mention it because she was afraid Duan Lingtian would be worried. So that's how it is. When Duan Lingtian heard Ke's words, realization dawned on him. However, he did not suspect anything. After all, he knew that Ke was the reincarnation of a goddess. Ke. After learning the root cause of Ke's increase in cultivation base, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel worried. Based on what you said, when you were piecing together the memory fragments of your previous life, you should have recalled many things from your previous life as well. During this process, did it affect your memory of this life? If it did, from today onward, I won't allow you to piece together the memory of your previous life. When Duanling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn. Naturally, he knew Kerr had always been eager to increase her cultivation base so that she could help him. However, if the price was Kerr losing her memory of this life, he did not want Kerr to rely on this to increase her cultivation base. After all, he did not want anything to happen to Kerr. Brother Tian, don't worry. It won't affect me. Kerr shook her head and smiled. If it does affect me, I won't piece together the memory fragments again. After all, if I lose my memory of this life, I might forget about you and Si Ling. Brother Tian and Si Ling are more important to me than anything else. Therefore, I won't risk losing my memory of this life to piece together the memory of my previous life to increase my cultivation base. As Ku'er spoke, she became a little emotional. That's good. Duanling Tian finally felt relieved. Although he still wanted to ask Ku'er about the details of her past life's memory fragments, he knew that now was not the time. So he quickly avoided the topic and shifted the topic back to Suli. Kerr. What's the matter with Suli? If I'm not mistaken, that woman shouldn't be from the Saint Province realm we're in. In other words, Suli must have only met her after he came to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. But how did Suli become her sword slave? Duanling Tian was puzzled. It's because she helped Suli suppress the devilish aura. Kerr said, when we met Suli in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he was already the sword slave of the white-clad woman, Ren Yuanjie. At that time, I wanted to help him get rid of Ren Yuanjie, but he rejected my offer. A hint of helplessness could be heard in Kerr's voice when she spoke. Although Ren Yuanjie was strong and could be considered as one of the strongest eminent celestials, Duanling Tian was not a match for her. However, she was still a far cry from Ren Yuanjie. She helped Suli suppress the devilish aura. What is going on? Currently, Duanling Tian's face was filled with doubt. After listening to Kerr's explanation, Duanling Tian finally understood. Chapter 2468. Suli obtained the inheritance from the devil clan, and that's why he's in between a human and a devil? As a human, everything is normal. As a devil, he loses his rationality and becomes a killing machine? As Kerr explained, Duanling Tian also learned about the things that had happened to Suli all these years. For a moment, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for this good friend of his. This was because he knew how dangerous it was. Putting everything else aside for now. After Suli became a devil, he could no longer differentiate between friend and foe. Moreover, he must have offended many people because of this. Under such circumstances, it was extremely fortunate that Suli was still alive. Moreover, it was extremely fortunate that Suli was not completely devoured by the devil's trait and completely transformed into a devil. I didn't expect so many things to happen to Suli all these years. Duanling Tian could not help but sigh. At the same time, he looked at Kerr and asked, Kerr, you said earlier that the white-clad woman called Ren Yuanjie helped Suli suppress the devil's trait, and that's why Suli was willing to become her sword slave? Yes. Ku'er nodded and continued. I told Suli that if he wants to get rid of Ren Yuanjie, then I can help him. No matter if it's forcing Ren Yuanjie to give up on him, the sword servant, or killing Ren Yuanjie. When Kerr reached the end of her sentence, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She was very clear about the relationship between Suli and her brother Tian. She also knew that if her brother Tian knew about Suli's situation, he would definitely do the same. However, he rejected me. He said. A real man must keep his word, and he can't go back on his word. When Kerr reached this part of her sentence, she felt slightly helpless. He's such a person. When Duan Ling Tian heard Ker's words, he felt helpless as well. However, he knew Su Li was such a person. He was very stubborn. Once he had decided on something, he would not change his mind easily. Moreover, Ren Yuanjia had indeed helped him this time, and he was indebted to her. Did he promise to be Ren Yuanjia's sword slave forever? As Duan Ling Tian asked again, his gaze fell on the three figures in the distance. Over there, Ren Yuanjia, who wore snow-white clothes, was leading Su Li to bow to the gray-clothed old man. The inconspicuous gray-robed old man also looked at him the moment he looked over, and their eyes met. With just one glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell that the gray-clothed old man wasn't simple. Even the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial I killed earlier is no match for him. After exchanging glances with the gray-clothed old man, Duan Ling Tian could not help but have such a thought. In other words, this old man might be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he thought about this. As soon as he arrived, he swept his gaze across the bodiless celestials present, including the gray-robed old man. However, this gray-clothed old man had been standing in a corner the entire time. He appeared to be extremely unremarkable. Thus, he did not notice anything unusual. Now, when this old man bowed to Ren Yuanjia and Su Li, and looked at him, he showed that he was extraordinary in front of him. It made him vaguely realize this old man was most likely a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's not true. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Ker shook her head and said, according to what Su Li said. He seemed to have promised to be Ren Yuanjia's sword slave for 100 years. In other words, he will regain his freedom after 100 years. 100 years? That's good. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Su Li would stupidly promise to be a sword slave for the rest of his life. Although the lightning penalty oath did not exist in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the lightning penalty oath did not exist. However, with Su Li's character, there was no need for him to be bound by the lightning penalty oath. That Ren Yuanjia really got a great bargain this time. At this moment, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Elder brother Duan, do you know who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Don't tell me it's Su Li. When he heard what Feng Tianwu said earlier, Duan Ling Tian was still slightly puzzled, and he was completely unable to make sense of it. However, when he heard the second half of Feng Tianwu's words, he could vaguely guess what she was talking about. It's Su Li, Feng Tianwu nodded. Then, she looked at Ker and said, it's all thanks to Sister Ker that Su Li was able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If it weren't for Sister Ker, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Ker? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Although he knew Ker was not weak, he did not expect Ker would be able to help Su Li obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I can only say that Su Li is fated to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. When Duan Ling Tian looked at Ker, Ker continued to say, at that time, all of us were standing in front of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, in the end, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial only chose Su Li. This can only mean that we're not fated to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, it's also because Su Li is the only sword cultivator among all of us. The person who left behind the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was a great overarching golden celestial. When Ker reached the end of her sentence, she could not help but look at her sister, Gan Ru Yen, the current successor of the 7 absolute sex prophet progeny, Mu Yi, and Feng Tianwu. Previously, when they were at the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was so close to them. However, in the end, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had chosen Su Li, who was the furthest away from them. Su Li really obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Moreover, it's the inheritance from a sword celestial? Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses when he heard Ker's words. A bright smile appeared on his face. As it turned out, he was still thinking about this. He wondered who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, if he had not been delayed, he would have had a high chance of obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, now that he knew Su Li had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the trace of regret in his heart disappeared. After all, he did not want to leave the goodies for outsiders. In that case, this Ren Yuanjia has indeed picked up a huge bargain. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he looked at the white-clad woman in the distance. Meanwhile, at Su Li's side. The inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial that appeared during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone is actually the inheritance from a sword celestial? The gray-clad old man narrowed his eyes when he learned from Ren Yuanjia that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial that appeared during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone was actually the inheritance from a sword celestial. Yes, ancestor. Ren Yuanjia was extremely respectful in front of the gray-clad old man as though she was worshipping Buddha. Did you obtain the inheritance from a sword celestial? When the gray-clothed old man looked at Ren Yuanjia again, his sparkling eyes were filled with anticipation. Ren Yuanjia shook her head. The anticipation in the old man's eyes disappeared and was replaced by disappointment. Do you know who obtained it? The old man asked again. It's him. Meanwhile, Ren Yuanjia looked at Su Li and spoke. At this moment, there was a hint of envy in her eyes. Him? At this moment, when the old man's gaze landed on Su Li again, there was an earth-shattering change in him compared to before. After all, he had thought the blood-clad young man was Ren Yuanjia's sword slave. He did not expect Ren Yuanjia's sword slave would obtain the inheritance from a sword celestial. Yes. Ren Yuanjia nodded. Originally, his strength was inferior to mine. However, after he obtained the inheritance from a sword celestial, not only did he catch up to me, but he even showed signs of surpassing me. The old man looked at Su Li with burning eyes when he heard Ren Yuanjia's words. He asked in surprise, since you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, why do you still want to keep your promise to her and be her sword slave? A real man can't stand without keeping his word. In the face of the old man's question, Su Li replied indifferently. Ren Yuanjia's expression changed slightly when she heard Su Li's words. A real man can't stand without keeping his word. The old man was not stingy with his praise when he heard Su Li's words. Then, he looked at Ren Yuanjia and said, Yuanjia, I'll make a decision for you this time. From today onward, Su Li is no longer your sword slave. The promise is void. Do you agree? The old man asked. I'll do as you say, ancestor. However, Ren Yuanjia was stunned for a moment before she nodded in response to the old man's words. Senior, Su Li frowned when he saw this. Su Li. Ren Yuanjia said before the old man could speak, you're not going back on your word. I'm the one who's giving up on you. You don't have to feel burdened by this. Su Li looked at Ren Yuanjia as though he had just met her. In his impression, Ren Yuanjia was not such a considerate person. It seems like she's doing this because I obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and the old man from Yellow the Arch Mansion. It was not difficult for Su Li to figure this out. It's decided then. The old man said with a smile as he looked at Su Li, I'd like to invite you to join the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Are you willing? Here it comes. Su Li knew things were not as simple as they seemed. When he heard the old man's words, he knew he had guessed correctly. The old man had asked Ren Yuanjia to give up on him. Then, he invited him to join the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Chapter 2469. Although Su Li did not know much about the Yellow the Arch Mansion, based on Ren Yuanjie's words, he knew the Yellow the Arch Mansion had a direct connection to the Devata realm. If he had not obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he might have accepted the old man's invitation. However, it was impossible for him to do so now. After all, when he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he had also become the great overarching golden celestial successor. In the future, when he went to the Devata realm, he would have to become the great overarching golden celestial's disciple. Since Su Li had obtained the great overarching golden celestial successor, it was impossible for him to join another force in the Devata realm. If the Yellow the Arch Mansion was only a force in the mundane realms, it would be fine. However, the Yellow the Arch Mansion was not just a force in the mundane realms. "I'm sorry, Senior." Su Li shook his head and said bluntly, "If the Yellow the Arch Mansion is only an ordinary force in the mundane realms, I don't mind joining them. However, the Yellow the Arch Mansion is not just an ordinary force in the mundane realms. Since I've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, I'm destined to become his disciple when I go to the Devata realm." Based on Su Li's words, he made his stance clear. He already had a force in the Devata realm. "Su Li, perhaps you don't know," the old man shook his head and said, "to the great overarching golden celestial, you're just one of his many successors in the mundane realms. When you go to the Devata realm in the future, it doesn't matter if you don't become his disciple or join his force. Moreover, the Yellow the Arch Mansion is one of the top forces in the Devata realm. The old ancestor of the Yellow the Arch Mansion is a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Even if you join the Yellow the Arch Mansion, the great overarching golden celestial might not even pay attention to you. Even if he finds out about you, he might not dare to come to the Yellow the Arch Mansion." The old man's voice was filled with confidence. He was confident in the Yellow the Arch Mansion. "Senior, do you think I, Su Li, am the kind of person who would repay kindness with enmity?" Su Li's voice was filled with anger when he heard the old man's words. Su Li. Ren Yuanjie's expression. Su Li actually dared to act so presumptuously in front of their Yellow the Arch Mansion's old ancestor. Was he sick of living? After all, even the current mansion master of the Yellow the Arch Mansion had to be extremely respectful in front of the old ancestor of the Yellow the Arch Mansion. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. However, the person who was her sword slave a moment ago actually dared to be rude to the old ancestor of the Yellow the Arch Mansion. The Yellow overarching. Haha, however, the old man wasn't as angry as Ren Yuanjie imagined. Instead, he laughed and said, "Just as I thought. To the overarching, to Su overarching, to the overarching." The old man spoke as if he already knew that Su Li would reject his invitation. Overarching, overarches, overarching. Overarching, overarcher, golden overarching, overs, overarching, overarches, overing force, overs, yuan, overarching. Overarching, overs. Li Shi. No matter what, it's impossible for you to be Yuanjie's sword slave again, and making you her sword slave is also an insult to you. How about this? Since you and Yuanjie have made a promise of 100 years, I'll make the decision this time. I'll invite you to become a guest elder of my Yellow the Arch Mansion and protect it for 100 years. What do you think? Naturally, I'm talking about the Yellow the Arch Mansion in the mundane realm. It has nothing to do with the Yellow the Arch Mansion in the Devata realms. Sure. This time, Su Li agreed. This was not against his principles. Moreover, compared to being Ren Yuanjie's sword servant, being a guest elder of the Yellow the Arch Mansion was much more dignified. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Ren Yuanjie stood at the side. After hearing the old man's words, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She could clearly feel that, the current Su Li was completely different from the Su Li that was her sword servant from before. The latter was like a puppet. The former, on the other hand, was made of flesh and blood. Since the old ancestor respects him so much, with his character of repaying kindness, I'm sure he'll do his best for our Yellow the Arch mansion in the next 100 years. Ren Yuanjia was certain Su Li would do his best. For this reason, she felt that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. The Yellow the Arch mansion welcomes you. Since you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, we'll leave now and try our best to find more celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial methods in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After the old man finished speaking, he prepared to leave with Su Li and Ren Yuanjia to search for celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial methods in heaven rank and earth rank treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Although the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had been obtained, the Beyond Heaven secret zone would still be open for a long time. As a bodiless celestial, it was fine if he encountered earth-rank treasure vaults, but he did not have the right to enter heaven-rank treasure vaults. With Su Li and Ren Yuanjia, even if we encounter heaven-rank treasure vaults, the celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial methods will belong to the Yellow the Arch mansion. The old man was filled with confidence. Senior. At this moment, Su Li did not forget about Duan Lingtian. Before we leave, I'd like to say goodbye to my friend. Oh? Duan Lingtian? The old man did not seem surprised when he heard Su Li's request. Moreover, he even mentioned Duan Lingtian's name when he spoke. Senior, you know my friend? Su Li was stunned. Your friend isn't simple. The old man looked at Su Li meaningfully when he heard Su Li's question. Duan Lingtian isn't simple? Su Li was stunned again. Ren Yuanjia said, you must have been bewitched most of the time. That's why you haven't heard any rumors about your friend. Ren Yuanjia, who was standing at the side, said, Duan Lingtian has killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. It said that one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials was killed by him after he obtained a celestial supreme treasure. As far as I know, these rumors aren't baseless, Ren Yuanjia said. Su Li was stunned. He killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Su Li was dumbfounded. Although he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, with the help of his celestial sword, he was only a match for an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. However, his friend had already killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Yes. Moreover, the 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed by him without exception. Ren Yuanjia said. Su Li was dumbfounded. Although he had not seen Duan Lingtian for many years, he knew Duan Lingtian was not weak. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. That's true. Even Duan Lingtian's wife is so strong. How can he be weak? Su Li recalled how he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial with the help of Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke. Otherwise, he would not have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, if he did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he would not be able to obtain it. However, Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke, had given him the opportunity to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. The matter of him killing 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials is a thing of the past. The old man said, before all of you came out, Duan Lingtian had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. If I don't use a celestial supreme treasure, I'll definitely be at a disadvantage if I fight him with a celestial supreme treasure. When the old man reached the end of his sentence, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance. After Duan Lingtian used a mysterious celestial method to snatch the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial supreme treasure, he heavily injured the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Then, he chased after the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and killed him. The old man narrowed his eyes as a hint of shock appeared on his face. He could not help but feel shocked, and he recalled the scene earlier. Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, but he was shocked by the fact that his attack was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This meant that Duan Lingtian's attack and speed were not inferior to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Unless it's a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial like me would find it difficult to defeat him. The old man thought to himself. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. This old man who seemed inconspicuous in the beginning was indeed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. What? Su Li and Ren Yuanjia were shocked, and they heard the old man's words. Duan Lingtian killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? Moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was widely acknowledged as the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm? Ren Yuanjia looked as though she had seen a ghost when she looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance again. She knew very well what it meant to be widely acknowledged as the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. The purple-clad young man who looked so young was an eminent celestial like her. How could he possess such terrifying strength? Chapter 2470. Duan Lingtian. He's so strong. Su Li looked at the purple figure in the distance. While his face was filled with shock, his eyes were also filled with disbelief. Soon after, the expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a gentle smile. That's true. Every time we meet this fellow, he always brings us surprises. Now that his wife is so strong, it's not surprising that he's so strong. When Su Li recalled the surprises Duan Lingtian had brought to him in the past and the strength of Duan Lingtian's wife, Kuer, he felt relieved. Little Yuanjia, Elder Su Li's friend seems to be hostile toward you. As a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the old man's observation skills were, naturally, better than ordinary people. He quickly noticed the hostility the purple-clad young man had toward Ren Yuanjia. He probably still thinks that Su Li is my sword slave. She had long since noticed the hostility of the purple-clothed youth towards Ren Yuanjia, and it had never stopped. That's a big misunderstanding. The old man smiled faintly before he looked at Su Li and said, Elder Su Li, you don't mind introducing your friend to us, right? This is the first time in my life that I want to befriend an eminent celestial. Based on the old man's words, it was clear he wanted to befriend Duan Lingtian. Of course, Elder Su Li, you don't have to worry. After we get to know him, little Yuanjia and I will give you time to catch up with him. The old man added as though he was afraid Su Li would be worried they would take up the time he had to catch up with Duan Lingtian. Of course, I don't mind. Su Li shook his head and flew toward Duan Lingtian with the old man and Ren Yuanjia. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian had thought Su Li would come alone. He did not expect Su Li would bring 2 people with him. Moreover, one of them was someone he detested. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Ren Yuanjia was a ruthless woman. She was a woman who would take advantage of a burning house. Naturally, the reason he thought so was because Su Li was his good friend. As for Ren Yuanjia taking advantage of the situation and using the excuse of helping Su Li suppress his demonic nature to make him her sword slave for 100 years. If Su Li was not his friend, he would not think there was anything wrong with it. After all, it was a fair deal. But when this happened to his good friend, he was very unhappy. Su Li, why did you bring her here? Duanling Tian frowned as he glanced at Ren Yuanjie. Duanling Tian, I'm no longer young Miss Ren's sword slave. There's no need for you to target her like this. Su Li's right. However, even though he said that, he was still very touched to see this good friend of his who he had not seen for many years protect him. After all, Ren Yuanjie's of course, of Duanling Heaven's sect, of they Lings, of Duanling of Heavens of his, what's going on? Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Su Li's words. Subsequently, Su Li told Duanling Tian the sequence of events without holding back in the slightest. Therefore, I'm now the guest elder of Yellow the Arch Mansion. Su Li said with a smile on his face after he told Duanling Tian the whole story. Duanling Tian's hostility toward Ren Yuanjie vanished when he heard Su Li's words. Although Su Li had promised to protect Yellow the Arch Mansion for 100 years, being a guest elder of Yellow the Arch Mansion and being a sword slave of a Yellow the Arch Mansion's disciple were two completely different concepts. May I know how I should address you, senior? Duanling Tian looked at the old man before him. This was the first time he studied the old man seriously. He knew the reason Su Li could become the guest elder of Yellow the Arch Mansion was because of this old man. Not only did the old man's decision protect Su Li's dignity, but it had also won Su Li's heart. Duanling Tian knew Su Li would be moved by the old man's decision. If he was in Su Li's shoes, he would be moved as well. For this reason, he felt the old man not only had a high cultivation base, but he was also very far-sighted. There was no doubt the old man had made the right choice regarding Su Li's matter. I'm Xian Yuanji. Little brother Ling Tian, I've long heard of your name. The old man, Xian Yuanji, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Yellow the Arch Mansion, chuckled when he heard Duanling Tian's question. From the beginning until the end, Xian Yuanji's attitude was very friendly. Little brother Ling Tian, you don't have to address me as senior. If you think highly of me, you can just call me brother. I'm only a few years older than you, little brother Ling Tian. Xian Yuanji smiled. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was only a few years older than Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian didn't even know how to describe his current feelings. This old man, isn't he too shameless? Han Xuanai muttered to herself as she stood nearby. Even though her voice was not loud, everyone present could hear her clearly. As the person involved, Xian Yuanji smiled and gave Han Xuanai a friendly look. Ren Yuanjie, who was standing beside Han Xuanai, could not help but glare fiercely at Han Xuanai. To her, not only was Xian Yuanji the old ancestor of the Yellow the Arch Mansion, but he was also one of the two supreme existences in the Yellow the Arch Mansion. If it wasn't for the fact that Xian Yuanji didn't seem to care, she definitely wouldn't have just simply glared at Han Xuanai. Since you've said so, I'll be disrespecting you if I don't listen to you. Duanling Tian was not an indecisive person. Since Xian Yuanji had shown him so much respect, it would be inappropriate for him to refuse. Moreover, it would only be beneficial for him to befriend a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Good. Xian Yuanji burst out laughing when he heard Duanling Tian's agreement. After a while, he said, little brother Ling Tian, you and Elder Su Li haven't seen each other for many years. I'm sure you want to catch up with each other. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll probably leave the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone 3 years before it closes. If you're interested in visiting Yanhuang Realm before the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone closes, I'll definitely treat you well. Take this order token. If you're interested in visiting Yanhuang Realm, you can bring this order token to the Yellow the Arch Mansion to look for me. The Yellow the Arch Mansion is located in a secluded area. However, once you're in Yanhuang Realm, infuse your energy into this order token, and it'll lead you to the Yellow the Arch Mansion. As Xian Yuanji spoke, he took out a violet order token and handed it to Duanling Tian. Yanhuang Realm? Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he said with a smile, brother, if you're from another mundane realm, I'm afraid this token would be useless to me. However, I've already decided to go to Yan Huang realm. When I get to the Yan Huang realm, I'll have to pay you a visit. Duan Lingtian said. Really? Xian Yuanji's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he had given the order token to Duan Lingtian, he did not think Duan Lingtian would go to Yan Huang realm or Yellow the Arch Mansion to look for him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had said this, it seemed like he had unintentionally planted a willow tree. It seemed like Duan Lingtian had been preparing to go to Yan Huang realm for a long time. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled before he looked at Zhang Yi and said, "This is my friend, Zhang Yi. He's a disciple from the Celestial Master's sect in Yan Huang realm. I've already told him that I'll be going to Yan Huang realm with him soon." A disciple from the Celestial Master's sect? Xian Yuanji's gaze instantly shifted to Zhang Yi as he said with a smile, "Speaking of which, I'm friends with Free Cloud Sage from your Celestial Master's sect. I should meet him before I ascend and mention you to him." The Free Cloud Venerable. Hearing Xian Yuanji's words, Zhang Yi, who was still in a daze, suddenly regained his senses. The Free Cloud Venerable was the only nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Master's sect. He was also the strongest person in the Celestial Master's sect. Although Zhang Yi was a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect and was considered one of the best among the younger generation in the sect, he had never met the Free Cloud Venerable before, let alone spoken to him. However, not only did the old man say he was friends with the Free Cloud Venerable, but he even said he would mention him to him. "Thank you, Senior." Thank you, Senior." Zhang Yi hastily bowed and thanked Xian Yuanji. His voice was filled with excitement. "Since your little brother Ling Tian's friend, you're my friend as well. There's no need to thank me." Xian Yuanji smiled faintly at Zhang Yi before he turned to Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "All right, Yuanjia, and I won't disturb little brother Ling Tian. You can catch up with Elder Su Li, there's no hurry. You can catch up with little brother Ling Tian." Xian Yuanji did not forget to say goodbye to Su Li before he left with Ren Yuanjia. "All right." Su Li nodded. Duan Lingtian and Su Li had not seen each other for many years. As soon as they started talking, they could not stop themselves. They talked about many things with each other. Most of them talked about their experiences in the past few years. Su Li exclaimed in admiration at Duan Lingtian's experience. Every time he heard of a dangerous situation, even if he knew that Duan Lingtian had turned the misfortune into a blessing in the end, he was still filled with anxiety and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not feel anything when he learned about Su Li's experiences before he obtained the Devil Clan's legacy. Chapter 2471. You didn't do it on purpose. I believe Senior Jian Shursan won't blame you if he sees this from heaven. Duan Lingtian could not help but comfort Su Li when he felt the regret, depression, and loss in Su Li's heart. "Even so, I can't get over it." Su Li sighed. His disappointment did not diminish in the slightest. "Since things have come to this, it's useless to think about it. I believe Senior Jian Shursan would want you to live well if he knows about this." Duan Lingtian added. "Yes." Su Li nodded and said, "Duan Lingtian, it's all thanks to your wife that I was able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. She helped me because of you. Thank you. Is there a need to be so polite between us? Moreover, I've heard about it." Duan Lingtian said with a smile, "Kerr has contributed, but isn't it because you're fated to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? There are so many people in front of the inheritance of a Daluo golden immortal. They are only inches away from the inheritance of a Daluo golden immortal, but it chose you." Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. It just so happens that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was left behind by a sword celestial. That's why it chose me, the only sword cultivator present at that time. Su Li paused for a moment before he said, I heard from Elder Ji that you've just arrived here. Why did you come so late? If you had come earlier, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial definitely wouldn't have been mine. After all, you're also a sword cultivator. Moreover, it would definitely choose you instead of me. Su Li said. Perhaps, this is fate. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, actually, in retrospect, it might be a good thing that I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, I already have a master, so it's impossible for me to join him just because I obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In Duan Lingtian's heart, he had long determined that Senior Feng Qingyang who left him the sovereign heart sword was his master. Other than Feng Qingyang, he would not recognize any other master. You're still the same as before. You're still so open-minded. Su Li smiled. Magnanimous? You don't know how depressed I was for a while after I found out I wasn't fated with the inheritance of a golden celestial. It was only later that I got over it. Now, besides finding out that it was you, Su Li, who obtained the inheritance of the golden immortal, the last trace of resentment in my heart has vanished. No matter what, the inheritance of a Zenith Heaven golden immortal that I had no fate with was not obtained by an outsider. Duan Lingtian smiled. So. I think I overestimated you. Su Li laughed. Following that, the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Su Li was no longer as relaxed as before. Duan Lingtian, I met your daughter before I entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. I didn't expect you to have a child after so many years. Su Li sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. Oh? You met Si Ling as well? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed before he smiled and said, I don't only have a daughter. I have a son as well. I know your daughter's name is Duan Si Ling. What's your son's name? Su Li asked curiously. Duan Nian Tian. A hint of longing appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about his son. This longing wasn't only directed towards his son, it was directed towards his other wife, Li Fei, his parents, and the group of friends and family. He had not seen his friends and family since they had disappeared from the Debussy subterranean. After I leave this place, I'll make a trip to the Saint Province realm to look for my parents and little Fei, before I head to Yan Huang realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. Nian Tian? Su Li's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, whether it's my little niece's name or my little nephew's name, they weren't given by you, right? How do you know? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Whether it was his daughter's name or his son's name, he was not the one who named them. 09 Little Shua Net, their names. They have profound meanings. If I'm not wrong, their names should be given by their respective mothers, right? Su Li said with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a blissful smile on his face. To a certain extent, the names of his two children represented the love his two wives had for him. The two of them chatted for a while before Su Li bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, I'll be in Yan Huang realm for the next 100 years. If you really want to come over, we might be able to meet again. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until we're in the Devata realm. When Su Li finished speaking, although there was a smile on his face, it was a forced smile. There were 81 Devata realms in total. Each Devata realm was extremely vast. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person in one of them. For this reason, he did not think he would have a chance to meet Duan Lingtian in the Devata realm. If he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian, he would have to wait until one of them became famous. However, it was extremely difficult to make a name for oneself in the Devata realms. There were many geniuses in the Devata realms. It was too difficult to stand out in the Devata realms. Don't worry, I'll definitely go. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, I don't think I'll stay in the mundane realm for long. Before I ascend, I'm sure we'll meet again in Yan Huang realm. That's good. I'll wait for you. Su Li nodded. Su Li, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something and asked, how much has your strength increased after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? This was something that Duan Lingtian had always been curious about and had always wanted to ask. When he saw Su Li for the first time today, he noticed that Su Li was different. He even faintly sensed that Su Li was different. He could sense that Su Li's soul was stronger than his soul, and it gave him a sense of danger. In the mundane realms, only 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and above had souls that were stronger than his soul. Although the souls of those existences were powerful, the only ones who could make him feel threatened were the bodiless celestials who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Since bodiless celestials could not use soul attacks, they were not a threat to him. My current strength is similar to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I'm not a bodiless celestial. Currently, I'm considered a celestial. I can go to the Devata realm with just a thought. Duan Lingtian nodded. Su Li's current situation was similar to Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. After obtaining the inheritance from the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian no longer needed to undergo the celestial ascension tribulation and could directly ascend to the Devata realms. A celestial. His strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He knew he had guessed correctly. Although my current strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, I haven't mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms. If I can master a few divine abilities and movement techniques, I'm sure my strength won't be inferior to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Su Li continued. As he spoke, he was filled with confidence. You haven't mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms, but your strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was shocked by what Su Li said. He had thought Su Li's current strength came from the divine abilities and celestial methods from the Devata realms. He did not expect this. Su Li had not mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms. In that case, the Yellow the Arch Mansion has really found a treasure. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. With Su Li's current strength, he only needed to master 1 or 2 more divine abilities and celestial methods before his strength would be comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. An existence like Su Li was not restricted by the rules of the mundane plane. He could stay in the mundane plane for as long as he wanted. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials had to face the bodiless celestial tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. If one failed the tribulation, one would die. If one succeeded, one would have to ascend to the Devata realms and could not stay in the mundane realm for long. For this reason, Duan Lingtian said the Yellow the Arch Mansion had found a treasure. I promised to protect the Yellow the Arch Mansion for 100 years. After 100 years, even if I can't return to the Saint Province realm, I'll ascend to the Devata realms from Yan Huang realm, Su Li said. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, I'll take my leave first. Let's meet in Yan Huang realm in a few years. Su Li bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Currently, Xian Yuanji and Ren Yuanjia from the Yellow the Arch Mansion were still waiting for him. For this reason, he did not want to waste too much time. Although Xian Yuanji had said he could catch up with Duan Lingtian for as long as he wanted, he still felt it was inappropriate to keep them waiting. Moreover, he and Duan Lingtian had almost finished catching up with each other. Go. See you in Yan Huang realm. A warm smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he looked at his friend who was about to leave. It gave off a refreshing feeling. After Su Li left, Xian Yuanji looked at Duan Ling Tian and said loudly, "Little brother Ling Tian, I'll be waiting for you in Yan Huang realm in a few years. I still have some good wine in the Yellow the Arch mansion. Let's drink until we're drunk. Don't worry, brother. I'll definitely be there." Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Swoosh. 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 Chapter 2472. Xianyuan Mansion. That old man said that he's from the Yellow the Arch Mansion? The Yellow the Arch Mansion. It's one of the most mysterious forces in the mundane realms. Although the people from the Yellow the Arch Mansion rarely show themselves, even the top forces in Yan Huang realm like Huagua Mountain and Lion Camel Ridge dare not make an enemy out of them. After Xian Yuanji and the other two left, the group of bodiless celestials from Yan Huang realm could not help but whisper among themselves. 3. The fastest of course, they knew very little about the Xianyuan Mansion. All they knew was that the Xianyuan Mansion was a powerful hidden faction in the Yan Huang realm that was not any weaker than the top factions in the Yan Huang realm. Zhang Yi, he's already gone. What are you still thinking about? After Xian Yuanji and the other two left, Han Xuanai noticed that Zhang Yi was still in a daze. She could not help but frown and ask. Zhang Yi regained his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm just a little excited. I didn't expect I'd be able to meet a legendary figure. I didn't expect Xian Yuanji from the Yellow the Arch Mansion hasn't ascended to a Devata realm yet." Xian Yuanji? Was that the old man from before? Is he very powerful? When Han Xuanai asked Zhang Yi, she didn't forget to mutter, "But he's smart." He actually took the initiative to get close to brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai could see that the old man was not simple. However, she did not know the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She thought the old man was at most a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial or an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Of course. When Zhang Yi heard Han Xuanai's words, he quickly said, "Xian Yuanji is one of the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Yellow the Arch Mansion in Yan Huang realm. Don't you think he's powerful? A 9th tribulation individual immortal?" Han Xuanai was shocked. After a while, she asked in shock, "Zhang Yi, you're not lying to me, right? The old man who tried to curry favor with brother Ling Tian earlier is actually a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial?" Han Xuanai naturally knew what a 9 tribulation scattered immortal meant. They were existences who stood at the pinnacle of the mundane realms. That inconspicuous old man was actually a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Why would I lie to you? Do you know who the Free Cloud Reverend from our Celestial Masters sect that he mentioned is? He's the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Masters sect. Everyone in the Celestial Masters sect has to address him as ancestor. Zhang Yi's face was filled with sincerity as he spoke. That old man is actually a 9 tribulation scattered immortal? Han Xuanai still can't believe it. A 9th tribulation loose immortal is actually so polite in front of brother Ling Tian? Furthermore, he even took the initiative to befriend big brother Ling Tian. This. Currently, Duan Ling Tian is like a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the eyes of others. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he's definitely qualified to befriend a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi said, putting everything else aside, just the fact that Duan Ling Tian killed the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm is enough to prove his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's also enough to make Duan Ling Tian famous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Once Duan Ling Tian becomes famous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, his name will spread to the other mundane realms as well. At that time, the people from the 4 large mundane realms, including Yan Huang realm, will know that a peerless genius has appeared in the Saint Province realm. His strength is on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It had to be said that Zhang Yi had seen through the whole thing very clearly. He also believed that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak. After the Beyond Heaven secret zone closed, Duan Lingtian's name would spread to the 4 large mundane realms like Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm. That's right. Brother Ling Tian was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, his opponent was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. This means Brother Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Han Xuanai finally regained her senses when she heard Zhang Yi's words. She could not help but smile wryly as she said, "Brother Ling Tian always surprises people with his strength. I'm already numb to it. I almost forgot that Brother Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when he killed the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm." On the other side, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi were having a conversation. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ruyen were stunned when they heard the conversation between Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi. Brother Ling Tian killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? Moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial possessed a celestial supreme treasure? Since they had just come out, they were unaware of what had happened outside. However, after listening to the conversation between Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, they finally learned that a battle had taken place. As it turned out, a battle had taken place before they came out. One of the main characters was Duan Ling Tian, whom they were familiar with. The other main character was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. Moreover, he possessed a celestial supreme treasure. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. With a celestial supreme treasure, ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure would not be a match for him. However, such a person had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. How could they not be shocked? Big Brother Duan's strength has actually reached such a level? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with shock. Mu Yi and Gan Ruyan's expressions were similar to Duan Lingtian's. Among the women who had just come out from the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, Kerr was the only one who was able to remain calm. Kerr did not think much of Duan Ling Tian. No matter how great her man's achievements were, it was only natural. There was nothing to be surprised about. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to call out to Kuer and the others, intending to leave this place. How terrifying! How terrifying! That old man killed 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials with just a wave of his hand. A series of exclamations came from the distance. It was a few travel-worn people making a fuss over nothing. Duan Ling Tian listened attentively for a moment before he learned that the Heavenly Sword Sect's members were all extremely powerful. As it turned out, after Su Li, Xian Yuanji, and Ren Yuanjie left, there were people who had followed them. They wanted to snatch the celestial supreme treasure and other treasures from Su Li, who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. They did not make a move because they discovered the relationship between Su Li and Duan Ling Tian was not ordinary. They were afraid Duan Ling Tian would protect Su Li. After all, it was not a secret that Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Most of them had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm and snatching his celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, they were wary of Duan Ling Tian and did not dare to offend him. Before Su Li left, they didn't dare to make a move on him because they were wary of me. However, after Su Li left, They thought they had found an opportunity to kill him and snatch his treasures? Duan Tian couldn't help but shake his head when he found out about the sequence of events. He felt those people who coveted the things in Su Li's possession were simply stupid. After all, Su Li had a 9 bodiless celestial by his side. Of course, he knew it was because those people did not know the background of Xian Yuanji, who was by Su Li's side. Otherwise, they would not have been so bold as to openly follow Su Li and kill him. He killed 2 8 bodiless celestials with just a wave of his hand. Even the strongest 8 bodiless celestial in Muro realm who was killed by Duan Tian wouldn't be able to do that, right? If those 2 8 bodiless celestials didn't have any celestial supreme treasures, the strongest 8 bodiless celestial in Muro realm could have easily killed them with his celestial supreme treasure. I'm afraid only a few of them know about this. As the group of people present spoke, their gazes also landed on the few people who had just returned from killing Su Li. Although these people wanted to kill Su Li, they did not have the time to make a move. They were shocked by the old man next to Su Li. Those 2 8 bodiless celestials didn't use any celestial supreme treasures, but the old man who killed them didn't use any celestial supreme treasures as well. That's right. They didn't use any celestial supreme treasures. When the group of people looked at the few people who had just returned, the few of them also started to talk to each other. They didn't use any celestial supreme treasures? The people present on the scene were shocked. There's only one possibility. That ordinary-looking old man is most likely a 9 bodiless celestial. Very soon, someone said. A 9 bodiless celestial. Immediately, more people's hearts trembled, and their faces revealed shock. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions and clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Then, in the eyes of the crowd, a tall and sturdy figure stepped on the sky and landed in the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of them, revealing his majestic figure. He stood there like an iron tower with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. If that old man isn't a 9 bodiless celestial, do you think he would dare to talk to Duan Tian as an equal? The uninvited guest was a middle-aged man. His voice was like a clap of thunder as it reverberated in the air. At the same time, he looked at Duan Tian with his fierce eyes. Chapter 2473. Just as the gazes of the group of people fell on the burly middle-aged man who had just appeared. Old ancestor! Old ancestor! A few respectful voices rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone shifted their attention from the burly middle-aged man to the few people who had greeted him respectfully. Other than a young man, the rest of the people were all old men. However, at that moment, even those old people had to respectfully bow before the robust middle-aged man. Not only did they not dare to be negligent, their respectful appearances were as if they were devout worshipping Buddha. Aren't those people from the Power Saint sect in Skyline Realm? Soon after, a few bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm recognized the old men and confirmed that they were from Power Saint sect, one of the top forces in Skyline Realm. They're really from the Power Saint sect. I know that green-robed old man. He's the second elder of Power Saint sect. He's a 7 bodiless celestial. I've seen the blue-robed old man before. He's the third elder of Power Saint sect. He's also a 7 bodiless celestial. Not only did the bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm confirm the identities of the people from Power Saint sect, but they also learned the 2 old men had high statuses in Power Saint sect. They were the second elder and the third elder. Both of them were 7 bodiless celestials. This is the old ancestor of Power Saint sect, old ancestor Qingyu. The second elder of Power Saint sect said loudly when the bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm recognized the 2 7 bodiless celestials from Power Saint sect. Old ancestor Qingyu. As soon as the second elder of the Power Saint sect finished speaking, the people from the other 4 mundane realms, including Duan Ling Tian, looked at the muscular middle-aged man in surprise. They could tell the middle-aged man was not as simple as they thought. The expressions of the bodiless celestials from the Skyline realm changed when they heard the second elder of the Power Saint sect's words. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Old Ancestor Qingyu? He's Old Ancestor Qingyu from Power Saint sect. A loose immortal from the Skyline plane looked at the burly middle-aged man in front of him in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. I thought he was just an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Power Saint sect. I didn't expect him to be Old Ancestor Qingyu, the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Power Saint sect. I've only heard that there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Power Saint sect, but I've never seen him before. He appeared at this time, and seems to be targeting the Duan Ling Tian. I'm afraid he's not here with good intentions. The group of itinerant immortals from the Skyline realm also noticed a problem. Since the beginning, Old Ancestor Qingyu from the Power Saint sect had been staring at Duan Ling Tian the entire time. It was as if Duan Ling Tian had some special charm. Gradually, the group of people present also realized this problem. I can't believe he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The group of people present on the scene was shocked and they discovered the burly middle-aged man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. At the same time, many people could not help but speculate. Look at the way he's looking at Duan Ling Tian. It's as though flames of greed are rising in his eyes. It seems like he's interested in the things on Duan Ling Tian. Or perhaps, he's coveting the things on Duan Ling Tian and the people around Duan Ling Tian. The most precious things on Duan Ling Tian and the people around him are the celestial supreme treasures. According to a reliable source, there are more than 5 celestial supreme treasures on Duan Ling Tian and the people around him. More than 5 celestial supreme treasures, that's a huge fortune. Unfortunately, I'm not a match for Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, I would have coveted the celestial supreme treasures on Duan Ling Tian and the people around him as well. At this moment, the group of people present on the scene could see the burly middle-aged man was a burly middle-aged man. The burly middle-aged man, Old Ancestor Qingyu, who was one of the most powerful saint sects in Skyline realm, coveted the celestial supreme treasures and other treasures in Duan Ling Tian's possession. As the person involved, Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware of this. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The expressions of Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others turned grave when they learned the burly middle-aged man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was not easy to deal with. Among the people in Duan Ling Tian's group, only Duan Ling Tian and his wife, Ke, were able to maintain their composure. Ke stood there, her eyes fixed on Duan Ling Tian. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with an infatuated expression on her face. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was the only person in her eyes at this moment. The appearance of the burly middle-aged man did not seem to disturb her at all. Everyone was guessing the burly middle-aged man, Old Ancestor Qingyu, was the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Void Saint sect in Skyline realm. He had set his eyes on the celestial supreme treasures on Duan Ling Tian and the people around him. Old Ancestor Qingyu finally spoke. He said, Duan Ling Tian. Old Ancestor Qingyu looked at Duan Ling Tian greedily and said in a deep voice, as the successor of Feng Qingyang, although you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, your strength is comparable to Feng Qingyang. Unfortunately, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Today, you and the people around you are destined to die. The celestial supreme treasures in your hands are also destined to be left behind. Old Ancestor Qingyu did not beat around the bush and did not beat around the bush. He said he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian and the others and snatch the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Ling Tian and the others. Oh. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard old ancestor Qing Yu's words. He said indifferently, "I'm afraid you're not qualified to kill us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures." Duan Lingtian knew his current strength very well. Although he might not be able to defeat or kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was 90% confident he would be able to tie with the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, he was not afraid even if the burly middle-aged man was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people were surprised by Duan Lingtian's nonchalance. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he's not afraid of old ancestor Qing Yu. As a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, old ancestor Qing Yu must have a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian must know this as well. However, he's still so calm. It's either he's bluffing or he's not afraid of old ancestor Qing Yu. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure. This is the strongest combination in the mundane realm, right? That's right. Based on their words, one could tell they were surprised that Duan Lingtian was still able to maintain his composure. They did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for old ancestor Qing Yu. Naturally, there were also some people who thought Duan Lingtian was only so calm because he was confident. When Duan Lingtian killed the strongest 8-tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, his strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Whether it's in terms of attack or speed, his strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. That's right. So what if old ancestor Qing Yu has a celestial supreme treasure? As long as Duan Lingtian casts the celestial technique that forms the sword formation, he'll be able to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from old ancestor Qing Yu. I think old ancestor Qing Yu can only tie with Duan Lingtian. It's almost impossible for him to defeat Duan Lingtian. I agree. These people were all familiar with Duan Lingtian's strength. All of them were certain Duan Lingtian was not inferior to old ancestor Qing Yu. For this reason, all of them were confident in Duan Lingtian. However, there were also some people who remained neutral. They did not know who was stronger between Duan Lingtian and old ancestor Qing Yu. Compared to guessing, they were more concerned about the truth. Everyone thought old ancestor Qing Yu would fly into a rage after hearing Duan Lingtian's words and attack Duan Lingtian. Contrary to their expectations, old ancestor Qing Yu nodded. Indeed. Old ancestor Qing Yu nodded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength earlier. Indeed, you're not inferior to me. Moreover, I can't think of a way to counter your method of snatching the celestial supreme treasure. If we were to fight, we'd be evenly matched at most. Old ancestor Qing Yu said bluntly. Old ancestor Qing Yu's words made one thing clear. Even old ancestor Qing Yu did not think he could defeat Duan Lingtian, let alone kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard old ancestor Qing Yu's words. He did not expect old ancestor Qing Yu to be so confident. He had thought old ancestor Qing Yu was confident. Old ancestor Qing Yu only dared to make such a bold statement because he was blindly confident in himself. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Old ancestor Qing Yu was very self-aware. What's going on? Since old ancestor Qing Yu admitted he'd only be evenly matched with Duan Lingtian, why did he say he'd kill Duan Lingtian and the others and snatch the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Lingtian and the others? Many people were confused. Perhaps, he has a helper? All of a sudden, someone uttered, "That's right." Helper? Just like the others, Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. Whoosh! Chapter 2474. At this moment, the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian and the others was an old man. The old man descended from the sky at lightning speed like a whirm. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived next to old ancestor Qing Yu, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Void Saints sect in the Void Realm. The old man was dressed in a long green robe. His unbound brown hair fluttered in the wind like pythons, ready to strike at any moment. The old man had an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He did not seem very eye-catching. However, such an old man was no weaker than Patriarch Qingyu in terms of bearing and aura when he stood next to Patriarch Qingyu. Ancestor! Ancestor! At this moment, as the green-clothed old man appeared, another group of people immediately saluted the old man respectfully. It's the people from the Kuan Python sect in Vast Cloud Realm. That's the Grand Elder of the Kuan Python sect. He's an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The person next to him is the 3rd Elder of the Kuan Python sect. He's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Oh my God! Could it be that the Heavenly Python Elder of the Rock Python sect is the Rock Python sect's Heavenly Python Elder to be so respectful and address him as ancestor? Apart from the Heavenly Python Elder, I don't think there's anyone else in the Kuan Python sect who can command such respect from the Grand Elder of the Kuan Python sect. While this group of people bowed respectfully to the old man, some people from Vast Cloud Plain also recognized the people who bowed respectfully to the old man. They were the people from the Kuan Python sect, one of the top forces in Vast Cloud Realm. The Kuan Python sect was one of the top sects in Vast Cloud Realm. There were more than 10 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, and 1 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the strongest person in the Kuan Python sect. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Kuan Python sect was known as the Heavenly Python Elder. Another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? After learning about the identity of the green-clad old man from the Vast Cloud Realm, the people present on the scene could not help but be shocked. At this moment, they suddenly had a thought. Why is a 9th tribulation loose immortal so worthless? First, it was Duan Lingtian who displayed strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial despite being an eminent celestial. Then, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch Mansion in Yan Huang Realm appeared. After that, Patriarch Qingyu, the second 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, had appeared. After him, another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the Heavenly Python Elder from the Kuan Python sect in the Vast Cloud Realm had appeared. In just half a day, not only did I see one eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but I even saw 3 genuine 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. In the past, I've never seen a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I actually saw 3 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the same day. A commotion broke out among the crowd when they found out the green-clad old man was also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Only Duan Lingtian's group had a slightly different atmosphere. It could even be said that it was oppressive. The Heavenly Python Elder is standing next to old ancestor Qingyu. It seems like they're close friends. Don't tell me they're colluding with each other? Han Xuanai said in a deep voice. I'm pretty sure they're colluding with each other. Otherwise, old ancestor Qingyu wouldn't have the confidence to say he'll kill all of us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures when he thinks he's on par with Duan Lingtian at most. Zhang Yi said with a hint of dread on his face. 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. At this moment, even Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ruyan's expressions were slightly unsightly. Even Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn. He could still deal with 1 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, Brother Qingyu, we agreed to work together to kill Duan Lingtian and his companions. After that, we'll split the celestial supreme treasures equally. The Heavenly Python Elder, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Kuan Python sect in Vast Cloud Realm, looked at old ancestor Qingyu, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Power Saint sect in Skyline Realm. He said bluntly, however, what if there's an extra celestial supreme treasures after we split them equally? We didn't talk about this earlier. Indeed, we didn't talk about this earlier. Old Ancestor Qing Yu nodded when he heard the Heavenly Python Old Man's words. After a moment of silence, he said, "What do you think about this? What if there's an extra celestial supreme treasure in their hands after we divide them equally? In that case, we'll send a junior from each of our respective forces to spar with each other. Whoever sends out the winner will get the extra immortal supreme treasure." Old Ancestor Qing Yu suggested. "That works." The Heavenly Python Elder nodded and agreed with Old Ancestor Qing Yu's suggestion. The two of them continued to talk as if there was no one else around them. They're really in cahoots. Han Xuanai's expression changed drastically. No wonder. No wonder Old Ancestor Qing Yu was so confident earlier that he could defeat Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Old Ancestor Qing Yu was full of confidence. "I thought he'd be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Then, he said he'd only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. At that time, I was puzzled as to why he dared to say such words under such circumstances. Now, it seems like he's prepared for this. Yes. His confidence comes from the Heavenly Python Old Man, 2 tribulation bodiless celestials joining forces. Let alone Duan Lingtian, who's only an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Duan Lingtian is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he might not be able to withstand their joint forces. What a pity. What a pity for Duan Lingtian. Such a monstrous genius is going to die here today. If he didn't die, with his innate talent, he would have been able to shine in the Devata realms in the future. What a pity. At this moment, everyone finally understood where Old Ancestor Qing Yu's confidence came from when he first appeared and acted as though he was certain he could defeat Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, Old Ancestor Qing Yu's confidence came from the Heavenly Python Elder. Old Ancestor Qing Yu had joined forces with the Heavenly Python Elder since a long time ago. "So, you've been here for a long time? You've been hiding in the shadows all this while?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Old Ancestor Qing Yu and the Heavenly Python Elder warily. "That's right." Old Ancestor Qing Yu narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He said indifferently, "Brother Heavenly Python Elder and I have been here for a long time. In fact, Duan Lingtian didn't even arrive earlier than us. We witnessed you killing the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. At that time, we could tell your strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, you possess a celestial technique that allows you to see celestial supreme treasures. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure might not be a match for you. However, if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial isn't a match for you, what about 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials?" Old Ancestor Qing Yu's narrowed eyes flashed with murderous intent, as if he was about to devour someone. "Both of you are really patient. I didn't expect you to wait for such a long time." Duan Lingtian did not expect Old Ancestor Qing Yu and the Heavenly Python Elder would arrive earlier than him. Based on this, one could tell they were patient. Both of them were very patient and had only come out now. The Heavenly Python Elder said, "We wanted to make a move as soon as you appeared." At this moment, the Heavenly Python Old Man spoke. "However, in the end, we still plan to make our move after the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial vanishes. At that time, not only will you be ours, even the person who obtained the inheritance will be ours as well. However, we didn't expect." Duan Lingtian interrupted the Heavenly Python Elder. "You didn't expect the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial would be related to me and the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, right?" "That's right." The Heavenly Python Elder was not angry at Duan Lingtian's interruption. After all, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian was no different from a dead person. There was no need to bicker with a dead person. For this reason, when you discovered the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was related to me and the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, you didn't dare to make a move until the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had left, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. Although it was a question, Duan Lingtian had already guessed the answer. You're very smart. Old Ancestor Qing Yu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, you'll still die here today. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his ruin. If you want to blame someone, blame the celestial supreme treasures in your hands for being too tempting. When old Ancestor Qing Yu reached the end of his sentence, flames of greed rose in his eyes again. I'm curious. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked again, why did you choose us instead of the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Is it because he has a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with him? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not ask this because he hoped the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials would chase after Su Li and the other 2. He was just curious. Why did the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials choose them instead of Su Li and the other 2? After all, Su Li was the one who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. That's a good question. The heavenly python elder said, the reason we didn't choose that person and chose you is mainly because we feel that you and the people around you have more immortal supreme treasures. Chapter 2475. Apart from that, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial next to him is from the Yellow the Arch Mansion in Yen Huang Realm. According to the information we obtained after entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, there are 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Yellow the Arch Mansion in Yen Huang Realm. Moreover, the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Yellow the Arch Mansion are twins. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone is huge, with their cultivation base, they'll be able to sense each other's location even if they're far away from each other. We might be able to kill him if we join forces, but it'll take some time. If we wait for the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch Mansion to arrive, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. The heavenly python old man revealed the reason he and old Ancestor Qing Yu had chosen Duan Lingtian over Su Li, although we're not sure if the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch Mansion is here. Who else can we choose if we don't choose you? Old Ancestor Qing Yu said as he stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. Does this mean both of you think I'm a pushover? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within. You can think of it that way. Old Ancestor Qing Yu smiled as though victory was already in his grasp. Duan Lingtian is going to fall in the end. It's not just him, even the people around him won't be able to survive today. It's a pity that those beauties are going to die today, withered here. The people present on the scene could not help but whisper among themselves when they sensed the tension in the air. Their eyes were glued to Duan Lingtian, the heavenly python old man, and old Ancestor Qing Yu. It was as though they were afraid they would miss a single detail. I'll ask Sandao to take you, Tian Wu, and the others away first. I'll stop them and the others and wait for an opportunity to catch up with you. Even Duan Lingtian felt some pressure when facing 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. It was impossible for him to defeat the 2 of them. If he wanted to stop the 2 of them and escape unscathed, although the chances were slim, there was still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to Kerr and told Kerr that he would let Chen Yiru take them away. Brother Tian. Hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Kerr finally recovered from the joy of seeing Duan Lingtian again. Just as she was about to say something to Duan Lingtian, she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Kerr, it's settled. Don't worry, I'm quite confident that I'll be able to escape unscathed. Inform Tian Wu and the others through voice transmission and ask them to cooperate. I'll tell Sandao to bring all of you away. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Chen Yiru and asked him to bring Kerr and the others away. Master, are you confident? Although Chen Yiru knew he should not be asking this question at this time, he could not help but feel slightly worried. In the beginning, he had been forced to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master. However, now, he sincerely served Duan Lingtian as his master. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, Duan Lingtian was more than qualified to be his master. Even if Duan Lingtian treated him as an outsider and gave him a celestial supreme treasure, it was enough for him to serve Duan Lingtian wholeheartedly. I don't dare to say I'm 100% confident, but I'm at least 60 to 70% confident. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he was actually only 30% or 30% confident in his heart. He said this to reassure Chen Yiru, 60 to 70% confident. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chen Yiru felt much more at ease. Don't worry, master. I'll bring them back to the Saint Province realm safely. All right. Upon hearing Chen Yiru's words, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, the sound of whistling wind rang in his ears, attracting his attention. When he looked in the direction of the sound, his expression changed drastically. This was because the sound of whistling wind could be heard from the 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect. They only came to a halt after they had left the area. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Initially, he was still thinking about this. As long as the people from the Kuan Python sect and Power Saint sect were gathered in the same region, coupled with the heavenly Python old man and ancestor Qingyu, it was possible for him to stop them temporarily and create an opportunity for Chen Yiru and the others to leave when he used his full strength. However, the people from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect seemed to know his plan. They had spread out and were waiting for him. Their actions had undoubtedly cut off the escape route for his people. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's face became extremely gloomy, and it was as if water could drip from it. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian, I'm just trying to guard against you. Don't tell me you're really going to risk your life to stop us and let the people around you escape? Old ancestor Qingyu asked with a chuckle when he saw Duan Lingtian's darkened expression. Based on old ancestor Qingyu's words, it seemed like the 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect had spread out was his idea as well. Old ancestor Qingyu, do you believe that I'll be able to kill the people from the Power Saint sect before we fight? Duan Lingtian said coldly as his eyes flashed coldly. Of course, I believe you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, old ancestor Qingyu was not angered. Instead, he said nonchalantly, however, if you dare to make a move on them, Brother Heavenly Python and I will kill everyone around you before we fight. Kill everyone around him. Patriarch Qingyu emphasized these 4 words with murderous intent. Swoosh! Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face as the energy in his body whizzed out and covered the surface of his body. It emitted waves of terrifying aura as it instantly distorted the space and formed a rapid whirlpool. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial origin energy and saint origin energy in his body soared again, and he reached his peak state. Duan Lingtian, your assist-type divine ability isn't bad. Let Brother Heavenly Python and I have a taste of your techniques. Old ancestor Qingyu said loudly as soon as Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast and majestic energy surged out of his body. His energy was like water bursting out of a dam. Once it was unleashed, it could not be stopped. Whoosh! As soon as old ancestor Qingyu's energy surged out, the heavenly Python old ancestor's energy surged out of his body as well. When the energy surged out of the heavenly Python old ancestor's body, it was as though 10,000 snakes were dancing in the air. It sent chills down one's spine. Moreover, the heavenly Python old ancestor's energy was on par with the old ancestor Qingyu's energy. Based on this, one could see that his strength was on par with old ancestor Qingyu. Boom! 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 The two nine tribulation bodiless celestials unleashed their full strength and slammed their palms into the air, causing the air to tremble. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as a violent gust of wind blew toward the people present on the scene. So this is the strength of a nine tribulation bodiless celestial? Many people narrowed their eyes in shock when they saw the violent gust of wind blowing toward them. Based on the violent gust of wind, they could tell how terrifying the strength of a nine tribulation bodiless celestial was. Just the force of the nine tribulation bodiless celestial was already so powerful. Brother Tian. Just as the situation was on the verge of exploding, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. It was as though the voice contained some sort of magical power. It clearly entered the ears of everyone present on the scene, causing their hearts to skip a beat. This was because when this voice entered their ears, all the other voices in their ears seemed to have completely quieted down. What kind of technique is this? While they were shocked by the methods of the owner of the voice, the gazes of the people present all landed on the place where the voice originated from. Astonishingly, a beautiful young woman was standing there. The lady stood there with an otherworldly aura, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. At the same time, she also became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes fell on her. At the same time, they soon discovered that the woman was staring at them. The woman's gaze was focused on Duanling Tian. It was as though Duanling Tian was the only person in her eyes. Many of the men present on the scene could not help but feel jealous. At this moment, all of them seemed to have forgotten about the voice that seemed to contain some sort of magical power. Leave them to me. I'd like to see how they're going to kill all of us. Kerr said to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was stunned. He was completely stunned. He was dumbstruck. He did not expect this would happen. He did not expect Kerr to step forward and ask him to leave the two nine tribulation bodiless celestials to her. Based on her words, it was as though she was capable of dealing with the two nine tribulation bodiless celestials. Kerr, stop fooling around. Those are two nine tribulation bodiless celestials. Duanling Tian was dumbstruck for a moment before he regained his senses and hurriedly reprimanded him. He thought Kerr only said those words because she did not know how terrifying a nine tribulation bodiless celestial was. Whoosh! Chapter 2476. How's this possible? Duanling Tian was dumbfounded when he saw Kerr vanishing into thin air. After all, even a nine tribulation bodiless celestial would not be able to vanish so quickly in front of him. Whoosh! Under the gazes of the crowd, a beautiful figure gradually took shape in the void not far from ancestor Qingyu and the sky python elder. Then, she completely revealed her true appearance. With just a glance, they recognized the person. This person was none other than the young woman who had attracted their attention earlier. How's this possible? How fast? At this moment, the few eight tribulation bodiless celestials felt as though their eyes were playing tricks on them. After all, the woman whom they had been staring at was still there. However, in just a blink of an eye, another figure had appeared in front of them. It was only when the figure they had locked onto a moment ago disappeared that they realized something. That was because the woman's speed was too fast, to the point that they couldn't even keep up with their gazes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both Ancestor Qingyu and the heavenly python old man were horrified when they saw the woman who had appeared out of thin air. They looked at her as though they had just seen a ghost. This was because the woman's speed was so fast that it was beyond what they could capture with their naked eyes. What did this mean? This meant the woman's speed had far surpassed the speed of a nine tribulation bodiless celestial. This is bad. When they saw the woman slowly extending her slender hand from her sleeve, Ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python old man's expressions changed drastically. They hastily took out the celestial supreme treasures that they did not intend to use. At this moment, it felt as though the celestial supreme treasures were the only thing that could provide them with a sense of security. They did not intend to use the celestial supreme treasures because they knew the celestial supreme treasures were useless. Even if they used the celestial supreme treasures, they would only be snatched away by Duan Lingtian with his peculiar celestial technique. They were destined to become Duan Lingtian's wedding gown. Before they could find a way to deal with Duan Lingtian's immortal technique, they would never use their immortal supreme treasures to fight against Duan Lingtian. However, the woman who had appeared out of thin air gave them an unprecedented sense of pressure. For this reason, they had forgotten about the threat of Duan Lingtian's peculiar celestial method. All of them took out their celestial supreme treasures. The woman who seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Ancestor Qing Yu and the Heaven Python old man was none other than Kerr. If you only want to kill me, I can let you go. However, if you want to kill Brother Tian, I can't. Kerr looked at the two Ninth Tribulation loose immortals in front of her. Her eyes were cold and her voice was cold, giving people a feeling of falling into an ice cellar or even being in a world of ice and snow. Bang! As Kerr's voice faded, her slender jade-like hand that slowly extended out from under her sleeve suddenly trembled in the air. A loud sound rang in the air. It was not loud, but it was ear-piercing. After the loud noise rang out, Kuer's slender jade-like hand extended out from under her sleeve. Instantly, it was as if it had transformed into a blazing sun, explosively emitting a resplendent white light. Whoosh! The white light spread out and obscured everyone's vision. Even Duan Lingtian's vision was obscured at this moment. No! No! Two shrill cries rang in the air almost at the same time, causing the hearts of the people present to tremble. They could hear the cries. The cries belonged to Ancestor Qing Yu and the Heaven Python old man. What kind of power is that? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was blinded by the white light, could not help but tremble in his heart. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered the white light in front of him was gradually disappearing. At this moment, he turned to look at the place where Kerr and the two Ninth Tribulation loose immortals were standing. This, Duan Lingtian saw that only one of the three figures was left. It was none other than his wife, Kerr. As for the two Ninth Tribulation loose immortals, Ancestor Qing Yu and the Heaven Python old man, they were nowhere to be seen. However, the two celestial supreme treasures that were hovering in the air seemed to be telling people that they had once existed. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Kerr waved her sleeve, the two celestial supreme treasures seemed to have been given life and flew toward Kerr before Kerr put them away. The two Ninth Tribulation loose immortals died just like that. This, heavens! Is this a joke? Two Ninth Tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures were killed by her in just a blink of an eye? The 7 and 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials were the first to regain their senses. After regaining their senses, they looked at Kuer with eyes full of fear and shock, as if they had seen a terrifying monster. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and had only heard about it, they wouldn't have dared to believe that everything before their eyes was real. The two Ninth Tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures had disappeared as soon as the white light shone in front of them. Only their celestial supreme treasures remained. Ancestor! Ancestor! At this moment, the bodiless celestials from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect raised their hands and took out soul pearls. However, the soul pearls were shattered into pieces in just a blink of an eye. This is the Ancestor's soul pearl? The Ancestor is dead? Originally, some people from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect were still hoping that their ancestor had not been killed and had left. As for the two celestial supreme treasures, they did not have the time to take them away. However, When they saw that their ancestor's soul orb was shattered to such an extent, the last trace of luck in their hearts vanished without a trace. Their ancestor was indeed dead. He had died in the hands of a terrifyingly young woman. This is too terrifying, right? Who's this woman? She can even kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She didn't just kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She killed 2 9th tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures. Only now did the group of people regain their senses. When they looked at Ku'er again, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Sister Kerr, Han Xuanai looked at Ku'er with a face full of shock. She was still in a daze. When Kerr had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Han Xuanai knew Kerr had been concealing her strength. When she heard the words of Feng Tianwu and the others, she realized Kerr was not as simple as she seemed. However, she did not expect Kerr to be so powerful. Although she knew Kerr was not simple, she did not expect Kerr to be so powerful. Those were 2 9th tribulation bodiless celestials. Moreover, they were both 9th tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures. However, in just a blink of an eye, both of them had died in her hands. Doesn't this mean that Big Sister Ku'er's current strength is even stronger than Big Brother Ling Tian? When Han Xuanai thought of this, she could not help but look at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stood in the distance, and when he looked at Ku'er again, he couldn't regain his senses for a long time. Is she really Kerr? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at Kerr. He only felt that the figure in front of him, which should have been familiar, seemed to have become incomparably unfamiliar in an instant. However, when Ku'er's gaze met his, the gentleness in her eyes caused him to regain his senses in an instant. She was still his Kerr. Ku'er's strength has actually reached such a level? Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that apart from Ku'er's strength, there was no change in other aspects. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked. She killed 2 9th tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures in just a breath. Moreover, both of them didn't even have time to attack before they were killed by Kerr. Doesn't this mean Kerr's current strength is comparable to golden celestials in the Devata realms? After finding 2 heaven-ranked treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Ling Tian gained a basic understanding of the cultivation bases of celestials in the Devata realms. Generally, eminent celestials would become heavenly celestials after they ascended to the Devata realms. Bodiless celestials in the mundane realms who were 3 tribulation bodiless celestials were comparable to heavenly celestials in the Devata realms. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were comparable to heavenly celestials. Above heavenly celestials were golden celestials. To be able to kill 2 heavenly celestials in just a blink of an eye, one had to be at least as strong as a golden celestial. As for great overarching golden celestials, they were much stronger than ordinary golden celestials. Although Duan Ling Tian had learned from Feng Tianwu and the others, Duan Ling Tian had learned that Mu Chen's strength was much stronger than before. Ku'er's current strength was no longer the same as before. She was even stronger than Mu Yi. However, he did not expect that Ku'er's current strength would be so exaggerated. This was completely beyond his imagination. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Sister Kerr, although Feng Tianwu had witnessed Kerr's strength in the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, she was unaware that Kerr was much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Kerr, Feng Tianwu was not the only one. Even Gan Ruyen and Mu Yi were dumbfounded at this moment. They did not expect Mu Chen to be so strong. They did not expect Kerr to be so strong. Those were 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who stood at the peak of the mundane realms. Chapter 2477. Swoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kerr disappeared into thin air in just a blink of an eye. When Kerr reappeared, she was standing next to Duan Lingtian. She stretched out her hand and held Duan Lingtian's hand as she leaned against Duan Lingtian. She looked like a happy little woman. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. The woman who had killed 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in just a blink of an eye was acting like a little woman in front of a man. Duan Lingtian, at the same time, everyone's attention shifted to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the center of attention. However, it was not because of him, but because of the woman standing next to him. His wife, Kerr. Not only is this Duan Lingtian monstrous, but the woman by his side is also so heaven-defying. It's obvious his woman is stronger than him. I wonder how he managed to gain the favor of such a peerless beauty. This woman must be a celestial from a Devata realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so strong. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial because he's only an eminent celestial? It must be related to her. The crowd could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw Kerr holding Duan Lingtian's hand affectionately and leaning against Duan Lingtian. A group of young men, in particular, looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Kerr, when Duan Lingtian looked at Ku'er who was leaning on him, he knew Ku'er was still the same Ku'er from before. Apart from the earth-shattering change in her strength, there was no change in other aspects. Brother Tian. Kerr leaned against Duan Lingtian and raised her head slightly to look at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with infatuation. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in her world at this moment. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Earlier, such a gentle woman had killed 2 powerful 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. Kerr, are you hiding something from me? Duan Lingtian asked gently as he caressed Kerr's hair. Now, he had a very strong intuition. The reason behind Ku'er's current heaven-defying strength was most likely not as simple as it seemed. At least, it was not that simple. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr's body stiffened. In the end, under Duan Lingtian's serious gaze, she, who was not good at lying, did not hide anything from him. She told Duan Lingtian about how she had burned her soul to recover her memories from her past life and raise her strength. Burning her soul, although Kerr had mentioned it casually, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well what it meant to burn one's soul. Kerr, why are you so silly? Duan Lingtian asked in a trembling voice as he hugged Kerr. His heart ached for her. Now that he knew the truth about Ku'er's experience of burning her soul, he could empathize with her. What if something happened to you? What would happen to Si Ling and me? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were slightly red. Brother Tian, there won't be any danger. I'm not so silly as to abandon you and Si Ling for my strength. I'm only doing it because it's within my means. Ku'er hadn't finished explaining when she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian's domineering voice. That won't do. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have let you do that. I just want to be stronger so I can help you, Brother Tian. I don't want to stay by your side like a vase. Kerr said timidly when faced with Duan Lingtian's domineering attitude. What do you mean by vase? I won't allow you to say that. How can you be a vase? If it weren't for you, would there be Si Ling? If it weren't for you, would there be me? I've been chasing after strength all my life to protect you and my family. Upon hearing Kerr's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly angry. He was angry at Kerr for being ignorant and Kerr for belittling herself. Brother Tian. I'm wrong. Although Kerr's current strength had surpassed Duan Lingtian, she was still a little woman in front of him. When she realized Duan Lingtian was angry, she was at a loss for what to do. Silly girl, facing Ku-er's pitiful appearance, no matter how great the anger in Duan Ling Tian's heart was, it still dissipated. Moreover, Ke had done what she did because of him. After all, the reason why Ku-er wanted to increase her strength as soon as possible was to help him. As it turned out, Ke had helped him. Today, if it was not for Ke, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others would not have been able to escape. Even he might not have survived. Silly girl. You're really a silly girl, Duan Lingtian hugged Ke even tighter. It was as though he wanted to merge Ke into his body so that Ke would become a part of his body. He could take her with him anytime and anywhere and never let her go. Brother Tian, Ke hugged Duan Lingtian tightly as well. At this moment, the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other as though there was no one else around them became the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, nobody made a sound. Everyone looked at the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other in silence. Everyone held their breaths as though they were afraid that a deep breath would disturb them and cause them to be displeased. It was not difficult to imagine the consequences if they were displeased. Although some of the people from the Kuan Python sect and Power Saint sect glared at the pair of man and woman with bloodshot eyes, they did not dare to make a move. After all, this woman was someone who could kill their old ancestor who was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. If they tried to seek revenge, they would only be courting death. Nobody noticed this. Gan Ru Yen stood in the distance and looked at the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other. A hint of jealousy could be seen in her eyes. Of course, this jealousy was directed at the woman in front of her, her twin sister, Ku-er. In the past, she had only been envious of Ke. After all, Ke was her biological sister. However, when she had just left the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and was reprimanded by Duan Lingtian, she could not help but feel aggrieved. From that moment on, she was no longer envious of her sister. Instead, she was jealous of her sister. We came from the same womb. Why is my life so inferior to hers? Gan Ru Yen was filled with jealousy and indignation. After witnessing Ke's strength, she felt as though she had been abandoned by the heavens. Otherwise, as twin sisters, how could there be such a huge difference between her life and her younger sister's life? Although Gan Ru Yen was jealous, she was not so jealous that she would do something extreme. Even in front of others, she could not show the jealousy in her heart. Brother Ling Tian, Sister Ke, both of you. That's enough, right? After a long while, it was Han Xuanai who could not stand it anymore. She broke the silence first, most importantly. Brother Ling Tian, can you let me have Sister Ke? Han Xuanai's words caused Ke, who was immersed in bliss, to blush. She shyly moved away from Duan Lingtian's embrace. Xuanai, you want me to let you have Sister Ke because you want her to give you the secret to improving your strength quickly, right? Duan Lingtian reluctantly withdrew his hands from Ke. At the same time, he glared at Han Xuanai. Naturally, he would not be angry at Han Xuanai because of this. At this moment, he finally realized that he had been too engrossed in the scene earlier. Unknowingly, he and Ke had acted out a romantic scene where the male and female lead embraced each other in front of the crowd. Han Xuanai, who was exposed by Duan Lingtian, could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Xuanai. At this moment, Ke felt a little embarrassed when she noticed Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ru Yen looking at her. She immediately left Duan Lingtian and went to Han Xuanai's side before holding Han Xuanai's hand affectionately. Duan Lingtian treated Han Xuanai as his biological sister. Naturally, Xuanai, who loved Duan Lingtian, would do the same as well. Naturally, she went to Han Xuanai's side to resolve the awkwardness. She could ignore the way the others looked at her. However, she could not help but blush when a group of acquaintances looked at her in that manner. Let's leave first. Duan Lingtian did not want to be the center of attention. As soon as Ke went to Han Xuanai's side, he said to the people next to him. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the others left under everyone's watchful eyes. Upon seeing this, the people from the Kun Python sect and the Power Saint sect sighed in relief. Initially, they were worried Duan Lingtian would punish them for their ancestors' attempt to kill him and the people around him. However, it seemed like they had thought too much. Duan Lingtian did not intend to hold it against them at all. I didn't expect to see someone stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Based on her strength, she must be a true celestial. Moreover, she's at least a golden celestial. Chapter 2478. What? The devil clans have invaded the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land from the lower province? Not long after Duan Lingtian left the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he learned from Kerr that the devil clans had invaded the Saint Province realm from the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard this. The devil clans have invaded the upper province from the lower province. The situation in the Saint Province realm will definitely worsen. I wonder if Father, Mother, and little Fei have taken this opportunity to leave the lower province and go to the upper province? If they stay in the lower province, they'll be safe. However, if they go to the upper province. When Duan Lingtian thought up to this point, he stopped in time and was slightly afraid to continue thinking about it. Let's return to the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Now that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had appeared in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he no longer had any interest in the remaining items. For this reason, he had no intention of staying in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After learning that the devil clans had invaded the upper province from the lower province, Duan Lingtian was eager to return. I'm going to return to the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian looked around and said to the group of people beside him. Naturally, his eyes were on Mu Yi and Gan Ruyen. This was because he knew that other than the 2 women in front of him, the others would definitely follow him wherever he went. They wouldn't even frown. Brother Lingtian, if you want to return, let's go. As expected, Han Xuanai was the first to voice her opinion. I'll listen to you, Master. Chen Yiru said. I've already decided to follow you to the Saint Province realm before returning to Yanhuang realm, Duan Lingtian. Now, I'm just bringing our trip forward. Zhang Yi smiled. Previously, Duan Lingtian had told Zhang Yi that he would return to the Saint Province realm before returning to Yanhuang realm. Therefore, Zhang Yi was mentally prepared for this. As for Duan Lingtian's reason for returning to the Sanctuary realm, it was to deal with some matters. Only after dealing with those matters could he go to the Yanhuang realm and return to his previous life's hometown, Earth. Kerr and Feng Tianwu didn't say anything. There was no need for them to say anything. No matter where Duan Lingtian went, they would definitely follow him. Let's go back. Anyway, my senior sister-in-law has already helped me obtain an immortal supreme treasure. Mu Yi glanced at Kerr and said. At the location of the inheritance of the golden immortal, she'd smoothly obtained an immortal supreme treasure that was suitable for her with the help of Kerr, and she was already extremely satisfied with this. Let's go back. Gan Ruyen also nodded. Since that's the case, let's go back. Duan Lingtian led them to the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to the Saint Province realm. They were getting closer and closer to the Saint Province realm. Along the way, the large group of people was, naturally, very eye-catching. It was inevitable that they would encounter some ignorant fellows who came forward to make trouble. One had to admit that these people were unlucky. Unbeknownst to them, they were in the strongest group in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. This group could be said to be the strongest group in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from having a powerhouse whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, there was also a powerhouse whose strength was comparable to a golden celestial who could easily kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, there were some ignorant fellows who had obtained immortal supreme treasures in the beyond heaven secret zone. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian and the others managed to obtain many immortal supreme treasures. This was a pleasant surprise for them. "We're here." After traveling for some time, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally found the exit of the beyond heaven secret zone to the Saint Province realm. It was also a deep black hole. The black hole was hovering in the air as though it could devour everything in its path. "Let's go. Let's go back." Duan Ling Tian called out to the others. Then, he held Ker's hand and led the way to the black hole. At this moment, swoosh! Swoosh! 2 sounds of air being torn apart sounded from afar. Their target was in their direction, and it instantly attracted Duan Ling Tian and Ker's attention. Both of them instantly came to a halt and looked towards the source of the sound. Swoosh! 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 Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others were also looking in the direction of the swoosh. In the distance, there were 2 figures in a sorry state rushing over at an extremely fast speed, and they seemed to be in a hurry. Nangong Yichen? Nangong Yichen? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow while Ker's eyes lit up. Both of them were the first to see the 2 figures rushing over. Their speed was comparable to an eminent celestial. The 2 figures were none other than the current successors of the 7 absolute sect's 6 absolutes, the Gemini progeny. Nangong Yichen and Nangong Yichen. At this moment, the 2 brothers were rushing over at lightning speed as though they were running for their lives. Their strength has increased so much. What happened to them in the beyond heaven secret zone? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he saw the Nangong twins' speed. He did not even think about why the Nangong twins were in such a wretched state and in such a hurry. "Brother Tian, the boots they're wearing are celestial supreme treasures." When Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim in surprise, Ku'er reminded him. "Celestial supreme treasures?" Upon hearing Ker's words, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian's boots. He instantly discovered the difference between their boots and the aura of celestial supreme treasures. Nangong Yichen's boots had lifelike divine dragons embroidered on them while Nangong Yi's boots had lifelike phoenixes embroidered on them. "It's Nangong Yichen and Nangong Yichen." Chen Yiru exclaimed when he saw Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian. "Nangong Yichen? Nangong Yichen?" At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others finally saw the 2 figures in a hurry. They recognized the 2 figures as the current successors of the 7 absolute sect's 6 absolutes, the Gemini progeny. They were Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian. "They're still alive." Han Xuanai sighed in relief when she saw Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian were still alive and well. After staying in the beyond heaven secret zone for a few years, she could sense how dangerous it was. She knew it would be difficult for Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian to survive here. After all, Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian were not as strong as her. She sighed in relief when she saw Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian were fine. She was happy for them. However, why are they so fast? Soon after, Han Xuanai and the others realized this. Currently, Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast that even powerhouses at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like them could not catch up to them. Occasionally, the 2 figures would even disappear before their eyes. Their current speed is comparable to an ordinary eminent celestial. Chen Yiru chimed in at this moment. Comparable to an eminent celestial? Naturally, Han Xuanai and the others believed Chen Yiru's words. However, they were shocked when they heard his words. How's that possible? Han Xuanai exclaimed, when they first entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, their cultivation bases were only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How can their speed be so fast? I'm not too sure about that. Chen Yi-Ru extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Nangong Yi-Chen and Duan Lingtian's cultivation bases were still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could not help but feel puzzled. I've just probed them with my divine consciousness. Their cultivation bases are still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their cultivation bases are at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but their speed is comparable to an eminent celestial? Han Xuan'ai and the others were stunned when they heard Chen Yi-Ru's words. They were dumbstruck. Each of them has a movement celestial supreme treasure. When Han Xuan'ai and the others were still in a daze, Duan Lingtian's voice entered their ears in a timely manner, causing them to regain their senses immediately. Their eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian in unison. Celestial Supreme Treasure? While Han Xuan'ai and the others were still in shock, Nangong Yi-Chen and Duan Lingtian finally arrived near Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian? You're all here? At this moment, Nangong Yi-Chen and Duan Lingtian finally noticed Duan Lingtian and the others. They could not help but feel surprised. Why are you two brothers in such a hurry? I don't see anyone chasing after you. Duan Lingtian looked at the Nangong brothers and asked in bewilderment. When Duan Lingtian's words reached the ears of the Nangong brothers, they immediately shuddered. Then, the two of them seemed to have thought of something terrible. Their expressions changed. They looked at Duan Lingtian and the others and hurriedly shouted, Duan Lingtian! Quick! Hurry back to the Saint Province realm! They shouted as they dashed toward the black hole in front of them. They wanted to return to the Saint Province realm as soon as possible. Whoosh! However, Duan Lingtian dodged and blocked their way with Ke. He frowned and asked, what happened? Duan Lingtian, let's return to the Saint Province realm first. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Nangong Yi said anxiously. Although Nangong Yi-Chen did not lose his composure like Nangong Yi, his expression was one of panic. It was as if he had encountered something frightening. As soon as Nangong Yi finished speaking, whoosh! A powerful divine consciousness swept in from afar and shrouded the area in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the expressions of Nangong Yi-Chen and Duan Lingtian changed. Chapter 2479. This divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when the expressions of Nangong Yi and Duan Lingtian changed. He discovered this divine consciousness was not ordinary. This divine consciousness was extraordinary. It was at least the divine consciousness of a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. It's the divine consciousness of an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, Ke was able to confirm the cultivation base of the owner of the divine sense that swept over them. Brother Tian, do you want me to follow his divine consciousness and give him a warning? Ke asked softly as she looked at Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he discovered the owner of the divine consciousness was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. He said indifferently, I'd like to see where this 8-tribulation bodiless celestial came from. How dare he target a member of the 7 Absolute sect? A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he finished speaking. This, although Duan Lingtian and Ke's conversation was not loud, everyone present on the scene clearly heard their conversation. Even Nangong and Duan Lingtian were shocked and they heard it. They were shocked that Ke, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was able to identify the owner of the divine consciousness with just a few words. However, Duan Lingtian was still as calm as ever even after learning that his opponent was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. They were even more shocked. Based on Duan Lingtian's reaction, it seemed like he was not afraid of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial at all. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The same thought appeared in the minds of Nangong and Duan Lingtian's minds at the same time. They were certain Duan Ling Tian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. They subconsciously felt that this was the only way Duan Ling Tian could remain so strong when facing an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. After coming to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and meeting the people from the 4 large mundane realms, they had also heard about the patriarch of the 7 absolute sect, Feng Qingyang. From this, he learned, the reason Patriarch Feng Qingyang from the 7 absolute sect was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials was because he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial when the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened. Speak. What's going on? After seeing the Nangong brothers' expressions change for a while, the anxiety on their faces gradually faded. Duan Ling Tian asked again. It's like this. At this moment, Nangong Yi, who thought Duan Ling Tian must have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, sighed in relief before he recounted everything that had happened. A few days ago, Nangong and Duan Ling Tian had seen 2 bodiless celestials leading a group of people to fight for the celestial supreme treasures that had appeared in the Earth-rank treasure vault. They could not help but stand aside and watch. In the end, they were surprised by what happened. In the end, more than half of the people from the 2 groups of people died. Only a few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage survived. Moreover, those powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were severely injured and could not unleash their full strength. At this moment, Nangong and Duan Ling Tian had made up their minds and snatched the celestial supreme treasures that had appeared in the Earth-rank treasure vault. It was the pair of boots that they were wearing. Both of you are quite lucky. Not only are you the Oriole behind, but you even managed to snatch 2 celestial supreme treasures. During our journey here, we had also come across Earth-rank treasure vaults, but each of them only had 1 celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he heard Nangong Yi's words. Although we were lucky, we got into trouble because of this, Nangong Yi smiled bitterly. At that time, the remaining powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were severely injured. However, it was impossible for the 2 of us to kill them in such a short time. At that time, they had already used their communication jade tokens, so there was a chance that someone would come to their aid. Moreover, one of them said that an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from their sect was nearby and would come to our aid soon. At that time, the 2 of us were so frightened that we only had one thought in mind, and that was to return to the Saint Province realm as soon as possible. You know what's going to happen next, Nangong Yi sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he smiled faintly and said, no matter what, I still have to congratulate both of you for obtaining a celestial supreme treasure each. Moreover, they're all movement celestial supreme treasures. Compared to offensive celestial supreme treasures, movement celestial supreme treasures were much more difficult to refine and were rarer. Huo Lao, the 3-legged golden crow, had told Duan Ling Tian about this when he was still alive. At that time, Huo Lao had told him about many movement celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the only movement celestial supreme treasure that Duan Ling Tian remembered was the pair of firestorm wheels that belonged to Neza, the son of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing. If you want to congratulate us, let's get through this first. That 8 tribulation bodiless celestial has already detected our location with his divine consciousness. Nangong Yi said with a wry smile on his face. Don't worry. A mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial won't be able to snatch your celestial supreme treasures under my watch. When Duan Ling Tian spoke again, he had a carefree expression on his face, and his eyes revealed strong confidence. How dare you, brat! As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a thunderous voice rang from afar, causing Nangong and Li Jing's expressions to change drastically. Duan Lingtian was very confident. However, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was almost invincible to Nangong and Li Jing. Therefore, when they realized that the other party had rushed over, their expressions subconsciously changed. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air, accompanied by a ghostly figure. This figure's speed was so swift that only Duan Ling Tian and Kuer were able to clearly catch sight of it. It was a tall and big red-clad old man. His figure was like a ball of red flame as he flew through the air. It seemed as though he could burn everything in his path. The old man's aura was extremely powerful. He could be considered as one of the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. This old man's aura is comparable to the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm whom I killed earlier. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could tell the old man's aura was not weak at all. The red-clad old man's cultivation base was only slightly weaker than the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm whom he had killed earlier. Whoosh! It was as though a scorching gust of wind had blown past. The red-robed old man had arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others at an extremely fast speed. He hovered in the air as his red robe fluttered in the wind. He looked as though he was being burned by a ball of fire, but his body was not damaged at all. Boy, I'm curious. Where did you, an eminent celestial, get the courage to say that I, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, am not strong enough to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from them under your nose? The red-robed old man had a square face. When he glared at Duan Ling Tian, it was as though his body was shrouded in flames. He emitted waves of terrifying coldness that caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. What? Are you looking down on eminent celestials? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. His expression did not change when he saw the red-clad old man's overbearing attitude. As an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, the red-clad old man was not stupid. When he saw Duan Lingtian was still so calm, he could not help but wonder, this boy. He's still so calm even at this moment. What's his trump card? The red-clad old man was puzzled. Could it be? Soon after, the red-clad old man's expression changed as though he had thought of something. He stared at Duan Lingtian and asked, could it be that you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The red-clad old man had thought of this possibility because, 100,000 years ago, the person from the Saint Province realm who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial before he left the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, if there were any eminent celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone who were not afraid of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, it would be those who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Humph! Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Nangong Yi scoffed. You're pretty smart to be able to guess that Duan Lingtian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, there's something else you don't know. He's the successor of Senior Feng Qingyang who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Swoosh! Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, the red-clad old man's expression changed drastically. Feng Qingyang. He was the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. In that case, all of you are from the Saint Province realm, right? Is this the exit that leads to the Saint Province realm from the Beyond Heaven secret zone? At this moment, the red-clad old man noticed the black hole hovering in the air. That's right. Nangong Yi raised his head proudly as though he was proud to be from the Saint Province realm. I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, at this critical moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again. Upon hearing this, the smile on Nangong Yi's face froze. Even Nangong Chen's expression changed slightly. Duan Lingtian said, Duan Lingtian? He did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? He didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The red-clad old man's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What? Do you think I don't have the ability to stop you from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Chapter 2480. Duan Lingtian's words were exactly what the red-clad old man was thinking. In his opinion, this was not the case. Since the purple-clad young man was an eminent celestial and did not possess the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man to be stronger than him. However, the calmness displayed by the purple-clothed young man in front of him caused him to panic. Was the purple-clad young man trying to be mysterious, or was he really not afraid of him? He was not certain. Wait a minute. The red-clad old man's eyes widened as though he had just recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian warily and asked, You? Are you Duan Lingtian who killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? The red-clad old man had heard a rumor some time ago. It was said that an eminent celestial named Duan Lingtian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. At that time, when he heard this rumor, he was skeptical, but more than that, he didn't believe it. Earlier, one of the twins called him Duan Lingtian. The red-clad old man had thought about how Nangong Yi had mentioned Duan Lingtian earlier. For this reason, he was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. He was certain the rumor was true. He was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. If the rumor was true and the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, there was no need for him to fear Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Although he was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, his strength was only comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian killed a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? As soon as the red-robed old man finished speaking, Nangong and his brother were stunned again. They had never heard of Duan Lingtian killing 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. The Beyond Heaven secret zone was huge, and the people inside were scattered all over the place. For this reason, although news of Duan Lingtian killing 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials had reached the ears of many people in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Nangong and Duan Lingtian did not hear about it. It was precisely because of this that they couldn't help but be stunned when they heard the red-robed old man's words. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Hearing the red-robed old man's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He had no intention of answering the red-robed old man's question. Kill a 7th tribulation loose celestial who possessed an immortal supreme treasure? Not long ago, even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure had been killed by him. Whoosh! 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 The red-robed old man's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. No matter what, he was still an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Since when did an eminent celestial dare to speak to him in such a manner? However, he could not do anything about it. Humph! In the end, the red-robed old man did not make a move. He scoffed before he turned around and left without saying anything. He's a smart person. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the red-robed old man had left. After all, he had already made up his mind. If the red-robed old man dared to make a move, he would not show any mercy. Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not think an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was a threat at all. Nangong and his brother were dumbfounded when they saw the red-robed old man leaving. Duan Lingtian did not even make a move, but he managed to scare an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial away? Was this a dream? We're not dreaming, right? Nangong Yi asked as he looked at Nangong Chen who was standing next to him. Nangong Chen shook his head as well, indicating he did not know. The two brothers stared at each other for a long time before they regained their senses. Hey! Why are you and your brother in a daze? Both of you are really lucky. Not only did you manage to survive in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone for a few years, but you even managed to obtain 2 celestial supreme treasures. Nangong and his brother only regained their senses when they heard Han Xuanai's voice. However, they ignored Han Xuanai. Instead, they looked at Duanling Tian with bewilderment in their eyes. In the end, Nangong Yi could not help but ask, Duanling Tian, the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial said you killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Is that true? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile on his face when he heard Nangong Yi's question. To Duanling Tian, Nangong Yi was not only his old friend, but he was also a member of the 7 Absolute sect. Therefore, he did not only feel friendship towards Nangong Yi, but he also felt that they were from the same sect. He would not underestimate Nangong Yi just because there was a huge gap between their strengths. It's true. After receiving confirmation from Duanling Tian, Nangong Yi knew it was true. He was petrified. Nangong Chen, who had remained silent the entire time, was petrified as well. Nangong and his brother were petrified when they recalled the time they first met Duanling Tian. They could not help but sigh inwardly. In recent years, after they had become members of the 7 Absolute sect, they had finally managed to catch up to Duanling Tian. However, they had been left in the dust by Duanling Tian again. From the beginning until the end, the Nangong twins did not doubt Duanling Tian's words at all. This was because they knew Duanling Tian would not lie to them, and there was no need for him to do so. Humph. What's there to be surprised about? Han Xuanai scoffed when she saw Nangong and his brother were stunned by the fact that Duanling Tian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. She said, Duanling Tian is just a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Not long ago, Brother Ling Tian even killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Han Xuanai was excited when she finished speaking. It was as though she was the one who had killed the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and not Duanling Tian. Moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was widely acknowledged as the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. So what if he was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm? He still died in the hands of Big Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai said. What? Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Nangong and his brother who had just regained their senses were stunned again. After a while, they finally regained their senses. Duanling Tian, is this true? Nangong looked at Duanling Tian again. It seemed as though he would only believe what Han Xuanai had said if Duanling Tian confirmed it. What? Are you doubting my words? Han Xuanai was slightly displeased when she heard Nangong Yi's words. Yes, it's true. Duanling Tian nodded. The hearts of the Nangong brothers shuddered once again. How's this possible? Didn't you say you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? If that's the case, how did you become so powerful? Although Nangong Yi did not doubt Duanling Tian's strength, he could not help but feel puzzled. It's a long story. We'll talk about it in the future. Duanling Tian smiled faintly as he said, we're about to return to the Saint Province realm. If you don't want to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for too long, you can come with us. After he finished speaking, Duanling Tian did not wait for Nangong Yi's reply. He looked at Kerr, who was standing next to him, and said with a faint smile, "Kerr, let's go." "All right." Kerr nodded obediently. Tian Wu. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian called out to Feng Tianwu. Immediately, the three of them flew side by side. When they flew out, they merged into the black hole in front of them and disappeared completely. It was as if they were completely swallowed by the black hole. "I advise all of you to come with us. With your strength, you're lucky to be able to survive in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, let alone obtain a celestial supreme treasure. If you don't want to die in the hands of others, it's best to leave the Beyond Heaven's secret zone now." Before Han Xuanai, Mu Yi, Chen Yiru, and the others entered the black hole and returned to the Saint Province realm, she reminded Nangong and Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, only Nangong and Duan Ling Tian were left near the entrance that connected the Beyond Heaven's secret zone to the Saint Province realm. "Let's go as well." The two of them looked at each other. As soon as Nangong Yi finished speaking, both of them flew out and entered the black hole in the void in front of them. They completely disappeared from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. In the Saint Province realm. In a valley shrouded in fog in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling in the snowy valley rang in the air. Soon after, figures appeared out of thin air above the valley. It was as though celestial soldiers had descended from the sky. "I'm back." Duan Ling Tian could not help but take a deep breath as he immersed himself in the aura of the Saint Province realm. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Province realm was not as rich as the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he felt at home. However, when he returned to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he felt like he was at home. This was something that the Beyond Heaven's secret zone could not give him. Si Ling, Ku stood next to Duan Ling Tian. As soon as she appeared in the air above the valley, she extended her divine consciousness and discovered her daughter, Duan Si Ling, was in closed-door cultivation. She could not help but call out to her daughter, Duan Si Ling naturally. It was also because she discovered her daughter was not in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, she would absolutely not have rashly disturbed her own daughter. No matter how much she missed her daughter, she would not disturb her daughter's cultivation. Chapter 2481. Mother. Since Duan Si Ling was not in closed-door cultivation, she could clearly sense what was happening outside. A familiar voice rang from outside and called her name. Duan Si Ling was instantly jolted awake from her cultivation. She was certain the owner of the voice was her mother, who had left a few years ago. Bang! A soft sound rang in the air as Duan Si Ling raised her hand and opened the door. Following that, her slender figure flew out and appeared in the valley in just a blink of an eye. Father. Mother. As soon as Duan Si Ling came out, she saw her father and mother, whom she had been missing day and night. She could not help but rush forward with tears in her eyes. It was as though the longing she had accumulated for a few years had finally erupted at this moment. Si Ling. Ku flew toward Duan Si Ling. When Duan Si Ling was halfway through her flight, Ku hugged her tightly as though she did not want to let go. Si Ling, the calmness on Duan Ling Tian's face was completely shattered when he saw the slender and elegant young girl hugging Ku. A hint of gentleness appeared in his eyes, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A few years had passed, and his daughter had grown up. Currently, Duan Si Ling was already 16 years old. She had inherited Duan Ling Tian and Ker's features, but there was not much childishness left on her face. When would she be able to shed her childishness? At that time, she would truly be an adult. Feng Tianwu stood next to Duan Ling Tian. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes when she saw Ker and Duan Si Ling hugging each other. If only it was possible. How she wished she could have a child with her elder brother Duan. Han Xuanai, Chen Yiru, and the others who came out from behind Duan Ling Tian looked at the mother and daughter who were hugging each other. None of them made a sound. It was as though they were afraid of disturbing the mother and daughter. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Oracle Man and Zoroastrianism's guardian Qinghua had also appeared outside the two wooden huts. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and the others had returned safely, they were sincerely happy. However, when they sensed the atmosphere at the scene and saw the mother and daughter hugging each other, no matter how much they wanted to say in their hearts, they were not in a hurry to speak. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. After about 10 breaths, Kerr and Duan Si Ling finally noticed the silence in the air. At the same time, they also noticed the gazes on them. The mother and daughter could not help but blush. Then, Kerr held Duan Lingtian's hand and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Father. Duan Si Ling looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had not changed at all. A joyful smile appeared on her beautiful face that still retained her childishness. She admired and respected the father in front of her. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've grown so big. You're almost as tall as your mother now. Duan Ling Tian said affectionately as he patted Duan Si Ling's head. Currently, Duan Si Ling was slender and graceful. She was only half a head taller than her mother, Kerr. It would take her at most 1 or 2 years to catch up to her mother's height. Si Ling, Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, looked at Duan Si Ling with a doting smile on her face. Do you still remember me? Auntie Tian Wu. Duan Si Ling took a few steps forward and walked up to Feng Tianwu. She held Feng Tianwu's hand naturally and giggled. How could I forget you, Auntie Tian Wu? You're still the same as a few years ago. You're still so young and beautiful. You haven't changed at all. Before Feng Tianwu entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, although she did not spend much time with Duan Si Ling, she doted on Duan Si Ling a lot. Duan Si Ling had a good impression of her as well. Si Ling, you're such a sweet talker. A smile appeared on Feng Tianwu's face when she heard Duan Si Ling's words. Her eyes were filled with affection. Si Ling, what about me? What about me? Do you still remember me? At this moment, Han Xuanai also joined in the fun. After Duan Si Ling greeted Han Xuanai, she walked up to Gan Ruyan and held Gan Ruyan's hand tightly. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, the Oracle Man, and Qinghua had already gathered together. How's your trip to the Sword Saint secret zone this time? The Oracle Man asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian expectantly. Junior Uncle Prophet. Actually, there's no such thing as the Sword Saint secret zone. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have expected the Oracle Man would ask this question. For this reason, he replied as soon as the Oracle Man finished speaking. There's no such thing as the Sword Saint secret zone? What do you mean by that? The Oracle Man was, naturally, confused when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. The Sword Saint secret zone we entered is not the Sword Saint secret zone, it's the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Ling Tian, who had been prepared for this, told the Oracle Man everything he had seen and heard in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He told the Oracle Man that the space behind the black hole was not the Sword Saint secret zone but the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to mention that Senior Feng Qingyang had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. The Beyond Heaven secret zone? It's connected to 5 mundane realms? Our Saint Province realm is only a small mundane realm while the other 5 mundane realms are large mundane realms? There are many powerhouses in the large mundane realms. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials aren't common in our Saint Province realm, but there are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in almost every era in the large mundane realms. Moreover, there are more than 1 or 2 of them. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. That's why he's able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he's just an eminent celestial. Not only was the old prophet shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words, but even Qinghua was shocked as well. Then, Duan Ling Tian continued to tell the two old men about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There are so many powerhouses in the mundane realms. Even a top sect has 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. The Oracle Man and Qinghua were shocked and they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. They realized they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Junior Uncle Prophet, what's the situation in the Upper Province now that the Devil clans have invaded the Upper Province? It had been a few years since the Devil clans invaded the Upper Province. Duan Ling Tian, who had rushed back to the Saint Province realm, was eager to learn more about the situation in the Upper Province. After all, it was better to know yourself and know your enemy. About a year ago, I lost contact with the outside world. At that time, the connection between me and the Red Dust Lineage's intelligence network was mysteriously cut off. The Oracle Man sighed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, he smiled wryly and said, "Now, I suspect the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network is either under someone's control or has been uprooted. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to not send me any information at all." Ever since Han Xuanai's master had passed away, the Oracle Man had temporarily taken over the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network. Initially, the Oracle Man had planned to hand over the Red Dust Progeny's information network to Han Xuanai after she returned from the Sword Saint's secret zone. However, he did not expect this. A year ago, the Red Dust Progeny's information network had completely disappeared. "You don't know what happened?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. The Oracle Man shook his head. "I wanted to investigate as well. However, I discovered that since the Devil clans invaded the Upper Province, there have been a lot of Devil clans in the Northern Province. With my cultivation base, I can't even go anywhere in the Northern Province, let alone the Northern Province." A hint of helplessness could be heard in the Oracle Man's voice when he spoke. He was a human who had not even broken through to the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage. It was extremely difficult for him to go anywhere in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint land where the Devil clans gathered. Moreover, he could be exposed at any time and be killed by the Devil clans. Initially, I was worried that after the Red Dust Progeny's information network was destroyed, it would only take slightly more than a year for the humans and the Devil clans to come here. The Oracle Man continued to say, "Now that I see all of you have returned safely, I'm relieved. Moreover, since the Beyond Heaven secret zone is behind the black hole, it doesn't matter even if it's exposed. Moreover, according to you, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial has already been obtained by someone else. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the Devil clans entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial." The Oracle Man said. "Junior Uncle Prophet, it would only take slightly more than a year for the news of you being here to be exposed?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown, "What do you mean?" The Oracle Man seemed to have guessed Duan Ling Tian would ask this question. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he said, "The information network of the Red Dust Progeny in the 7 Absolute sect is very complicated. However, due to the fact that I received information from the Red Dust Progeny's information network in this place, I've left some traces in the Red Dust Progeny's information network. If there's someone who has control over the Red Dust Progeny's information network and intends to investigate this matter, it would only take slightly more than a year for the news of me being here to be exposed." The Oracle Man's words answered Duan Ling Tian's question. "So that's how it is." Duan Ling Tian finally understood the Oracle Man's words. "It seems like I'll have to investigate the situation in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint land on my own." Chapter 2482. Since Duan Ling Tian and the others had returned, there was no need for the Oracle Man and the others to stay in this godforsaken place. "Let's go." Let's return to the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate. Under Duan Ling Tian's lead, the group of people made their way to the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate. It was also the nameless snow-capped peak. Initially, it was a peaceful journey. However, not long after that, 2 male devils with dog heads and human bodies appeared. They stared at Ku'er, Feng Tian Wu, Han Xuanai, and the others with a greedy look in their eyes. Dog devils? Duan Ling Tian could tell they were from the Dog Devil clan just by looking at their features. He had stayed in the Human Devil clan in the Debussy subterranean for a while, so he knew a lot about the devil clans. This included the Dog Devil clan. Although the demonic dog clan was not in the top echelon of the demon clan, it was in the second echelon. It was a very powerful clan. Same old rules. Kill the men and leave the women alive. The 2 dog devils looked at each other and said at the same time. As soon as they finished speaking, they charged toward Duan Ling Tian and the others like a gust of wind. Their targets were Duan Ling Tian and the others. Humph! A scoff rang in the air as soon as the 2 dog devils made their move. Chen Yiru snorted as he shot out like an arrow. In just a blink of an eye, he was in front of the 2 dog devils. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 dog devils were only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the old man glaring at them. Although they were from the devil clans and had strange appearances, their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Seeing this old man appear out of thin air in front of them, they were unable to react from the beginning to the end. They didn't even need to guess to know that this old man was the old man. The strength of the old man in front of them was far above them. 2 monsters, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of my master? You're courting death. Chen Yiru said as the expressions of the 2 dog devils changed drastically. The moment his voice fell, his right hand, which had been accumulating power for a long time, suddenly swung out, bringing along a bright and dazzling blade light. Hum! The saber light tore through the air, leaving a tiny crack in the void. The next moment. Puchi! Puchi! After 2 light sounds, the 2 demonic dogs' bodies were cut in half at the waist. Even when they were killed, their eyes were still wide open, as if they were unable to die in peace. Boom! After killing the 2 dog devils, Chen Yiru waved his left hand and a vast power swept out. Like a ball of fire, it incinerated the corpses of the 2 dog devils. When he saw this scene, Duan Ling Tian, who stood nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Chen Yiru had always been prudent. This time, after Chen Yiru killed the 2 dog devils, he destroyed the corpses of the 2 dog devils so his daughter, Duan Xiling, would not be able to witness such a bloody scene. While Chen Yiru was destroying the corpses of the 2 dog devils, a faint aura began to spread in the air. Mirror Image Dao Talisman. Sensing this aura, Chen Yiru couldn't help but sneer. Although the aura of the Mirror Image Dao Talisman meant one of the dog devils had a powerful background, Chen Yiru did not mind. Nevertheless, he was not bothered by it. After all, the person behind the dog devil who possessed the Mirror Image Dao Talisman might not be stronger than him. So what if that person was stronger than him? His master's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. His master's wife, his mistress, had killed 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures in just a blink of an eye. Her strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Even if the person behind this dog devil is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he'll still die if he dares to come looking for trouble. Chen Yiru was very confident in his mistress's strength. The reason Chen Yiru felt Ku'er's strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms was because he knew Ku'er's strength was comparable to a golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian had told him about the cultivation base levels in the Devata realms after they had reunited in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Lingtian had mentioned golden celestials who were above heavenly celestials. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was comparable to a peak heavenly celestial. Once a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Devata realms, they would become golden celestials. Of course. Master said it's unlikely for there to be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial among the devil clans in the land of exile. Chen Yiru had heard about this from Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, whether the devil clans had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial or not, they were no longer a threat to them. There's a mirror image talisman? Since Chen Yiru had sensed the aura of the mirror image talisman, Duan Lingtian and the others had sensed it as well. After Han Xuanai sensed it, she rolled her eyes and giggled. I'd like to see if the person behind this demon dares to come to us. I don't think so. Nan Gongyi chimed in, based on Senior Chen Yiru's strength, the ordinary devil clans would be wary of him if they saw him through the mirror image talisman. It's impossible for them to seek revenge from Senior Chen Yiru. No matter what, Chen Yiru was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ordinary devil clans would not dare to seek revenge from him. The appearance of the 2 dog devils was only a small interlude to Duan Lingtian and the others. Along the way, they encountered a few more groups of devils, but all of them were killed by Chen Yiru. The strongest devil clans they encountered was only at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Let alone Chen Yiru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, even Nangong and Nangong Yiru would be able to kill them easily. We're here. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the nameless snowy peak where the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate was located. A year ago, I received news from the Red Dust progeny that the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate has been taken over by the devil clans. The Oracle Man said. Although he knew the devil clans had taken over the nameless snowy peak, he did not warn Duan Lingtian to be careful. After all, he had learned from Nangong Yi that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even without the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and ancestral master Feng Qingyang. After hearing this from Nangong Yi, the elder of heavenly secrets was stunned for a long time. After a while, he looked for Duan Lingtian to confirm it. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. This meant the 7 Absolute Sect would be able to shine again under the leadership of their new sect leader. They would be able to achieve the same glory as ancestral master Feng Qingyang 100,000 years ago. Since the Oracle Man knew Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was not worried the devil clans would pose a threat to Duan Lingtian. As a matter of fact, this was indeed the case. The devil clans that occupied the nameless snowy peak where the 7 Absolute Sect used to be was only a group of boar devils. The strongest among them was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chen Yiru alone was enough to annihilate all of them. Since then, the 7 Absolute Sect had reclaimed their lost temporary estate. Thud. 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 Spare my life, my lord. Spare my life, my lord. A monster with a pig's head and a human's body was kneeling on the ground in a spacious hall. He kept knocking his head on the ground. Although his forehead was bleeding profusely, he did not seem to be aware of it as he continued to knock his head on the ground. He kept kowtowing as he begged for mercy. A purple-clad young man was seated at the head of the hall. Behind the purple-clothed young man, an old man stood there respectfully, following the purple-clothed young man's lead. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. The monster with a pig's head and a human's body who was kowtowing and begging for mercy was a boar devil. Chen Yiru had intentionally spared his life when he took back the nameless snowy peak that was the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate. He had spared the boar devil's life because of Duan Lingtian's orders. The boar devil continued to kowtow and beg for mercy. Occasionally, he would raise his head and look at the purple-clad young man sitting at the head of the hall. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. In his opinion, the old man standing behind the purple-clad young man was akin to a devil. The old man had killed his companions with just a wave of his hand. He was the only one who had survived. Naturally, he knew the old man had spared his life on purpose. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive. However, the old man who was akin to a devil in his eyes was so respectful to the purple-clad young man. He even addressed the purple-clad young man as master. It was not difficult for him to imagine. The purple-clad young man must be even more terrifying than the old man. "Tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you go," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at the boar devil. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the boar devil realized he was only alive because the purple-clad young man had something to ask him. "Please ask, my lord. I'll tell you everything I know." At this moment, the boar demon also stopped kowtowing and begging for mercy and answered respectfully. Ever since the devil clans invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the upper province has been in chaos. What I want to know is what's the current situation in the upper province. Is the devil clans in the upper hand, or is the human clans in the upper hand? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly. The boar devil was worried the purple-clad young man would ask some tricky questions. He had mentally prepared himself for it. Chapter 2483. My lord, is this what you wanted to ask? The boar devil wondered if he had misheard Duan Ling Tian. Was there a need to ask about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? I don't want to ask again. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly when he saw the boar devil looking at him skeptically. A hint of impatience could be seen on his face. Yes, yes. The boar devil was frightened out of his wits when he heard Duan Ling Tian's impatient tone. Following that, he did not dare to hide anything from Duan Ling Tian and told him about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The southern and northern regions of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land have fallen into the hands of the devil clans. The devil clans didn't succeed in the western region due to the existence of the Phoenix clan. As for the eastern region, the devil clans didn't succeed due to the existence of the dragons. Currently, the central region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is also the main battlefield between the devil clans from the Land of Exile and the people from the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian learned about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after listening to the boar devil's explanation. Up until now, the strongest person in the devil clans is an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Phoenix clan and the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans are evenly matched. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian learned about the strength of the devil clans. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. This shouldn't be the full strength of the devil clans. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of this. There might not be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. However, it was impossible for there to be only one 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Since you're willing to cooperate, scram. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently after he learned what he wanted to know from the boar devil who was kneeling on the ground. In his opinion, the boar devil was just a nobody. This boar demon was just an insignificant existence in the demon race. It didn't matter whether he was killed or not. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, sir. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the boar demon excitedly thanked the Duan Ling Tian before leaving the hall. As soon as he exited the hall, he fled from the nameless snowy mountain. Now, it's time to go to the dragons and settle the old score with them. After the boar demon left, Duan Ling Tian abruptly stood up from his seat in the main hall, his eyes blazing with flames. That was the flame of anger. He would never forget, 2 of his 7 absolute sect successors had died at the hands of the dragon tribe. The successor of the Kratos, Guli. The successor of the four absolutes, the dark shadow lineage, Yu Wuying. Senior brother Guli. If you're watching from the heavens, please watch carefully. I'll go to the dragons immediately to avenge you. Duan Lingtian left the hall in a flash. He stood in the void outside the hall and looked up at the sky as he muttered to himself. Sandao. After a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and called out to Chen Yiru, who had just exited the hall. Master. Chen Yiru responded respectfully. From now on, you don't have to follow me anymore, Duan Lingtian said. Master. Chen Yiru became anxious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Master, did I do something that didn't go your way? If so, please tell me. I'll definitely remember it next time. Don't misunderstand. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly as he said, what I mean is, from today onward, we're no longer master and servant. If you want to leave, it's up to you. If you don't want to leave, you can stay and be a guardian of the Seven Invincible sect. Naturally, it's up to you. Chen Yiru had been following him for some time now. He was very satisfied with his loyalty. For this reason, he decided to return Chen Yiru's freedom. I've misunderstood you. Only then did Chen Yiru realize that he had misunderstood his master's intentions. At the same time, he continued, Master, thank you for removing Sandao's master-servant relationship. However, Sandao is now willing to follow you, so there's no need for you to do this. Alright, it's settled then. From today onward, you're free. Duan Lingtian spoke once more with an extremely resolute tone. In that case, I'm willing to stay in the Seven Invincible sect as a guardian. Chen Yiru could sense Duan Lingtian's determination, so he did not say anything else. Instead, he expressed his willingness to stay in the Seven Absolute sect and become a guardian. The Seven Invincible sect welcomes you. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Chen Yiru's words. Then, he told the other members of the Seven Invincible sect about this. Welcome, Guardian Chen. Welcome, Guardian Chen. The Oracle Man and the other members of the Seven Invincible sect welcomed Chen Yiru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. This meant that the strength of the Seven Invincible sect would rise to another level. Previously, although Chen Yiru had followed Duan Lingtian, he was still Duan Lingtian's servant and not a member of the Seven Invincible sect. If Duan Lingtian ascended to the mundane realm one day, Chen Yiru would most likely leave as well. Now that Chen Yiru had become a guardian of the Seven Invincible sect, it meant he would protect the Seven Invincible sect regardless of whether Duan Lingtian ascended or not. After all, the Seven Invincible sect was now his sect. I'm going to visit the dragons. After Duan Lingtian made up his mind to seek revenge from the dragons, he immediately went to look for Kerr and informed her of his plans. Brother Tian, I'll go with you. Kerr said. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. With my current cultivation base, I'm not afraid even if the dragons have 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, let alone the fact that there might not be any 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the dragons. Moreover, don't you have the jade token I gave you? If I need your help, I'll notify you through the jade token. You can come over as soon as you can. With your current strength, it'll only take you a few dozen breaths to travel across half of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian did not plan to bring Kerr with him to the dragons. Moreover, apart from protecting Si Ling, you'll be able to protect the others as well. With you around, I don't have to worry about their safety. Duan Lingtian said. Since Duan Lingtian had said so, naturally, Kerr did not insist on going to the dragons with Duan Lingtian. However, she still said solemnly to Duan Lingtian, Brother Tian, if you encounter any trouble, you must inform me immediately. Kerr agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. Although she knew there was nothing in the upper province that could threaten Duan Lingtian, she could not help but worry about his safety. She was worried something would happen to Duan Lingtian. One had to know that the reason why her strength had increased so quickly was all because she wanted to do something for her brother Tian. She did not want to be a vase by his side. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Ker's seriousness. Then, he said, as for Tian Wu, help me inform her. If there are no accidents, it won't take long for me to make my way to the dragons. All right. Ker nodded. She was as docile as a kitten in front of Duan Lingtian. After informing Ker, Duan Lingtian left the nameless snowy peak where the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary estate was located. He left the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and made his way to the eastern region. After entering the eastern region, he continued to make his way to the dragon's estate. During this journey, Duan Lingtian traveled at full speed, so it did not take him long to arrive at the 100,000 mountains where the dragon's estate was located. This is the 100,000 mountains? This is where the dragon's estate is? To Duan Lingtian, the illusory fog formations outside the dragon's estate were child's play. With his current strength, he could easily see through it. He could even ignore it. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian moved as the sword formation under his feet opened up a path for him. He turned into a streak of light as he charged into the dragon clan's estate. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! I can feel the terrifying speed just by listening to the sound. Is it a devil clan's powerhouse? Who dares to trespass on the dragon's estate? Many people in the dragon's estate were horrified when they heard the sound. It was obvious the newcomer did not come with good intentions. At this moment, a commotion broke out in the dragon's estate. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect, has come to the dragon's estate to seek revenge for the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuying. If the dragons don't hand over the culprit, Duan Lingtian will annihilate the dragons today. A thunderous voice descended from the sky and was clearly heard by all the members of the dragon tribe in the dragon tribe's encampment. Instantly, the entire dragon clan's encampment fell into dead silence. Duan Lingtian? The sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect had personally come? That was not the main point. The main point was, the sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect had said he had come to the dragon's estate to seek revenge. Moreover, he had said he would annihilate the dragons if the dragons did not hand over the culprit who killed the members of Seven Absolute Sect. Did I hear wrongly? The sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect, Duan Lingtian, said he's going to annihilate the dragons? Somewhere in the dragon clan's encampment, a member of the dragon clan questioned in shock. You heard right. He said he'll annihilate the dragons if the dragons don't hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuying. He's crazy. Crazy. The sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect is crazy. Who does he think he is? How dare he threaten to annihilate the dragons? He's digging his own grave. The sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect is digging his own grave. The people in the dragon's estate roared furiously when they regained their senses. Moreover, they felt the same way. Chapter 2484. In the air above the dragon's residence in the 100,000 mountains. A purple-clad young man hovered in the air as he looked down indifferently. This was where the dragon's residence was located. Senior brother Gu Li, I'll avenge you today. All of a sudden, the purple-clothed young man spoke in a low voice. His originally cold gaze instantly became incomparably sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just barged into the dragon's residence. He would kill the dragons. This was exactly what he had just said, and it was not a lie. If the dragons refused to hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuying, he would kill the dragons to avenge Gu Li, Yu Wuying, and Xuan Ai's master. Originally, when he had just returned, he had thought that he might as well directly exterminate the dragon clan without saying a word. After all, he had the ability to do so now. Even if he was not strong enough, he still had Kerr. With Kerr's help, even if there were 10 dragons, she would not be able to kill them, let alone one dragon. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about how the dragons had helped the Saint Province realm, he decided to kill the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing. As long as the dragons no longer treated him, Duan Lingtian, and the 7 Absolute sect as their enemies, he would let bygones be bygones. Naturally, this was on the premise that the dragons were willing to cooperate. If the dragons were unwilling to cooperate, Duan Lingtian would not be merciful and would just kill them. There's no bodiless celestial among the dragons who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Duan Lingtian had learned this from Chen Yiru. Otherwise, he would not have come alone today. After all, if there was a 3 bodiless celestial among the dragons who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, Duan Lingtian would be in a passive position and might even die before he could achieve victory. It was precisely because he had long known this that he dared to make a declaration after arriving at the dragon clan. If the dragons refused to hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing, he would Duan Lingtian and kill the dragons. Naturally, it's not a big deal even if the dragon clan has a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. As long as I bring Ku-er with me, even a 9 bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique won't be able to hit me. Ku-er's current cultivation base is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Her soul is also comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. With Ku-er's soul, she can easily block the soul attack of a 9 bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought about Kerr. In fact, before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Lingtian did not think he would need to rely on Kerr. However, it had to be said that Ku-er's current strength had given him a lot of confidence! If the dragons don't know what's good for them, I'll just kill them. With Kerr's and my strength, even if there are no dragons in the Saint Province realm, there's no need for us to fear the devil clans from the land of exile. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes shone brightly as he waited for the dragon clan's response. Duan Lingtian hovered behind the clouds above the dragon clan's estate. His surroundings were calm and serene. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out in the dragon's residence. Annihilate the dragons. Someone actually said he wants to annihilate the dragons. In the past, in the long history of the dragons, no one has ever dared to claim that they want to annihilate the dragons. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, is really out of his mind. Humph. Ever since the devil clans invaded the upper province, we haven't heard anything about Duan Lingtian. Not only did he appear in the dragon's residence, but he even threatened to annihilate the dragons if we don't hand over Duan Lingtian. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. The Patriarch and the Supreme Elders must have heard Duan Lingtian's words by now, right? Humph. As long as the Patriarch and the Supreme Elders make a move, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the dragon's residence. However, none of the dragons thought Duan Lingtian was strong enough to annihilate the dragons. They thought Duan Lingtian was digging his own grave by coming here. Somewhere in the dragon's residence. At that time, I was the one who personally killed Gu Li. However, I was only acting on the orders of Elder Di Huan, the supreme elder of our dragon clan. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he wants the dragons to hand over Elder Di Huan. Hearing the threatening words coming from the horizon, the middle-aged man who was originally sitting cross-legged on the mountainside cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. As he muttered, a disdainful and mocking smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At another place. He wants the dragons to hand over Elder Di Huan. How naive. Why doesn't he think about it? Even if the dragons really hand over Elder Di Huan, is he a match for Elder Di Huan? Is he able to kill Elder Di Huan and avenge the members of the Seven Absolute Sect? The two members of the Dragon Clan who were ordered by Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragon Clan, to kill Yu Wuing and Han Xuanai's master could not help but sneer as they spoke. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Di Huan was the Supreme Elder of the Dragons. He was also the father of Di Chen, an elder of the dragons who had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation because of Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian had given Di Chen a taste of his own medicine. He had forced Di Chen to kneel and beg for mercy. Due to this, Di Chen, who was about to undergo the bodiless Celestial Tribulation, had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Due to this, Di Huan, Di Chen's father and the Supreme Elder of the Dragons, viewed Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. When Di Huan found out that Duan Lingtian was the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, he had vented his anger on the members of the Seven Absolute Sect. Gu Li, Yu Wuing, and Han Xuanai's masters were killed at that time. In a vast valley in the dragon's residence. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the calm surface of the lake in the valley suddenly exploded. Immediately after, splashes of water flew in all directions. It was an exceptionally beautiful scene. Whoosh! At the same time, a figure shot out from the lake like a cannonball, shooting straight into the sky. After a while, another figure appeared in the sky above the valley. At this moment, any bodiless celestial from the dragons would be able to recognize this person. The owner of the figure was none other than Elder Di Huan, one of the three supreme elders of the Dragon Clan. Duan Lingtian. You actually came to me on a silver platter. Good. Very good. Di Huan was meditating under the lake when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. He was instantly awakened from his meditation. Moreover, he was so excited that he felt as though he had been injected with chicken blood. Throughout the past few years, he had never stopped searching for Duan Lingtian. Even after the devil clans had invaded the upper province, he was still determined to find Duan Lingtian. He wanted to avenge his son. He realized that his son's death, to a certain extent, had become his obsession. If Duan Lingtian did not die, he would definitely die when he had to face the eighth bodiless celestial tribulation. For this reason, he did not care about the invasion of the devil clans. He only wanted to find Duan Lingtian and avenge his son. At the same time, he wanted to help Duan Lingtian overcome his obsession so he could face the eighth bodiless celestial tribulation. To Di Huan, the devil clans slaughtering humans and people from the Saint Province realm had nothing to do with him. Only his own affairs were the most important. He would only do his best to deal with the devil clans if the devil clans wanted to kill him. Currently, even if the Patriarch of the Dragon sent him to deal with the devil clans, he would only deal with it as he was not interested in it at all. How could he not be excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice and learned Duan Lingtian had come to him? Although he was in the midst of cultivating, he quickly regained his senses. Annihilate my dragons? Humph. I'd like to see where you, Duan Lingtian, get the confidence to speak such arrogant words. When Di Huan recalled Duan Lingtian's arrogant words, he narrowed his eyes and smirked disdainfully. In the next moment, bang! As Di Huan's legs shook the void, the space immediately collapsed. Terrifying cracks appeared in the void. The cracks in the void intertwined with each other, forming a huge spider web in the void. Swoosh! At the same time, Di Huan shot up into the sky, stirring up a gust of wind as he flew toward the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian. I, Di Huan, ordered my men to kill the members of the Seven Absolute Sect. Today, I'd like to see where you get your courage from to annihilate my dragons. Today, I, Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons, will kill you among the dragons. I'll show the world that no one can blaspheme the dignity of our dragons. Di Huan shot up into the sky and flew toward Duan Lingtian through the clouds. His voice that was as loud as a bell resonated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, his voice swept through the dragon's residence, alarming all the dragons. It's Elder Di Huan. Elder Di Huan has personally made a move. Let's go. Let's go and watch the show. I'd like to see how many moves Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, can take from Elder Di Huan. Humph. Elder Di Huan is the supreme elder of the dragons, and he's a 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to take even one move from Elder Di Huan. That's what I think too. The members of the dragon's residence who were enraged by Duan Lingtian's arrogant words were excited when they heard Di Huan's voice. Chapter 2485. The people from the dragon's impression of Duan Lingtian was from a few years ago. At that time, they knew Duan Lingtian was extremely strong. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, even after a few years had passed and Duan Lingtian had reappeared, they still regarded him as a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial. They did not think the current Duan Lingtian was comparable to Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons. At the very least, most of the people from the dragons thought so. Of course, there were also a few people from the dragon clan who were calmer and more thoughtful. A few years ago, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial. Recently, Duan Lingtian has completely disappeared. It's likely he's in closed-door cultivation and hasn't gone out at all. It's very likely that his strength has improved since a few years ago. Not only did he trespass on our territory, but he even said that if we don't hand over the culprit who killed the 7 Absolute Sect's disciples, he'll annihilate the dragon tribe. He's either too confident or he's digging his own grave. As the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect, would Duan Lingtian be suicidal? The people from the dragons were much calmer than the rest. They had considered the situation thoroughly. Unfortunately, their voices were too soft. They were soon drowned out by the voices of the people from the dragon clan who were confident in Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon clan. They did not manage to stir up even the slightest commotion. Duan Lingtian. Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon clan, moved like the wind and arrived behind the clouds above the dragon clan's estate. When he saw the purple-clad young man standing in the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he let out a low roar of excitement. This was Di Huan's first time meeting Duan Lingtian. However, he had seen Duan Lingtian's portrait more than once in the past, so he had long memorized the Duan Lingtian's appearance and physique. Even if Duan Lingtian had disguised himself, as long as he didn't hide his body shape, he would still be able to recognize him at a glance. What's more, the Duan Lingtian standing in front of him was not in disguise. A moment later, Di Huan appeared near Duan Lingtian in a flash. He stood in the air and stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. In his eyes, the flames of anger were brewing. They continued to rise and burn, as if they would soon turn into a prairie fire. Di Huan? As soon as Di Huan appeared, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Di Huan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's face emitted waves of coldness as though it was covered in a layer of frost. In fact, Duan Lingtian had long guessed that the mastermind behind the deaths of the dragons who killed Guli, Yu Wuying, and the others was Di Huan. He was also the father of Elder Di Chen of the dragons in the past. However, when he heard Di Huan admit it, he could not help but feel angry. When Di Huan appeared and confronted Duan Lingtian, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Whoosh! 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 Following waves of swift rushing sounds, dozens of figures appeared behind the clouds in the sky above the dragon tribe's territory in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number of these figures continued to increase. In a short moment, there were over 100 people. These people were dragons who had gathered from all over the dragon's residence to join in the fun. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Greetings, Elder Di Huan. The first thing these dragons did when they arrived was to greet Di Huan, who was confronting Duan Lingtian. After that, they stood at the side and watched the situation unfold. He's Duan Lingtian? The sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect? That's him. Although I've never seen him in person, I've seen his portrait before. He's the one who threatened to annihilate all dragons if we don't hand him the mastermind behind the deaths of his 7 Absolute Sect's disciples. Elder Di Huan has already said that he's the mastermind behind the deaths of his 7 Absolute Sect's disciples. Now that Elder Di Huan is here, I'd like to see what he can do to Elder Di Huan. Humph. I bet he didn't know that the mastermind behind the deaths of his 7 Absolute Sect's disciples was Elder Di Huan, right? At this moment, most of the dragons were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, aware of the dragon's contempt for Duan Lingtian. However, he did not care about it at all. He looked at Di Huan emotionlessly before he asked indifferently, "Earlier, you were the one who said that you were the one who ordered the deaths of my 7 Absolute Sect's disciples?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his question, his tone was still indifferent. However, there was a hint of killing intent in his tone. "So what if I did?" Di Huan sneered in response to Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he was not afraid of anything. "What enmity do they have with you and the dragons?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in them. "Yes, they have no enmity with me and the dragons, but they're from the 7 Absolute Sect. Duan Lingtian, you humiliated my son and caused him to become obsessed with you, causing him to fail his heavenly tribulation. If you don't show up when I want to kill you, I'll kill your 7 Absolute Sect's disciples to vent my anger. Instead of saying that I ordered my men to kill them, it's more accurate to say that you, Duan Lingtian, caused their deaths." The sneer on Di Huan's face deepened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Then, do you know why I humiliated your son?" Upon hearing Di Huan's words, energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, causing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to become a part of his energy. Following that, his energy skyrocketed as though he had transformed into a ball of flames. When he rose into the air, he seemed to have transformed into a flaming beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At this moment it was apparent that Duan Lingtian had also cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had mastered. "I'm not interested in knowing." Di Huan replied coldly. "You're not interested in knowing? Then, I'll let you know." Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his narrowed eyes, and his eyes shone brightly. "It's because your son, under the circumstances that he thought his strength surpassed mine, he first humiliated me with words and asked me to kneel, kowtow, and beg for mercy. I, Duan Lingtian, am merely giving him a taste of his own medicine by humiliating him." A hint of coldness could be seen on the corners of Duan Lingtian's lips when he finished speaking. Previously, when he had humiliated Di Chen, he was merely giving him a taste of his own medicine. He did not feel guilty at all. However, Di Huan had vented his anger on the members of the 7 Absolute Sect because of that incident. He was thoroughly enraged. "So what?" Di Huan sneered again as his eyes shone fiercely. "Today, Duan Lingtian came knocking on my door and trampled on the dignity of the dragons. I, Di Huan, will kill you to protect the dignity of the dragons and avenge my son." As soon as Di Huan finished speaking, a vast energy surged out of his body and slammed into the air, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the void. Moreover, the cracks did not close up even after a long time. The Supreme Elder is going to make his move. Elder Di Huan is going all out. If the Supreme Elder makes his move, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. When the crowd saw that a battle was about to break out, they held their breaths as they focused on the scene before them. Most of them thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die if Di Huan made his move. Duan Lingtian. Die. Di Huan roared as he made his move against Duan Lingtian under everyone's watchful eyes. As a seven tribulation bodiless celestial, Di Huan was, naturally, not weak. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Only a few dragons and bodiless celestials managed to catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Di Huan's speed was ridiculously fast in the eyes of a few dragons and bodiless celestials, but to Duan Lingtian, he was as slow as a snail. You're just like an ant. A disdainful smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Di Huan had overestimated himself and made a move against him. Then, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. It was the celestial sword he had used when he was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Body and sword as one. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial sword shone with dazzling sword rays. Swoosh! 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 Even the pores all over his body shot out a myriad of sword gleams. In the end, they fused with his body and condensed into a simple and unadorned sword. The sword hovered in the air with its aura concealed, making it look like an ordinary weapon. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into an inconspicuous sword, calmly swung his sword at Di Huan who was charging at him. Swoosh! The crisp sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Everyone present on the scene clearly saw the sword. Even some of the weaker dragons could see the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's sword. They had a feeling when they saw the sword. This sword was extremely ordinary. Pfft! At the same time, a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons scoffed. I thought Duan Lingtian would be able to unleash some terrifying technique after becoming one with his sword. I didn't expect his sword to be so ordinary. Does he really think he can stop Elder Di Huan with just this sword? He must be dreaming. The sixth tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons was about to say that Duan Lingtian was dreaming. He was the one who had interrupted his own words. In the next moment, a horrified expression appeared on his face as he stared at Di Huan in disbelief. Heavens! How's this possible? Chapter 2486. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air was short-lived. The six tribulation bodiless celestials of the dragon clan were shocked by the scene in front of them, and their pupils constricted. Please have mercy. Stop. Two anxious voices rang in the air. In the blink of an eye, the people who spoke appeared again. They were a middle-aged man and an old man. However, the two of them were still too late. Slash. Di Huan, a seven tribulation bodiless celestial, who was charging at Duan Lingtian, was killed in just a blink of an eye. Gasp! 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 The members of the dragon clan were stunned when they saw their supreme elder, Di Huan, being killed in just a blink of an eye. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp in shock. Fear and horror were written all over their faces. How's this possible? Elder Di Huan is a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. He's extremely powerful. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian? I'm not dreaming, right? Elder Di Huan was killed by Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect, with just a single blow. Most of the clansmen of the dragons had lost sight of Di Huan as soon as he made his move. They only regained their senses after Di Huan was killed. When they regained their senses, they were, naturally, shocked and in disbelief. After all, apart from the elusive patriarch, the three supreme elders, including Di Huan, were the strongest in the dragon clan. But now, Di Huan had died in front of them. Moreover, he had been killed in just a single blow. They could not help but shudder when they thought about it. Swoosh! At the same time, the plain-looking sword that had pierced through Di Huan's glabella and arrived at the other side after killing Di Huan flashed and turned into a tall purple figure. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Since Di Huan had taken the initiative to attack him, he did not remain idle. He immediately activated the elementary devouring spell that had increased his strength, and combined it with the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, which gave him the ability to become one with the sword. Then, he performed the 13 green lotus swords and faced Di Huan head-on. The strength of his attack was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could Di Huan, a mere 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, possibly withstand Duan Ling Tian's attack? He was directly killed by him. Senior brother Gu Li. I've avenged you. After Duan Ling Tian appeared, he did not pay any attention to the 2 dragons who had just arrived, nor did he pay any attention to the other dragons. He just stood there, looking straight into the sky, muttering to himself. To him, not only was Gu Li a member of the 7 Absolute Sect, but he was also his friend and senior brother. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was muttering to himself. Meanwhile, the 2 dragons who had just arrived looked at Duan Ling Tian from a distance. Their faces paled, but they had no intention of making a move. This was because they knew Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. Since Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, could easily kill Di Huan, who was also a supreme elder like them, it meant he could easily kill them as well. After all, they were only 7 tribulation bodiless celestials like Di Huan. Duan Ling Tian. He's so strong now. The current sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect. It seems like he's not much weaker than Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, both of them could not help but tremble in fear. Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, was someone who was on par with the dragons. Now, Feng Qingyang's successor was born, and he was also heaven-defying. They could not help but feel shocked. It's the Supreme Elders. The 2 Supreme Elders are here as well. Moreover, they seem to be trying to stop Duan Ling Tian from killing Elder Di Huan. Trying to stop Duan Ling Tian from killing Elder Di Huan? What a joke. Duan Ling Tian killed Elder Di Huan with just a blow. These 2 Supreme Elders are 7 tribulation bodiless celestials like Elder Di Huan. It's impossible for them to stop Duan Ling Tian. Based on Duan Ling Tian's strength, even if Elder Di Huan isn't dead, I'm afraid the 3 Supreme Elders from the dragons won't be a match for him even if they join forces. Isn't it obvious? Soon after, more and more clansmen from the Dragon's clan began to recognize the 2 Supreme Dragons who had just arrived. They were the other 2 Supreme Elders from the Dragon's clan. They were as famous as Di Huan, the Supreme Elder who had just been killed. The other 2 Supreme Elders from the Dragon's clan? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard the clansman's words. Then, he looked at the 2 Supreme Elders from the Dragon's clan indifferently. Earlier, he had vaguely sensed these 2 Supreme Elders were not simple. He did not expect them to be so powerful. These 2 men were the other 2 Supreme Elders of the Dragon clan. They were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials who were as famous as Di Huan. Duan Ling Tian chuckled inwardly when he saw the Supreme Elders from the Dragon's clan seemed a little nervous when he looked at them. It was as though they were afraid he would attack them. It's time for me to return. Since Duan Ling Tian had killed the mastermind behind the deaths of Gu Li, Yu Wuing, and the others, he did not plan to stay in the Dragon's clan any longer. After looking at the 2 Supreme Elders from the Dragon's clan, he prepared to leave. His main purpose in coming to the dragon's clan was to avenge Gu Li and the others. He did not care about the dragon's declaration that they were against him and the Seven Absolutes sect. He knew the dragon's clan would not hesitate. In the near future, the dragon clan would make a new announcement. Even if they were not on good terms with the Seven Absolutes sect, they would definitely not be enemies with the Seven Absolutes sect. Duan Lingtian was confident that he and his wife, Ke, would be strong enough to deter the dragons. He believed the dragons would not dare to target the Seven Absolutes sect anymore. Duan Lingtian was about to leave and a voice suddenly rang in the air. Humph! A thunderous snort rang in the air. It was deafening and seemed to come from all directions. You think you can just leave after killing the supreme elders of the dragon's clan? Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect? Do you really think no one in the dragons can stop you? After the cold snort was heard, a dignified voice sounded. Lord Clan Leader. When the two supreme elders of the dragon clan heard the voice, they turned around and looked at the empty space in the distance. They bowed respectfully. Their attitudes were extremely humble. Lord Clan Leader. Seeing the actions of the two grand elders of the dragon clan, the remaining members of the dragon clan were stunned for a while. After that, they also turned around and bowed to the empty space in the distance and said respectfully, Senior Elder, please accept my invitation. Welcome, Lord Clan Leader. Welcome, Lord Clan Leader. After hearing the words of the two supreme elders of the dragons, they also realized the owner of that voice was none other than the clan leader of the dragons. Right now, the dragons only had one clan leader, and that was the inner clan leader of the dragons. At the same time, he was also the strongest person among the dragons. Lord Patriarch has always been elusive. Even though I'm a loose immortal, I've never seen him. However, I didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, would cause such a ruckus today, allowing me to meet Lord Clan Leader. One of the dragon's loose immortals muttered to himself. He couldn't help but feel excited. In his eyes, the inner clan leader of the dragons was a godlike existence. It was his good fortune to be able to meet him. As for the other dragons, only a few of them had seen the inner clan leader of the dragons before, and they were all looking at the empty space in front of them with anticipation in their eyes. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in the empty space in the distance, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared. It was a tall and sturdy old man. The old man was wearing a long golden robe. He had a square face, and his facial features were firm. His brows were sharp, and he gave off a dignified aura. With one look, one could tell that he was someone who had been in a high position for a long time. At this moment, the dignified golden-clad old man was looking at Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave. When Duan Lingtian heard the old man's voice, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he came to a halt. At the same time, he calmly looked at the old man who had just appeared. He stared back at him without fear. In the end, Duan Lingtian was the first to speak. Everyone thinks you're an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. I didn't expect there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial among the dragons. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly after exchanging glances with the patriarch of the dragon clan. His words revealed the patriarch's cultivation base. You can tell I'm a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the patriarch of the dragon clan could not help but exclaim in surprise, "You're right, Duan Lingtian?" His original dignified image had also vanished without a trace at this moment. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh inwardly when he heard the clan leader of the dragon's words. If it was before he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he would not have been able to tell. He had encountered a few 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone and discovered the uniqueness of their auras. For this reason, he was able to recognize a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial immediately. 9. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Initially, when Duan Lingtian said the clan leader of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the other dragons, apart from the 2 supreme elders, did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. However, when they heard the clan leader of the dragons' words, they realized something was amiss. Chapter 2487. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Is this true? Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial is at the peak of the mundane realms. Moreover, they don't appear in every era. However, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial has appeared in this era? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! The members of the dragons were shocked and they learned their patriarch was indeed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Before this, they had all known that the dragon clan's patriarch was the number 1 powerhouse of the dragon clan. However, they thought the patriarch of the dragon clan was only an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. They did not expect their patriarch would not be surprised. The clan leader of the dragon clan was not an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial but a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the mundane realms. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Lord Patriarch to be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm not dreaming, right? Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in this era of the Devil Clan's invasion? If Lord Patriarch makes a move, the Devil Clans will definitely run back to the land of exile with their tails between their legs. That's right. Whether it's the Saint Province realm or the land of exile, it's rare for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to appear in every era. Although we have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in this era, it doesn't mean the Devil Clans have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial as well. Many members of the Dragon's clan could not help but look forward to seeing their patriarch personally forcing the Devil Clans to run back to the land of exile. At that time, the patriarch of the Dragon clan and the Dragon clan would become the saviors of the Saint Province realm. They could not help but feel excited just by thinking about those scenes. No matter who it was, they all had a dream of becoming a hero. As members of the Dragon clan, they were no exception. When they thought about how they could bask in the glory of their Lord Patriarch and become a member of the Savior clan, they felt that they were bound together for glory. Apart from the Patriarch of the Dragon clan, the other 2 supreme elders of the Dragon clan were the only ones who were able to remain calm after learning that the Patriarch of the Dragon clan was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As the supreme elder of the Dragon's clan and a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was, without a doubt, the pillar of the Dragon's clan. This kind of existence had a lot of contact with the Dragon clan leader and naturally knew the cultivation base of the Dragon clan leader. In other words, both of them, including Di Huan who had just been killed by Duan Lingtian, knew the clan leader of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is it strange that I can tell you're a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? When Duan Lingtian saw that the Dragon's clan leader was surprised that Duan Lingtian could see through his cultivation, his expression remained unchanged. Isn't it strange? The clan leader narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. Not only did an eminent celestial manage to kill our supreme elder, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he even managed to see through my cultivation base. Isn't it strange? The clan leader of the Dragon's clan leader opened his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze turned sharp as though it could pierce through anything. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm when he saw the change in the eyes of the Dragon clan's patriarch. However, although Duan Lingtian could still maintain a calm expression, it did not mean that the others present on the scene could do the same. That's right. This Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. How did he see through Lord Patriarch's cultivation base? The divine consciousness of an eminent celestial is weaker than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial wouldn't be able to detect the cultivation base of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. How did this Duan Lingtian do it? This Duan Lingtian is really strange. Are all the successors of the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, the Fog Rain lineage, so unique? All the dragons present, including the 2 supreme elders, were puzzled by Duan Lingtian's ability to see through the cultivation base of the dragon's patriarch. At the same time, they also vaguely realized Duan Lingtian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was most likely a freak that was not inferior to the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Now that you mention it, Dragon Clan leader, it is indeed strange. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard the patriarch of the Dragon Clan's words. Then, he continued to ask, in that case, what do you intend to do? Do you want to avenge Di Huan and put yourself at risk? Or do you want me to leave and announce that the Dragon's Clan will no longer be enemies with Duan Lingtian and the 7 Absolute sect? Duan Lingtian spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. However, the expressions of the people from the Dragon's Clan changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. What did he mean by putting himself at risk? Duan Lingtian actually said the patriarch of the Dragon's Clan would put himself at risk if he wanted to avenge Di Huan, the Supreme Elder? He's crazy. Duan Lingtian is crazy. Lord Clan Leader is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. He's at the peak of the mundane realm. I wonder where Duan Lingtian gets his courage from. Does he really think he's invincible just because he killed Elder Di Huan? Most of the Dragon clansmen present on the scene thought Duan Lingtian had lost his mind. They thought he had lost his mind for saying such words. Although they were certain Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial after witnessing him killing Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan, with just a blow, they were certain Duan Lingtian was as strong as an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they did not believe Duan Lingtian was stronger than their patriarch of the Dragon's Clan. After all, their patriarch of the Dragon's Clan was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was at the peak of the mundane realms. Nobody in the mundane realms was a threat to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. The patriarch of the Dragon's Clan's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The expressions of the people from the Dragon's Clan, including the patriarch of the Dragon's Clan and the 2 supreme elders of the Dragon's Clan, changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Who did Duan Lingtian think he was? Not only that, but he also hinted to the Dragon Clan's clan leader that if the Dragon Clan's clan leader wanted to avenge their grand elder, Di Huan, he would sacrifice himself. Duan Lingtian had even said he wanted their patriarch of the Dragon's Clan to announce that they would no longer be enemies with Duan Lingtian and the 7 Absolute sect. Did Duan Lingtian think he was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian. Although the patriarch of the Dragon's Clan had lived for tens of thousands of years, he could not suppress his anger at this moment. I'll kill you today to avenge Elder Di Huan. I'd like to see how a mere eminent celestial like you can kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial like me. As soon as the patriarch of the Dragon's Clan finished speaking, a vast and majestic energy surged out of his body and slammed into the void, leaving cracks in the void. These cracks in the void were like dragons that were suspended in the void and intertwined with each other. It was as if they had transformed into a gigantic spider's web. It was extremely terrifying. This is the strength of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, the people from the Dragon's Clan were shocked by the strength of their patriarch of the Dragon's Clan. Even the 2 supreme elders of the Dragon's Clan were shocked. Although they knew their patriarch of the Dragon's Clan had become a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, they had never seen him fight before. For this reason, they were unfamiliar with the strength of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Now that they had witnessed it, they realized the gap between them and a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was like a chasm. Some of the weaker members of the dragon's clan were sent flying by the shockwaves from the patriarch of the dragon's clan. They could only watch from afar as their patriarch of the dragon's clan prepared to attack Duan Lingtian at any time. "It seems like you're interested in fighting me, patriarch of the dragon's clan." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the patriarch of the dragon's clan's strength surging. The celestial sword that Duan Lingtian had just put away appeared in his hand again. Dazzling sword rays shot out as he channeled his energy into it. Swoosh! 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 As the sword rays shot out, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. As expected, it's a legendary celestial supreme treasure. The patriarch of the dragon's clan exclaimed excitedly as soon as the celestial sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Greed could be seen in his eyes as he stared at the celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hand. "What? Are you interested in my celestial sword, patriarch of the dragon's clan?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw the greed in the patriarch of the dragon's clan's eyes. "It's easy if you want my celestial sword. You just have to kill me." "Humph." The patriarch of the dragon's clan snorted coldly. "Even if you don't remind me, I'll kill you and take your celestial supreme treasure to avenge Elder Di Huan. I'll wait and see." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes abruptly, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the patriarch of the dragon's clan could not help but tremble. Suddenly, the space he was in seemed to have caved in. Chapter 2488. Duan Lingtian, since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The patriarch of the dragons roared and charged toward Duan Lingtian like a hurricane. Whoosh! 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 As the patriarch of the dragons charged toward Duan Lingtian, the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out as well. It circled Duan Lingtian's body and continued to split into sword rays. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, and 100 turned into 1,000. In the end, the sword ray that was hovering around Duan Lingtian rose into the air and formed a mysterious sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. It emitted waves of mysterious aura. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to summon the sword ray in the face of the dragon clan's patriarch. Not only that, but he had also fused the profundity of the 13 green lotus swords with his sword. In the end, a sword net barrier was formed not far in front of him as a form of defense. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. The patriarch of the dragons had arrived in front of the sword net barrier. At the same time, he unleashed a thunderous attack on the sword net barrier. Boom! 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 As the sword light barrier swayed and trembled, waves of extremely powerful energy swept out in all directions. For a moment, only the 2 supreme elders of the dragons managed to stop themselves. The rest of the dragons were forced to retreat. Of course, the distance at which the dragon clan's members were knocked back also varied. Those who were stronger did not retreat too far. Those who were weaker were even directly sent flying. Impossible. Before the rest of the dragons could recover from their shock, the patriarch of the dragon's voice boomed like thunder. It shocked the dragons so much that their hearts skipped a beat. Then, they turned to look at the patriarch of the dragon clan in unison. At a glance, they discovered that, the dragon's patriarch's attack just now was unable to break through the sword net barrier in front of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the sword net barrier had not been broken by the dragon's clan leader. It had only dimmed a little, but in the blink of an eye, it shone with dazzling light again. It was obvious that it would not take long for it to return to its peak state. When the dragons saw this scene, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. They were completely frightened. Lord Patriarch was actually unable to break through Duan Lingtian's defenses? Are you kidding me? Lord Patriarch, that's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If that's the case, this Duan Lingtian might not be weaker than the clan leader? If that's the case, it explains why he was so calm from the beginning until the end, even though he knew Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As it turns out, his strength is on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. An eminent celestial has strength on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Does this mean Duan Lingtian's strength is on par with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? When the group of dragon clansmen saw Duan Lingtian's technique, they were shocked as well. At the same time, they realized something was amiss. At this moment, they knew Duan Lingtian was on par with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang from 100,000 years ago. This was because Feng Qingyang was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and fight a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial. His strength was on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. You're just an eminent celestial. How can you be so strong? The Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Even Sword Saint Feng Qingyang isn't as strong as him before he ascended to a Devata realm. However, the reason why he's so strong is because he once entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. A hint of disbelief could be heard in the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader's voice when he spoke. You know about the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? Duan Lingtian was surprised when he heard the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader's words. He did not expect the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader would know about the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Why wouldn't I know about it? The Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader said in a deep voice, when Feng Qingyang, the Sword Saint of the 7 Absolute Sect, entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, many ancestors of the dragons and phoenixes entered as well. However, apart from Feng Qingyang, no one else came out of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. A hint of dread could be heard in the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader's voice when he spoke about the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Then, do you know the reason I've gone into hiding all these years is because I entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone as well? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. What? The Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a long while, realization dawned on him as he nodded. I see. I see. In that case, everything makes sense. No wonder you're as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As it turns out, you've also entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. Does this mean the celestial supreme treasure in your hand came from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone as well? When the Patriarch of the Dragon clan finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Flames of greed burned in the depths of his eyes. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian has also entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. At this moment, the 2 Supreme Dragons clan leader who were also aware of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone finally understood. They were no longer surprised by Duan Lingtian's strength. The Beyond Heaven's secret zone? What's that? Naturally, unlike the 2 Supreme Elders of the Dragon clan who knew about the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, this was the first time the other members of the Dragon clan had heard about it. All of them were dumbfounded. Roar! While most of the members of the Dragon clan were still in a daze, the Dragon clan leader's body suddenly trembled. At the same time, he let out a roar that sounded like a beast's roar. It spread out, bringing a deafening feeling to everyone present. Many people from the Dragon's clan leader's clan who were still in a daze regained their senses. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the clan leader of the dragon tribe shone brightly and transformed into his original form. He was a golden divine dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long. He hovered in the void and covered the sky. An 8-clawed golden dragon? As soon as the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader transformed into his true form, Duan Lingtian noticed there were 8 claws on each of the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's claws. Moreover, it was an 8-clawed golden dragon. Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if you can withstand the full force of my true form's attack. All of a sudden, the 8-clawed golden dragon that the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader transformed into spoke. As soon as he spoke, his voice reverberated in the air like a deafening bell. In the next instant, the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's huge body seemed to have disappeared into thin air under everyone's watchful eyes. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could clearly see the patriarch of the dragon clan moving at lightning speed. It was as though the patriarch of the dragon clan had transformed into a thick golden whip as he swung it at Duan Lingtian. Wherever the whip passed, it tore the void apart like a piece of paper. The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader charged at Duan Lingtian menacingly as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Go! In the face of the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader, Duan Lingtian controlled the sword formation to win. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling rang in the air. The sword formation under Duan Lingtian's control seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon as it charged fearlessly toward the patriarch of the dragon clan. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a dazzling light exploded. It was so blinding that they could not help but squint their eyes. The moment they squinted their eyes, bang! A loud noise was heard. Boom! 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 Following that, a series of deafening noises could be heard clearly by everyone's ears. When the group of dragons opened their eyes, they saw Duan Lingtian being sent flying. When he finally managed to stabilize himself, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Our patriarch is still better than him. Instantly, many of the dragon's clan leaders' eyes lit up. However, at this moment, pfft! Another noise was heard, attracting the attention of the group of dragon's clan leader. At this moment, they discovered the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader. At some point, their patriarch of the dragon's clan leader had reverted to his human form. He was standing in the distance and had spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked rather wretched. Our patriarch is injured as well? This is a lose-lose situation. At this moment, the people from the dragon's clan leader finally realized what was going on. Even though their patriarch of the dragon's clan leader had reverted to his true form, the 8-clawed golden dragon, he was still unable to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I can't kill you, but you're no match for me as well. After a while, the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader who had finally caught his breath said to Duan Lingtian in a deep voice, however, you'll have to give me an explanation for killing Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon's clan leader. Otherwise, when you ascend to the Devata realm, I'll search the entire Saint Province realm and annihilate the entire 7 Absolute sect. Oh! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's words. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he asked in a deep voice, then, I'd like to know what kind of explanation you want from me, patriarch of the dragon's clan leader? As long as you leave the celestial supreme treasure in your hands behind, I and the dragon's clan leader will forgive you and the 7 Absolute sect. The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader said. So, you want my celestial sword? Duan Lingtian finally understood. Since you want it, why don't I give it to you? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw the celestial sword at the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader as though it was a piece of trash. Chapter 2489. The patriarch of the dragon clan did not expect Duanling Tian would obediently hand over the celestial supreme treasure as soon as he finished speaking. Duanling Tian was so cooperative that he wondered if he was dreaming. He had threatened Duanling Tian earlier because he was certain Duanling Tian must have ascended to the heavenly supreme treasure. He was certain Duanling Tian had ascended to the Devata realm before him. If Duanling Tian had ascended to the Devata realm, the Seven Absolute sect would lose Duanling Tian's support and would be at the mercy of the Dragon Clan. Although his threat was effective, he did not expect Duanling Tian would be so cooperative. He was still in a daze when he caught the celestial sword that Duanling Tian had thrown to him. Duanling Tian's cooperation was beyond his expectations. Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you to be so tactful. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan narrowed his eyes at Duanling Tian as he held the celestial sword that Duanling Tian had thrown to him. A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he said, however, haven't you thought about the fact that without this celestial supreme treasure, your strength is equivalent to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? What? Patriarch of the Dragons, are you going back on your word? You want to attack me after I obediently hand over the immortal supreme treasure as you wish? Duanling Tian asked in a deep voice. He narrowed his eyes when he heard the patriarch of the dragon's words. You're very smart. The eyes of the patriarch of the dragon clan flashed coldly as he said coldly, Duanling Tian, you're a huge threat to the dragon clan if you're still alive. For this reason, you must die today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too naive. You only handed over the celestial supreme treasure after I swore on the lightning penalty oath that I wouldn't make a move against you. You're cutting off your own path of retreat by doing this. You can't blame me. The patriarch of the dragon's voice was filled with killing intent when he spoke. This Duanling Tian is simply seeking death. Upon hearing the clan leader of the Dragon Clan's words, many of the clan leaders of the Dragon Clan laughed. He's the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. How could he be so careless as to hand over the celestial supreme treasure without even asking Lord Clan leader to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Isn't this a little inappropriate? After all, Lord Patriarch has already said that if he doesn't hand over the celestial supreme treasure, he'll annihilate the Seven Absolute sect. Some of the dragons could not help but frown. They felt the patriarch of the dragons was going back on his word. Lord Patriarch said that if Duanling Tian doesn't hand over the celestial supreme treasure, he'll annihilate the Seven Absolute sect after he ascends to the Devata realm. However, Lord Patriarch didn't say that he won't kill Duanling Tian after obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. That seems to be the case. In that case, Lord Patriarch isn't going back on his word. As long as Lord Patriarch doesn't target the Seven Absolute sect after this, he's not going back on his word. The people from the dragons discussed among themselves. However, they no longer felt the patriarch of the dragons was going back on his word. They felt Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, was too stupid for not allowing their patriarch to swear on the lightning penalty oath. That was why he was forced into a passive position. Even if Duanling Tian died today, he had only himself to blame. Now that Duanling Tian has lost the celestial supreme treasure, his strength is definitely weaker than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Lord Patriarch doesn't use the celestial supreme treasure, it'll be easy for him to kill Duanling Tian. That's right. Earlier, Lord Patriarch fought Duanling Tian to a draw even without using the celestial supreme treasure. Now that Duanling Tian has lost the celestial supreme treasure, he's definitely no match for Lord Patriarch. Today, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect will die in the dragon's estate. Most of the people from the dragons looked at Duanling Tian as though they were looking at a dead man. After all, they did not think Duanling Tian had a chance of surviving after losing the celestial supreme treasure. In the past, the celestial supreme treasure was only a legend to the people from the dragon's estate. Even so, it did not affect their understanding of the celestial supreme treasures. They knew how much a celestial supreme treasure could improve a person's strength. For this reason, they were certain that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak. After losing the celestial supreme treasure, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be as strong as he was earlier. Then, does this mean you're going to kill me, clan leader of the dragons? Duan Lingtian asked calmly with narrowed eyes when he heard the words of the clan leader of the dragons. Even now, he did not panic in the slightest. Of course. The clan leader of the dragons said confidently, you can only blame yourself for being stupid. You didn't make me swear on the lightning penalty oath that I won't attack you after you hand over the celestial supreme treasure. The chief of the dragons was puzzled as to why Duan Lingtian was able to remain calm. However, he did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to cause any trouble after losing the celestial supreme treasure. In his opinion, right now, Duan Lingtian was like a fish on his chopping board, completely at his mercy. If that's the case, clan leader of the dragons, will you keep your promise and not attack the members of the Seven Absolute Sect after obtaining the celestial supreme treasure? Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes and asked bluntly. The patriarch of the dragons could not help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had never thought that Duan Lingtian would still think of a member of the Seven Absolute Sect when he was on the brink of death. You don't have to worry about that. Since you've handed over the celestial supreme treasure, I'll, naturally, keep my promise and won't attack anyone from the Seven Absolute Sect. The patriarch of the dragons said. As soon as the patriarch of the dragons finished speaking, many of the dragons who were more upright could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the patriarch of the dragons would go back on his word and attack the members of the Seven Absolute Sect after this. If that really happened, it would be difficult for them to accept it. After all, they did not want to believe that the patriarch of the dragons would go back on his word. Good. Very good. As soon as the patriarch of the dragons finished speaking, a bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face. Patriarch of the dragons, based on what you've said. After you die today, I won't touch any member of the dragon clan. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. This was because his words were too frightening. At the very least, to the members of the dragons, his words were too frightening. This Duan Lingtian. Is he crazy? What kind of nonsense is he spouting? He even handed over the celestial supreme treasure. Does he really think he can kill our patriarch? Even if he didn't hand over the celestial supreme treasure, his strength is only on par with our patriarch. Now that he doesn't even have the celestial supreme treasure, he still dares to say such arrogant words? Is he crazy? I really don't know. Where does he get the courage to say such things at this point? When the members of the dragons regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. They felt that Duan Lingtian must be dreaming. When the patriarch of the dragons regained his senses, he could not help but burst into laughter. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. Duan Lingtian. I really don't know where you get the courage to say such things after you've lost the celestial supreme treasure. After I die? I'd like to see how you're going to kill me without the celestial supreme treasure. After the patriarch of the dragons stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain and mocked him. Without the celestial supreme treasure? When Duan Lingtian heard the patriarch of the dragons' words and faced the mocking gazes of the dragons, he smiled faintly. Then, he raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. Once he infused his energy into it, it shot out streaks of sharp sword rays. Whoosh! 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 As the sword glow swallowed and spat out, an incomparably sharp aura once again spread out. These streaks of aura were comparable to the aura of the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. This is, when they sensed the sharp aura, the members of the dragons were not the only ones whose expressions changed. Even the expression of the clan leader of the dragon tribe froze at this moment. Another celestial supreme treasure? The two great supreme elders of the dragons looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. They did not expect this at all. After losing a celestial supreme treasure, Duanling Tian actually managed to retrieve another celestial supreme treasure. Since when did celestial supreme treasures become so worthless? That's a celestial supreme treasure? I think so, right? Oh my god. How many celestial supreme treasures does Duanling Tian have? Is this still a legendary celestial supreme treasure? Since when did celestial supreme treasures become so worthless? When they realized that the sword Duanling Tian had taken out was also a celestial supreme treasure, the members of the dragons were dumbfounded. This was something that they had never dreamed of. I didn't expect Duanling Tian to have a second celestial supreme treasure. At the same time, the patriarch of the dragons had also recovered from the shock of seeing Duanling Tian take out a second celestial supreme sword. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, there was no hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes as he said, "However, do you think you'll be able to kill me with another celestial supreme treasure? Don't forget. I have a celestial supreme treasure in my hands now. Earlier, when we fought to a draw, I was at a disadvantage because I didn't have a celestial supreme treasure. Now that I have a celestial supreme treasure as well, it won't be difficult for me to kill you." The patriarch of the dragons was full of confidence as he spoke. Today, Duanling Tian is destined to give us, the dragons, a celestial supreme treasure. The patriarch of the dragons said. Hearing the dragon clan's clan leader's words, the eyes of the two supreme elders of the dragon clan lit up at the same time, and their breathing quickened. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.